Okay. All right, family. We live. I'm on StreamYard now. This is crazy because my whole flow is messed up. You know what I'm saying? I got a headache now. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna keep it going, man. I'm gonna keep it going. All right. Give me a second, y'all. Those of you who are joining in now, make sure you share this link. I'm gonna try to share it too. This is because y'all asked me to go live, so I'm going live because y'all asked me to go live, right? So I'm going to do it. Okay. And let me just double check. All right, let's make sure. Yep. We good. All right, hold on. Let me give a second for y'all to jump back in. All right. Yes, we back. All right, so I'm gonna wait for everybody to join back in. Wait for y'all to join back in so we can get started. I'll give you a few minutes. To join back in. All right. All right, fam. Come on, make sure you share this video. All right, so we can get started. See, I don't even like the streaming quality on here, man. StreamYard is really easy to use, but it just doesn't have all the functionality as Lightstream Studio. So that could just be me because I'm particular when it comes to these things, but it's all good. So I'm gonna wait, give you a second to tune in. We had like almost 200 people and growing until we started having issues. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully we can get those same people back. I'm gonna try to share this new link so people can get in. Like I said, I'm really not in the mood after that, but I'm gonna push forward with it. I'm gonna push forward with it anyway. All right, so just give me a second. I'm gonna wait for y'all to join in. Make sure you share this link. All right, make sure you share this link. Yeah, if we don't start filling up, then I'm just gonna end the broadcast, man. Because everybody knows it's gonna start tomorrow. So if we don't start filling up, then we're just gonna end the broadcast. So I'm just gonna wait for y'all to fill up, share the link, hit the thumbs up. Let's see who joins in, because if not, I don't know. I'll just make this a different session altogether. You know what I'm saying? So just wait till tomorrow, man. So I'm waiting for y'all. I'm waiting to see if we flood back up. Y'all can share the link. Let me know, because if not, I'm just going to end it and just wait tomorrow, man. To be honest with y'all, I want to do it, but I don't feel like doing it because that was very frustrating, man. Tomorrow will be better, Jordans? All right. He said tomorrow. I think tomorrow will be better, too. Everybody's waiting for tomorrow. In the interim, I'm going to hold back. I'm going to hold off on the Christian apologists. I'm going to hold off on that till tomorrow. But today, I'll just have a freestyle discussion, right? Do a regular Freestyle Friday right now for y'all. Y'all want a regular Freestyle Friday? If y'all want a regular Freestyle Friday, let me know. I'll do a regular Freestyle Friday. and then for about an hour, and then we can go in tomorrow, because I'm really just not in the mood to do it right now. I mean, I want to do it, but I just not there right now, y'all. So what I'll do is I'm going to let me change the title on this real quick. Let me fix this real quick. Let's see. All right, we'll just freestyle a little bit right now. Let me just make some changes real quick. Man, like I said, somebody was praying hard, man. Somebody was like, yo, I'm so glad that was not working. All right, let's see. All right, yeah. Facts, Jordan. I don't want to have a headache when I'm doing this. I want to be very accurate when I'm sniping off these shots. So let's do a regular Freestyle Friday. I think this is good. There's some stuff I would like to share. All right. I'll share a couple things with y'all since we here. All right. Assalam Mahdi, you didn't miss anything, because I'm not gonna go in until tomorrow as far as like the Christian apologist. But right now I'm just gonna do a regular Freestyle Friday. I'm not even promoting it. So if y'all want, y'all can share the link. Go ahead and share the link if y'all want. Hit the thumbs up button. All right. And I'm just gonna do a regular Freestyle Friday. All right. So being that we're gonna wait till tomorrow to do our session, let me go into something real quick. All right. Now, just so you know, I'm not doing a sniping session right now. This is just Freestyle Friday. All right. We're just freestyling a little bit, and that's about it. Okay. All right. So there's something that I did want to pull up. I was going to wait until next Friday to talk about it after I did the Christian apologist thing, but I guess I could just discuss it right now. Let me show you something real quick. I want to get into something real quick. Now, I want to say this for my Israelite community. It's always good to do interdisciplinary studies when it comes to reconstructing and restoring your culture, because this is the best way for you to assert what your position is, right? Now, there's a lot of people questioning in regards to the Israelites, and, what color were the Israelites and all this other stuff. And, historically, a lot of people, they speculate on certain things simply because they were not physically there, right? So there was something that I'm gonna say, shout out to my brother Mark Moore, man. He hinted at something, or he made some kind of random point that allowed me to connect the dots on two things that I was already studying independently, right? So I'm gonna bring it out right now, since we're just freestyling right now. Again, we're not doing the cutting across here session right now. This is straight Freestyle Friday, all right? So I'm gonna get a couple things out, and then what I'm gonna do is tomorrow we're going with everything else, right? Tomorrow we're gonna go in. Make sure you're here 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, because we're not holding back. I'm going all the way in, man. Okay. But let me share my screen with y'all real quick. All right. Let me share something with y'all real quick. Okay. Let me share something. Well, before I share something, I'm wondering if I should hold off on that until next Friday. Let me do this. All right. Now, I don't see my typical Christian apologists that's in here that normally either they troll, or, you know what I'm saying, they try to get me saved, or whatever the case be. I don't know. Okay. I have no clue. All right. But let me see what I want to bring out today. I'm wondering if I should bring this point out, or I should wait for the session that I had set up for it. All right, hold on real quick. Hold on real quick, family. All right. I was just looking over something real quick. My bad. I'm back. Sorry about that. All right. All right. So what I want to do is I want to share something real quick. I guess I'll just share it with y'all. I wanted to wait to next session to share it. But I wasn't prepared. But before I do that, let me discuss something with y'all real quick as far as scripture is concerned. All right. Let me do this. Okay. All right, let's do this. Let me bring this up real quick. This is all right. We're gonna deal with Matthew chapter 21, verse 43. So let me bring that up I'm gonna bring that up real quick. All right. Let me bring that up real quick on my screen. Right. Grab this here. Yeah, Matthew 21, verse 43. Okay. Okay, so in Matthew 21, 43 says, therefore I tell you, the kingdom of the Most High, right, will be taken away from you and given to a people producing its fruits. Okay. So there's a reason why I want to deal with this is because I had a Christian actually bring this up. Matter of fact, let me share my screen real quick so y'all can see what I'm looking at. Here we go. All right. Okay, let me there we go. All right. So I had a Christian bring this up to me, and I'm trying to figure out what his point was of doing this. Now, in the session that I was going to discuss with you guys earlier today, we was going to deal with the difference between supersessionism and replacement theology. Supersessionism and replacement theology. When you are dealing with Christians, right, that try to usurp the purpose of Israel in regards to the prophetic timeline of the scriptures, you have to ask them certain key questions to understand what their position is, right? Because a lot of them teach supersessionism and a lot of them teach replacement theology. And when you hear certain things, especially when they cite certain scriptures, you have to be able to identify where they at so you know how to respond. And I'm giving you Israelite apologetics, okay? Right now. This is freestyling because, again, this is not from the real notes that I really want to go in with y'all. But what I want to do is I want to show you something. Whenever you're doing proper exegesis, right, or midrash, right, you have to follow certain principles of hermeneutics because exegesis is what you do when you're trying to perform hermeneutics, right? You're trying to extract out of the text what the author intended for the audience within its context, right? So you don't insert any contemporary presuppositional ideas, thoughts, feelings, etc. You read it within its historical and cultural context, and you take into account what they're experiencing in the environment and what the purpose that the author is trying to convey to the audience, right? So when people use this scripture, what they're doing is they're doing what's called replacement theology. Now, supersessionism is a traditional Christian belief that Christianity is the fulfillment of biblical Judaism, and therefore that Jews who deny Yeshua is the Jewish Messiah fall short of their calling as God's chosen people. So what supersessionism is saying, which is a little bit different than replacement theology, is that the only way for Jews to fulfill the prophetic utterances from the Nebaim that came before them is to accept Yeshua as the Messiah, right? And when they don't do that, what happens is now it's the Gentiles leading the charge, but Israel can still join in if they accept Jesus Christ the way it's being promoted by the Gentiles, right? Replacement theology, on the other hand, says the Jews have been cut off entirely and been replaced with the Christian church. And the Christian church, the Gentile believers, is God's new people because of the Jews' disbelief. Okay, so that's the difference between supersessionism and replacement theology. So when you're looking at this is teaching replacement theology when a person simply proof texts or cherry picks the verse and tries to make a point with it. But when I tell you, when you do proper exegesis or midrash, you have to read the entire context, because context kills them all the time. Okay? Context kills them all the time. And the reason why we have to deal with these Christian inquiries is because all of us, we know Christians, and we have Christians that once they know that you're an Israelite or something outside of an Israelite, you know, whether you practice African traditional spirituality or Kemetic or conscious community, or whatever the case may be, their job as Christians is trying to get you saved, right? So they're focused on presenting to you their position of soteriology, so that way they can present the gospel to you in the way that they know how to try and get you saved. But you have to identify how they are approaching you, okay? So the reason why I bring this up is because all you have to do is read context, okay? It's extremely simple, all right? It says, therefore, I tell you, the kingdom of God will be taken away from you and given to a people producing its fruits. And when they read this, they're saying, they're going to tell you, you see, the Most High replaced the Jews with another people, and this other people are the Gentiles. All right? This is simply what they're saying, okay? So what I say is, let's just read the context. Now, if you're not reading the parables prior to that verse, you're not going to understand the entire context. But all you got to do is read from 21:43 on. And it says, and the one who falls on this stone will be broken to pieces, and when it falls on anyone, it will crush him. Okay, that's a very interesting idiom that takes some time to unpack. But the key verse is verse 45, which says, when the chief priests and the Pharisees heard his parables, they perceived that he was talking about them. And that word perceived there is really in the Greek recognize, or to know. They knew he was talking about them. Now, why is that important? Because when you jumped and go forward to chapter 23, which we're going to get right now, it says, these are the 7 woes to the scribes and Pharisees, right? Let's jump down to verse 4. It says, they tie up heavy burdens hard to bear and lay them on people's shoulders, but they themselves are not willing to move them with their finger. They do all their deeds to be seen by others, for they make their phylacteries broad and their fringes long, and they love the place of honor at feasts and the best seats in the synagogues and greetings in the marketplaces and being called rabbi by others. But you are not to be called rabbi, for you have one teacher, and you are all brothers. And call no man your father on earth, for you have one Father who is in heaven. Neither be called instructors, for you have one instructor, the Messiah. The greatest among you shall be your servant. Whoever exalts himself will be humbled, and whoever humbles himself will be exalted. But woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you shut the kingdom of heaven in people's faces, for you neither enter yourselves nor allow those who would enter to go in. Now look at this, very interesting. You see verse 14, it says, see footnotes. It says some Greek manuscripts exclude this verse. The ESV related footnote for 23 and 13 states some manuscripts add here or after verse 12, verse 14, woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you devour widows' houses, and for a pretense you make your long prayers. Therefore, you will receive the greater condemnation. My focus is on verse 13. But woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you shut the kingdom of heaven in people's faces, for you neither enter yourselves nor allow those who would enter to go in. Now, why am I bringing this up within the context of what we're seeing in Matthew chapter 21, verse 43? Well, it says, therefore, I tell you, the kingdom of God will be taken away from you and given to a people producing its fruit. He is directing this to the chief priests and the Pharisees. That is the targeted audience. That is how you do proper exegesis, right? You read the context. He's not saying this is the Jews. Oh, we're going to take the kingdom away from the Jews. This is not what he's saying. He's referring to a particular demographic of people within the Jews or the Yehudim during that time period. So he's saying it's going to be taken away from the Pharisees because the Pharisees were the one responsible for leading people into the kingdom. But because they were leading them astray, they were shutting people out from the kingdom. So now he says the kingdom or the access to the kingdom is going to be taken away from the scribes and Pharisees and given to a people because the people perceived that it was the elites that gave them access to the kingdom. But Yeshua is saying, no, we're going to take that authority away from the scribes and the chief priests and Pharisees and give it to a people producing its fruit. So now it's no longer going to be stuck with the elitists having access. It's going to be given to a people. And that people that he's talking to are the people that were there witnessing this dialogue and the ones that are going to be grafted in later on. This is what he is referring to. He's not saying that the Yehudim is not going to be able to get the kingdom. This is not what he's saying. You simply have to read the context. Don't let these Christians, okay, distract you away from what the context is saying. It's very weak. You know, you can tell when somebody gives you weak arguments because, Rodney, yes, this is live, Rodney. This is live, right? This is a very weak argument when they try to present this as if Yeshua is saying that all the Jews are not going to get the kingdom. That's BS. Why would that be the case? Because if that was the case, then he's disqualifying all of his disciples that's following him. He's disqualifying all the people that were following him. Why would he do that? And then go back to them after his resurrection and then tell them to go send this message out into the... Why is he going back to his people if it's being taken away from his people and given to another people? That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about the Pharisees and the scribes and the chief priests. Because watch this. I'm going to show you this. When you read verse 13 and it says, woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, for you shut the kingdom of heaven in people's faces. You see? So that means they had the authority, because he goes to say earlier in verse 2 to 3, the scribes and Pharisees sit in Moshe's seat. So do and observe whatever they tell you, but do not do the works they do, for they preach and do not practice. They tie up heavy burdens, hard to bear, and lay them on people's shoulders, but they themselves are not willing to move them with their finger. So this is simply, he's telling you that they are the ones who have gotten access and the authority to help other people and lead them into the kingdom. But because of their resistance to the message he was sharing, he's saying now that authority is going to be taken away from y'all. It's going to be given to a people. It's not going to be you guys no more. And this is another reason why they were hating on him. Okay. All right. So I wanted to bring that out because I thought that that would be very interesting. Let me bring something out in the realm of zooarchaeology. All right. I don't know if y'all know what zooarchaeology is, but zooarchaeology is the study of the archaeological remains of the fauna of animals in relation to ancient peoples. Okay, so that's when you study animals that were around in ancient times. Okay, and you do that via various methods, right? In zooarchaeology, they study bones, they study hair left behind, they study feces that may be left behind. They study eating habits as far as diet of these animals, the animals' proximity to people, the structure of the animals. They can tell if the animal was wild or domesticated, etc. So the reason why I bring this up as well is because we have a lot of people that talk about a particular burial that I brought out the other day in the tomb of Knuhotep II. I'm gonna bring that up real quick. All right. Bring that up for y'all. All right. So the Beni Hassan Muriel, right? And I'm gonna show this to y'all real quick because I brought this up the other day. When people were talking about the pigmentation or the complexion of what these Amu peoples look like coming in to Misraim or Kemet during the Middle Kingdom. Okay. Now, some people posit that that's Joseph and his brothers and his family. No, it's not them, right? But what it does is that it represents them. And I'll give you an example. So when you guys see or study the transatlantic slave trade, and you see these images or this one image of this ship, and you had these slaves that are packed on the ship as if they are cargo or chattel, that's representative of a lot of the other cargo ships that were repurposed to become slave ships. So you'll see that as an archetype, and you can assume that the other ships that were cargo ships that carry slaves packed them in a similar fashion, unless you read the manifesto of the ship or you get a some kind of narrative or some kind of historical explanation of something that may have differed. So I say that to say that when these Asiatics or Amu were coming in, they were coming in because they were bringing their trades, because they were famine in land or some other issue, or they were trading. So they would bring these items of trade, whether it was instruments, metalworking, whether it was dye that the Kemet or the Egyptians would use for eyeliner and things of that nature, or dye that they would get from a type of snail, which would be like the purple dye. This is what Phoenicia is known for. Right, but you would get these Asiatics that are coming in, and when we see the Muriel in Knuhotep II's tomb, and the Beni Hassan Muriel, we see these Asiatics coming in. They're representative of what Yosef, his family, would have looked like coming into Kemet or Misraim. So what a lot of people say is they look at that image and they say, "Oh, well, because they look at the image where it's a drawing of the actual Muriel. Like, they're not showing you actually the wall drawing. They're showing you somebody sketching or drawing an image of what's actually on the wall. When you look at what's on the wall, there's a lot of grime and grit and accumulation of debris that happens over time, that makes it very difficult for you to bring up the brilliance of the original art. So a lot of times they try to go and restore these murals on the wall, right? There's several techniques that archaeologists use to try and restore this art that's on the wall. And when you see an attempt at restoration, it is bringing out some of the brilliance, but some of the luster is lost, but it's trying to bring out some of the brilliance so you can see what it is. So the argument that people make is that these Asiatic peoples were white, right? Whatever that may be. I don't know what hues or what hue range or spectrum that somebody would consider somebody to be white during that period of time. I actually have a reference so you can get an idea of what white people look like, right? If y'all, matter of fact, let me just bring this out. Since we're talking about it, I'm gonna bring it out. Okay, and again, remember, keep in mind, zooarchaeology. I'm gonna show you some stuff in zooarchaeology. I'm gonna show you how this works, right? Yes, that was during our discussion, Shema. All right, that was during our discussion. All right. All right, y'all. Good looking. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button. Make sure you share this link. Share this link. Hit the thumbs up button if y'all don't mind. All right. and I'm gonna keep going in, right? Again, I guess I'm just freestyling right now. So whoop, I had to mute that. So I'm just freestyling right now. All right, so just give me some time. I'm gonna finish going in. So let me show y'all something real quick. Let me bring this image back up, okay? Because I want to show y'all something real quick. I want to give you some pointers, and this is why interdisciplinary studies is important. If you're gonna try to study Israelite culture, you have to look at archaeology. You got to go into zooarchaeology. You got to look at ancient art. You got to look at ancient metalworking. You have to study other living cultures that have vestiges of ancient pre-Israelite culture in them today. Okay, you have to study migration patterns, right? You have to understand architecture. Israelites being known for the four-room house during the Iron Age period. You have to look at the transitions between certain periods of time, like from bronze to iron and what occurred during that time. You got to look at diet. You got to look at environment. You got to look at topography. You got to look at geography. All of these things are important for you to actually understand. Just like when I was telling y'all the scripture, which is in Vayikra chapter 19, where it says about, cutting off your beard and so forth. I told you have to look at the Canaanite reference, that this was juxtaposed against to really understand or be able to better interpret what that verse is saying. You have to go outside of your comfort zone of just reading the Bible, and you got to go study things outside of that so you can validate what it is that you're trying to assert, right? And that's what I do. So when people bring up this argument in regards to complexion and skin color and so forth, there's other ways that you can, correlate complexion color, right? And this is where zooarchaeology comes into place. And let me find these images that I had from the other session, and I'm gonna explain what I mean by this, because this is very deep. All right, and this is the length you have to go sometimes in order to demonstrate this information to people, because otherwise they're not going to believe anything that you're saying. Okay, let me bring these images up real quick so y'all can see these images, right? If you are not already familiar with these images, okay. I'm gonna bring up I'm gonna bring this one up. And I'm gonna show you this one here. Let me show you this one. And I want to show you like different versions of them, like this one right here. Whoops. All right, I'm going to show you this real quick. All right, stay with me, family. Stay with me. Stay with me. All right. So let me show you these images. This is the one that I want to show you. This one too. This was the one that was when they trying to clear it off. All right. So let me go back to my screen. Let me share this to y'all real quick. All right. Let me bring up these images. I shouldn't have put it in there, but I did. All right, here we go. I want to show y'all this one first. There we go. All right. So if you're looking on the screen right now, all right, you see this here on my screen, right? You see this image here. Again, this is the Ben al-Hassan mural that is in the tomb of Khnumhotep II during the Middle Kingdom is when this took place. And I want to show you something that's real interesting, okay? So what we see here in this screen is Ibsha, which would be the leader right here with the ibex. That's here. Ibex is a goat, right? A wild variant of domesticated goats. And then here behind them is a gazelle, right? And then you have his tribe that's behind him, right? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 individuals in this image. But when you read the inscription, it's actually 37 altogether, okay? And it's a much fuller image. It's not just this, right? It's a layered image in regards to what was on the wall. And I'll probably bring that another time. And in the Minority Report, I discussed this a little bit in Minority Report, but I want to show you something different here. So when people will say, they'll look at this and I say, oh, you know what? These guys look pretty fair skinned. You know, the Egyptians look like this and they look like that. Well, this is a drawing of the actual mural. And I'm going to show you what the mural looks like. This is a drawing of it, right? But what I want you to pay attention is look at the animals, okay? Look at the color of the animals. Do you see the ibex that's here, right here? The ibex that's here, right? And you see the ibex complexion, fur complexion matches the complexion of these two Egyptians. And you see the Asiatic's complexion matches that of the gazelle that is right here. So what they do in zooarchaeology is that they examine the fauna, look at the skeletal remains, look for any hair that's left behind and all other items, and they do a reconstruction of animals to see whether or not these variants still exist today or if they are extinct, okay? Now, we know these people who are here, people say, well, who are these people today? And that's what they look like. Well, you got to look at the complexion of the animals. These two animals that you see here are still alive today. The animals down here at the bottom, these are donkeys here at the bottom, okay? With gray fur. But we're going to look at this right here, the gazelle, and we're going to look at the ibex. The ibex looks like the same complexion as the Egyptians, and then the gazelle looks like the same complexion as these Asiatics. This is how you're able to determine complexion when you're looking at other details other than what you are trying to interpret from your own eyes, right? Now watch this. Pay attention to my screen, okay? This is what the mural actually looks like. Like I said, there's more writing. Here's your Medunetia right here. Here's another scene up here. There's another scene down here. Okay, there's some more Medunetia written up here. Okay. But if you're looking at this, this is the name of the individual right here. This is his name, Ibsha. This is his name right here. This is the one in the front. But look at this. This is them trying to restore the image, right? You see here is much lighter in color than the actual accumulation of other grit and grime elsewhere. And when you look at it, his complexion matches the same complexion of this gazelle. Now, what is also important to note in that actual drawing, it looks like as if this ibex fur complexion matches the same complexion as this Egyptian, but that is not entirely true. If you look at the Egyptian, they are a dark mahogany color, and this ibex is a more of a brownish color. Okay, and I'm gonna show you this because these variants of animals still exist today. So this ibex does not resemble the same complexion as the Egyptian, but the gazelle here resembles the same complexion of this Asiatic. And these Asiatics are representative of what Yosef and his family would have looked like coming into Kemet or Mizraim. So watch this. Let's keep going. All right. Here's another depiction here of the women and the other two men in the back. Right. You see the donkeys here. You see the children right here. Right. Now, look at this, family. Do you see this? This is the Gazelle Arabica. And this is the variant that I'm talking about. I'm going to show you a little bit more detail. This is what the gazelle would have looked like in these images right here in the back. You see at the back, the guy in the back that has the gazelle, the one where you see is kind of whited. They try to clean it out. This is what the gazelle looks like today. The same variant. Do you see that coat complexion, that dark tan, almost bronze color? Here's another one, right? And this is with immature fur that is growing out. That gets darker, like you can see up here on the one in the back. And here is, so you can look at it, the Gazelle Arabica or Arabica. This is the one right here, is the one that we see in there, and it breaks everything down when you look at the taxonomic chart. When we get to see, all the breakdown of different ones, the ones that are extinct, the ones that are still here today, the variant that we would have seen there either would have been the Dorcas or would have been the Arabica. And I just showed you images of what their fur looks like. The fur looks like this. Their fur looks like that. As a mature adult, this is what it looks like. This is another ancient picture of what it looks like. So when you go back and look at these murals, there's not a question to what the complexion of these peoples are, because you have the answer by looking at the same variant of animal that existed then that is still here today. It's that simple. It's that simple. I just explained it. I told you the gazelle arabica, Shema. Did you see? I just went over it. Did the image change? Did the image change for you? Here, let me bring it. Let me keep it on the screen. There you go. There you go. I'll leave it on the screen for you right there. All right. It says it right there at the top. Okay. Ariahu Williams. Yes, there are ways. You have to study zooarchaeology. If you want to get some information on zooarchaeology, email me and I can send you some references on it that you can read up on. It's a lot of good data on that from the region of Canaan, right? Or we would say is ancient Israel, or the Levant region. And you can see what animals were native there. And when you see animals in certain murals or certain depictions that are still alive today, then you don't have to misinterpret or guess or speculate what the people look like. I just simply gave you the answer right here. That's what it is. Okay, can y'all see that? Let me know if y'all see that. Hit 1 if you understand this. Hit 1. All right, hit 1 if you understand this. Hit 1. Let me know. Hit 1 if you can see it, if you understand it. Hit 1. So I know you're still rocking with me. All right. So these are things that I personally want to point out, because whenever somebody tries to say, oh, what complexion were you? Were they your complexion? Well, as you can see, they would have been slightly darker than me, right? They would have been a little bit more tan than me, a little more bronze than me, because they would have been in the sun more than I am. You know what I'm saying? So they would have been probably my complexion if they stayed indoors. And I know I look a little bit lighter on camera because I have lights around, but they would have been my complexion or darker. Now, I went to the last time I went to the zoo was like maybe 5 years ago. It was about 5 years ago I went to the zoo, and they had some gazelles there. And when I saw the gazelles, I looked at their coat, you know, the different ones that were there and the variations, and I looked at my skin. Didn't think nothing of it. Didn't think anything of it about 5, 6 years ago. Didn't think nothing of it. And then it clicked to me. My brother Mark Moore had made some kind of random point. I said, oh, that makes sense, because I study zooarchaeology, just like I study regular archaeology. But in the images, I went and researched to see what gazelle variant that was, and I found it. And when you go back and you look at those gazelles and you see that the variation and complexion of their fur color, you see it's like my complexion or slightly darker. It's very simple. This is not deep. You know what I'm saying? So whenever they try to tell you that, oh, these are not people of color, give them this. All right. You got my permission to use it. Give them this. All right. All right. Yasar, I don't know who you talking about. Who you talking about? Yeah, I can see that, Don Terry. Yasar, Yahawada, I don't know who you talking about. But if you're talking about me, you can definitely join in. All right. I'll bring you in and you can voice your opinion. All right. So Yasar, I don't know what you're talking about. If you're talking about me, let me know and I'll invite you in. I got time. I got about 30 minutes. I got time. All right. Give me something to do with this Freestyle Friday session until we go in tomorrow. All right. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what's going on because I'm not really looking at the chat like that. I'm just trying to give y'all some information. All right. So, shout out to everybody that joined in the chat. I'm sorry. I usually give my shout outs, but I'm a little thrown off today because of what happened earlier. So y'all forgive me for that. But nonetheless, I'm going to pull out some more information for y'all since we're already here. Okay. Let me bring out some more information since we're already here. All right. All right. Hold on. Let me go in my bag, man. Let me go in my bag. Let me see. Let me go in my bag. Y'all want to see me preaching in the old church when I was a Christian? Y'all want to see that? Hit 2. If not, I'm gonna keep going in with some more stuff. Hit 2 if y'all want to see that. Let me know. Got 30 minutes, man. Y'all let me know. If not, we're going to something else. All right. DJ, yes. O'Shea's like, nah, we don't want that. Shama's like, more anthropology. They saying they want to see it, man. They say they want to see it. Y'all want to see me preaching in the Christian church? Man. Y'all really want to see that? All right. I'll show it to y'all. Hold on. I'm going to show it to y'all. Hold on. I'm going to show it to y'all. I'm just gonna give you a few minutes of it. I ain't gonna bog you down with it. I'm gonna let y'all see. I think I could show this. Let me show this one. He said commercial break. Yeah, this is the commercial break. I'm gonna show you this. This is really interesting. Hold on. All right. All right. Y'all ready? Here we go. All right. Let me turn it up for y'all so you can see it. Well, I don't know if I'll be able to do it because I'm using this mic. I think I'm good. All right. Let me turn it here. I'm gonna play it for y'all, all right? So y'all can hear it. There's me right there. You see me right there? Let me go ahead and play it. Oh, hold on. I have it muted. You don't want that. I have it muted. All right. You don't want that. Hold on. Where is it playing at? Here we go. It's going to be from here. Let me fix that. There we go. All right. All right. Let's go back. Here we go. I'll show you some of this, man. Kill some time. All right. Here we go. Y'all ready? Ah. Okay. All right, here we go.
So now, because we are a holy nation, guess what? America is not our home. I don't think y'all believe me, but let me get Philippians 3:20-21. You're right. You gotta understand that, because the thing that's going on here, man, I tell you, every day I go outside, I see something. I'm saying, Lord, I'm glad that you set me apart, but that even tells me I want to get somebody else into my home. I don't want to be selfish. I want a whole bunch of neighbors up there. Some people want to keep that stuff to themselves, but we can get into that. So Philippians 3:20-21. Well, our citizenship is in heaven. Well, hold on. Our citizenship is where? In heaven. Keep going. From which we also eagerly await for the Savior. Eagerly await for the Savior, or the ambassador. Now think about this. When an American goes overseas and commits a crime and something happens, he can take refuge in the where? Where can he go to take refuge at? Embassy. The embassy, right? The embassy, right? So you go to the embassy, right? Then you have an ambassador that's there in that embassy. That ambassador has the power through negotiation to get that individual back to their home. Now, I don't know if you're looking at it, but this nation over here, the church is my embassy. Whenever I'm in trouble outside, the enemy's moving on me, I'm going up in here. Hallelujah. Amen. Okay. And now, as a nation, we are one body united by Christ. And if you go to 1 Corinthians 12, 14, 20, it tells us that we're all one body in Christ. But the important thing is here that therefore we should all be of one accord. The only way a nation can be powerful is through unity. What did Jesus say? He said that if a house is divided against itself, it can't stand. So therefore, we're not speaking on one accord. How are we going to stand? Even if we put the armor on, if we put the priestly robes on, if we're not here to unite with one another, how can we stand? Now, you know what? I don't think you'll believe me on that. Let me get 1 Corinthians 1 and 10. I want to make sure this is what the Lord is saying, not me. I don't want nobody.
Y'all be nice, man.
1 Corinthians 1 and 10 says, now I beseech you, or I beg you, or I plead with you, brethren, by the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, that ye all speak the same thing. And that what? And that there be no divisions among you, but that ye be perfectly joined together in the same mind and in the same judgment. Now we wonder why we as a church can't see forward and there's no unity. There's no unity. Everybody's speaking a different thing. Everybody has a different agenda. Nobody's in here so that others can get saved. People want a position. They want to be on the choir. They want to sit here. They want to be an usher. They want to...
Yo, thanks for the offering, Get Wise. Thanks for the offering. We're going to pass the offering plate around.
They want to come in and declare their conscience, but yet they don't want to unite together. That's not just click in here. We need to click them out. Somebody told me that.
And just click in there, you're going to click out.
Everybody gets to say,
see all these different denominations. And we're all one body. How we're all speaking a different thing.
Something's going on out there. God didn't sit there and set up a faith that people are one. It's one way. One way. One Lord. One faith. One baptism. The Lord God is one.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
It's through love.
I don't love you, I ain't gonna be with you. I like you today, I hate you tomorrow. You know what God said? God said, how can you say you love me? You hate your brother. You ain't never seen me. I brought the heavens for you. I don't know what's on the dream when you don't like that brother next to you. God said, I'm walking in darkness. The word tells me that God is light. So God is light, I'm walking in darkness, the two can't be together. I got to put a lamp there in that darkness. I had to do the word and say, Lord, search me. Yes. You know what the psalmist said? He said, listen, I ain't nothing wrong, but Lord, you search me. You search me. Yeah. You don't want to be searched by God.
They want other people. Search me. Yo, this is nuts, man. All right. That's enough of that. That's enough of that. Unless y'all want to see more. Oh man. I have a whole bunch of footage, man, from all these places I used to preach at, man. Wow. That's throwback for real, man. All right, so you want me to keep going? Kendrick, I got something like that. You want to see that? Let me know if you want to see that, man. This could be Throwback Fridays. Let me know if you want to see that. I got more footage. People say, oh, you look older in there. I look older there? That's crazy. That might be a good thing. Is if I'm looking young as I'm getting older, you can't beat that. You feel me? Y'all want to see more? Come on, man. Stop that. Y'all hitting too? Y'all want to see more? Or you want me to keep going? Again, this is just me just just freestyling, man. I'm just shooting off the dome because I didn't have nothing planned for a Freestyle Friday today. But if y'all want me to throw another small clip on, let me know. Otherwise, we can keep going. How old was I there? I think I was 27. That was in 2010. So that was 10 years ago, almost 10 years ago. Yeah, no beard. KB said, any dancing? All right, y'all want to see another one? Let me know. Y'all want to see another one, man. See, look, the reason why I'm being transparent right now, because some of these Christians don't think I was ever a Christian. Like I wasn't going hard body. You know what I'm saying? Like I wasn't in the churches preaching the gospel and all of that. Like I've been there and done that, man. Like I did all of that. You feel what I'm saying? Like, so I'm showing y'all my history. Like this is what I was doing. You know what I'm saying? Like when I first in 2008 decided that I was going to just go back into this Christian thing, from 2008 to 2013, man. You know what I'm saying? Well, 2012, transition in 2012. I think from 2008 2012, about 4 years, I was going hard with it. You know what I'm saying? And then I started withdrawing from it in 2012, going into 2013 and transitioning. You know what I'm saying? But I was going hard, man. You know, I preached in so many different cities, and you know, look at JT. Look, Nathan and JT in there. JT just hating. I just took him out earlier with his Matthew 21 and 43. I body bagged that. He's like, you never preached the gospel. Yeah, Nathan Walker, you know why a lot of us came from the Christian church? Because we grew up in the Christian church. It's not like we had a choice. It's not like I had an objective choice to choose what it was that I wanted to be exposed to. You feel what I'm saying? Like my children are being raised in this Torah culture. It's different. So they're not going to say, oh, I came from a Christian church. They're never going to have that testimony because that's not how they grew up. You know what I'm saying? Brother JT said, what is the gospel? So as a Christian, the gospel is threefold. Justification, which means you're justified from the penalty of sin. Sanctification, which means that you are what? Sanctified by what? From the power of sin, because now you have the Spirit. And glorification, which means what? That you're glorified from the presence of sin. Justification, sanctification, glorification. Threefold is your salvation. Now I can get deeper for you because you asked me what the gospel is. That's salvation. Now, if you're saying that that's part of the gospel, that's fine. You want to go to 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verses 1 and 2, where it says, I've given you first what the gospel is. If you're saying that's what the gospel is, you're going according to Paul's theology. That's your business. I'm saying as a Christian, I was teaching all of that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Shay, yeah, they could go live. Bro, JT, if you want to turn up, let's go. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? Akil Taylor said, no, bro, stop playing. Somebody, let me see the dancing videos. He said, invite them. Like, yo, Nathan and JT, both of y'all can get on if y'all want. I'll bring you both on at the same time. Let me know. We could do this tonight. I got 15 minutes, 20 minutes. All right? Let me know. Yasar, I'll send you the link too. You can jump in as well. I think I'm gonna show another video since they said, oh, you don't know the gospel. Yo, I was going hard with this thing, man. Let me show you. Y'all want to see another video clip? Why did you leave the gospel? I didn't leave the gospel. You know what happened? I found out what the gospel really is. That Christian smoke and mirror shroud, I've removed that. And I realized it goes back to Isaiah 52 and Isaiah 61. That's what the gospel is. Okay? So if you want to keep it a buck, that's what it is. You feel what I'm saying? Jessica said, you want to see it too, sis? All right. So let me do this. All right. Bro, JT, if you and Nathan want to get on, let me know. I'll send you the link. You can join in. Bro, JT, you can get this work again. You feel what I'm saying? And Brother Nathan, you can get this work again too with love. Because Brother Nathan, he's really sincere, man. That brother is really sincere, man. Brother JT, I don't know about him, man. I don't know. He's cool, but he's a little bugged out. I don't know. You feel what I'm saying? I had to wash you up, you know, via the comments, and then I wash you up again here. So it's not going to work, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, make sure both of y'all tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm smashing everything. I'm going to bring up so many terms. Your minds are going to be boggled. Like, I didn't know about this and I didn't know about that. Bringing up all of these medical journals and scientific articles in regards to the insight into Christianity. Yo, it's crazy what I'm about to do tomorrow, man. I was going to do it tonight. It's crazy. It's crazy what I was about to do tonight. But I'm going to wait till tomorrow. Brother JT, you and Nathan, make sure you join in because I'm going to show you some crazy stuff. And if y'all still Christians, after the stuff that I show y'all, hey, there's nothing else I can say about that, man. Nothing else I can say about that. But that's your business. That's your business. All right. So I'm gonna put up another video. I'm gonna wait, right? I'm gonna put up another video and I'm gonna wait, right? Because again, they don't understand anything about culture, right? They're religiously tied into this presuppositional position they have of being a Christian. It's like the blinders are right here and they can't see nothing. I took the blinders off because I realized that that text is cultural information that's passed down from one generation to another to wake them up in the future, any event that they would be carried away into captivity and would have to know who they are and be able to live in that culture, not religion. And I'm going to show you the difference in neurology between religion and culture and the parts of the brain that's activated. We're going to go into neurotheology and neuroanthropology. I was going to go in it tonight, but I had some technical difficulties. But yo, wait till tomorrow. We're going to go in. It's crazy. We're going to go in. We're going to go in. All right. Qualify your Christian statement. Yasar, who are you talking to me? Kendrick, the Paul moment is when you start boasting, right? If people say, oh, you boasting. I'm like, if I'm boasting, then let me have my Paul moment. I ain't boasting right now, but if I'm boasting, let me get my Paul moment. Oh, by the way, those shirts are coming. My Paul moment, those shirts are coming, man. Hashtag my Paul moment. Those shirts are coming soon, man. I know those are going to sell. Christians are going to buy that thing out, but they don't know the context. That's what they do. They get all excited, like, oh, I like this shirt. They don't know the context. The context is referring back to the video that I did, my Paul moment. All right, my Paul moment. So Nathan, is you ready? Turn my mic up. Turn my mic up. Brother JT, is you ready? Yasar, is you ready? Is y'all ready? Let me know if y'all ready. Yo. Hey, don't let me start battle rapping up in here, man. Turn my mic up. Turn my mic up. Now, we ain't going in yet. Yo, my keys, Yasharala, we ain't going in yet. Tomorrow, we're going to go in. Tomorrow's going to look really ugly. It's going to be really ugly, man. It's going to be predator face ugly. It's going to be ugly. So, they want this work. So, what I'm going to do for y'all, I'm going to send y'all the link. All right. So, bro, JT, Nathan, and Yasar, all three of y'all. There's my email. Email me right now, and I will send you the link. We're not doing no calls. I want you to get on camera so we can see your face. Email me. Fax Ariyahu. Email me. I'm going to wait. I'm going to give y'all some time. If y'all afraid to get on camera, that's fine. We'll get the audio right here. Okay? Email me. Come on. Don't waste my time. All right? Yasar, bro JT, and Nathan, email me, my brothers. Get on. All three of y'all get on here, man. All three of y'all. All right? Let's go. But yeah, man, once I'm done with this tomorrow, man, there's so many terms I'm going to be pulling out. You're going to be like, oh, what is that? So many terms are going to, I just mentioned some of them before the live stream before messed up. It's going to be a wrap, bro. It's going to be a wrap. And I want y'all to share this information with every Christian that you know, not to belittle them, not to disrespect them, not to shame them, but to give them objective data so they can determine and be more well-informed as to whether or not they want to continue down that path. Because we don't do blind faith here, man. When you walk with culture, there's no blind faith. You ain't got to fill things. You ain't got to do all of that. Bro, JT, you saying LOL, I still ain't get your email. Where's the email at? Nathan, I got your email. Here you go, Nathan. Here's the link. You got the link, Nathan. Click on that link and jump in here. Bro, JT, let's go. Yasar, get up in here. Let's go. Y'all just disappeared. Where y'all at? You still saying LOL? Why are you not on here? What's going on? Chris, you crazy, Chris. Yeah, Seth, I am. I'm going in on him tomorrow, man. It's a wrap tomorrow, man. All right, Yasar, you said you send it. Let's see. I didn't get your email. Okay, I got your email. All right, here you go. Now you got the link. Brother JT, stop talking. Let's go. All three of y'all, get up in here. Let's go. Come on, let's go. I sent y'all the link. Click on the link. Let's go. I don't want no excuses, man. Let's go. Where y'all at? Come on, don't have us waiting, man. Facts. Facts. My sister said blind faith, but you up in here with us, though. Yeah. All the time they hear. Every time they get that bell notification where Divine is going live or new videos uploaded, they the first ones on it. They more faithful than the rest of y'all. All right, my brother Nate, he's here. So Nate is in the building. All right, Nate, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm out here in the truck, man.
So just hold on.
All right.
No problem, my brother. Hold on for 1 second. Let me get the two other codees up in here. All right. I'm gonna mute you for 1 second. All right. So we waiting on the other two codees. Where y'all at, man? Where's co-defendants at? Come on, I sent you the link, Yashar. Let's get up in here, man. Brother JT, I ain't see nothing from you, man. All right. Where you at? You can't talk. He got a family. He in bed right next to his significant other, and he in here with me arguing. That was the excuse last time, right? I mean, me and Brother JT spoke before, but if I come on, you not going to change your doctrine. What? Yo, just email me. What is all this talking for? Where you at? Just get in here, man. Come on, man. Step outside the room for a second, man, and this rap. Come on, y'all. You're about to get cross-examined, man. Come on, let's get up in here. Don't let Nathan stay in here by himself, man. Don't do that to this brother, man. Me and Nathan had a great build. He can hold his own, but today I'm just gonna go in. Yasar, where you at, man? You was wolfing all of that. Where you at? You're not here. So it's just gonna be me and Nathan. It's gonna be me, my brother Nathan. You see that? This is one of the rare channels where an individual is allowing people from the audience to come in and actually build. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm humble enough to do that. I don't mind doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I learn, they learn, and we build. But as you can see, I don't know where he's at. So Nathan, my brother, me and you going to start talking right now. I gave Yashar the link. He ain't here. He's probably going to claim he's having technical difficulties, and JT is going to say he's in bed with his wife. I don't know. So let me go ahead and start. All right? Let me get start. All right, my brother Nate, what's going on? The people know you by now. This is like, what, your third appearance? Third or fourth?
Yeah, man. I mean, it might be a little dark back here. I'm in my truck, man. I'm out here on the road.
That's fine.
I'm sitting here watching you, man. I'm like, okay, waiting on this shop to open, but.
All right, hold on. We got somebody in the building. Hold on. All right, who's this?
It's Yasar.
Yasar. All right, cool. Yasar's here. All right, bro, JT, I don't know where you at. I have no clue where you at, but wherever you done, whatever you doing, make sure you bring your behind up in here, all right? Because you always in the chat, man. Always trolling the chat, but you never want to step up to the plate. All right, so my brother Nathan, the people know you. Let me let the brother Yasar, let him introduce himself to the people. Go ahead, you got the floor.
It's Shalom, family. That's all I got to say. I'm just here to build with you, brother.
No doubt. Okay. So it seemed like you had some grievances based on the word Christian. Is that true?
Right. I wanted to know exactly what you meant. What you mean when you say you Christians? Put that in the context for me.
Facts. Okay. Are you a Christian?
Well, my stance is my nationality and bloodline is Israel. I'm an Israelite tribe of Judah. And my religion is the Christian faith. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why I wanted you to qualify your statement. Do you mean this modern day version of Christianity, or are you referring to just overall you reject the Christian faith? I want to know exactly what you mean.
Gotcha. So when I say it colloquially speaking, I'm referring to the Orthodox definition of the term Christian, right? And that Orthodox term for today is one that believes in the triune God and believes in the death, burial, and resurrection of God the Son. All right. And that you can only get salvation by accepting Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. All right. And these tenets have been established through various creeds over time, as well as church history, where church fathers have wrote and left a corpus or litany of information that builds up into the complex theology of Christianity that exists today. Now, if you're telling me that you're an Israelite by blood as far as your identity, and you're a Christian by your religious disposition, I have some issues with that, right? And I'm gonna tell you why I have an issue with that. My question to you is this, my brother. In regards to history, scholars call a particular sect of individuals Jewish Christians, okay? And then they separate those individuals from other Christians. And there's a reason why they call them Jewish Christians in regards to academia identifying these sects. But the sects themselves never call themselves Jewish Christians. These would be your native Yehudim that lived during the time of Yeshua and his disciples, or his Talmudim. And during that period of time, they would have been more grounded because they kept Torah and they accepted Yeshua as a Messiah figure to them. Okay. So if you are calling yourself a Christian, I want to know, is this something that you're doing that's modern, or are you tracing your pedigree back to these Yehudim that existed during that period of time and what they were calling themselves? There were several sects during that period of time that kept the law and received Yeshua, but they did not call themselves Christians. They were called Christians externally, all the way to the point where it became so common they were being called this, that Cephas or Peter says, if you're going to suffer as a Christian, then do A, B, and C, meaning that that was a stigmatized term that was applied to these individuals because it was still believed in its earlier stages to be a sect of what's called Judaism. So what is your historical pedigree to what group during that period of time that was walking around who were Yehudim or Jews that were calling themselves Christians? Can you tell me what sect or what group you can tie your pedigree or your lineage back to?
Well, I'm going to say this. Let me say this. Let me articulate myself properly and clearly. Let me be concise. Certain scholastical talking points I don't respect. So when you tell me what scholars say, just because a scholar said it and wrote it in the book and used certain semantics, that don't determine my stance. You understand what I'm saying? And now I say that to say this, because you said that, and correct me if I'm wrong, the title Christian, you saying it was stigmatized, as in what you saying it was derogatory? What do you mean by that? Would be
like if I was white and I called you a nigger, that's what that's what it is. And then over time, guess what? That term nigger becomes nigga and it becomes a term of endearment, right? So that's what I'm talking about. But the initial usage of it within its context was not anything that was really positive. And the reason why is because after Yeshua died, guess what? The infamy of what he did in regards to his resistance against the Pharisees and Sadducees and the scribes was a notoriety that preceded his followers, meaning that they were not respected because they believed that they were following a crazy man that was teaching this doctrine and he got killed for it. So they identify them with this individual. This is before it became widespread and started really growing. But they, external group, when they got to a particular area in Antioch, they called them that. And again, that term Christian was not even a term that they would have used back then, because if you understand what vernacular of language they used in Syria at that time and what they were speaking, they were Aramaic speakers. And then later on, you know, after the rise of Christianity, you have Syriac being developed in that region. You'll understand that even that word Christian is not something that was a localized word, or even a word in existence to them at that time. This was something that would have been a Greek appellation that would have been applied to them. You know what I'm saying? So if you're saying you're a Christian, I need you to just tell me, forget the scholars. I'm just saying, when I bring up scholars are just citing primary sources.
Right.
And the primary sources you have on these groups were from their opponents because their works were destroyed or lost, etc. So church fathers that existed during that period of time were talking about other groups that were following the apostles, and they were saying that these dudes here who claim they're still keeping the law and yet receiving Yeshua as a messianic figure, that they are very poor in their understanding. They don't know what they're talking about, and that they're heretics. So these people did not say, yeah, we're Christians. No, they didn't identify as that. That's what was applied to them. So I'm just concerned as to why are you calling yourself a Christian and you identify as an Israelite when the Israelites that was around during that time period with Yeshua and even after his death, they weren't calling themselves Christians.
All right. So I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna ask you this.
Facts.
What did Peter say concerning Christians?
Okay, and that's what I had mentioned. I said that over time that he accepted that term. That term became
right.
Yeah.
And I agree with that. I concur with you in that. Now, what position did Peter hold amongst the apostles?
Peter was second to Jacob or James.
Well, what did Christ say concerning Peter's position? Let me rephrase my question to that.
You want to talk about where he said, "Get behind me, Satan," and then follows up with, "I'm gonna give you the keys to the kingdom."
Right.
Okay.
So he said, Peter, you got the keys to the kingdom, so on and so forth, right?
Okay.
So now, if over time he accepted the term, right, and Christ, right, said what he said to him concerning his position with the whole movement, and with that being the case, who am I to go a different avenue or to go a different way with it? If Peter, right, who Christ said, "Hey, I'm giving you the keys."
Okay.
If he himself, in process of time, accepted that title, why not we? If we followers of Christ, you understand what I'm saying? Now, hold on. Let me say this also. Because again, I understand what the scholars say and it being a stigma and all of that. I don't care about none of that. If Peter accepted the term, I accept the term. So when I refer to myself as a Christian, all I'm doing is following the apostolic tradition. And when I'm talking about the apostolic tradition, speaking of scholars as they refer to the primitive church, the original setup, I subscribe to that. You understand what I said? Let me
I'm very familiar with your position.
I know you're a very knowledgeable brother. You got a lot of information. I just wanted to make myself clear on that. As far as me referring to myself as a Christian, if you accepted that term, who are you to reject it and to do so by referencing scholars? I don't understand that mind frame. So help me to understand that mind frame.
All right, I'll walk you through it. Okay, that's not a problem.
Hey, Divine, can I give you one question while when you make your
sure, go ahead.
There? I want to add this question to you when you explain that. Why do you think Peter called them Christian first in Antioch in Acts 11?
Okay, I'll address that too.
Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna address the brother, and I'm gonna mute you real quick, Yasar. All right, and you too, Nate, just so I can speak this. So he asked me, "Who am I to change something that was already established that we read within the text?" Right. And what I'm simply saying to him is that I'm not changing anything. I'm giving you the context. So let's read the context real quick. I'm gonna get it in Acts, and we're gonna go into Peter so we can read the context. Okay, this is why this is important. And if you don't want to go into scholarly references, if you don't want to go to primary sources, I mean, that's fine. If you don't want to do that, if you just want to use the Bible, that's fine. If you want to get into textual criticism, that's fine. If you don't want to get into original language, that's fine. I'm gonna meet you where you at, and we can rock. All right. So let's get the context. Let me get Acts real quick. Let me get Acts. We're gonna read this. All right. Let me bring it up. Right. And here in Acts chapter 11, and we're going to go to verse 25. And it says, then Barnabas went to Tarsus to look for Shaul. And when he found him, he brought him back to Antioch. So for a full year, they met together with the church and taught large numbers of people. The disciples were first called Christians at Antioch. In those days, some prophets came down from Jerusalem to Antioch, and then it goes on and on. The key thing is here, it says the disciples were first called Christians at Antioch. The disciples did not call themselves that. I could see if the text says that the disciples identified themselves as Christian, presented themselves as Christian. If they said this, then I would understand that. That's not what happened. So that's me accepting a stigmatized term that was applied to the disciples by people that lived in Antioch. That's just like me today saying, okay, I'm okay with calling myself a nigger because white people call my ancestors in America that. And who am I to change the fact that they were able to call us that and we accepted that term and now it's a term of endearment? It should just be part of our culture. It's okay for us to be niggers. That is the same context. And you got to remember, they were being persecuted at this time. So when you understand the psychology of why Peter is writing in regards to First Peter and who his audience is and who he's writing to, he makes it very clear. So let's get First Peter and let's read First Peter to see his audience that he's writing to in First Peter chapter 1, verse 1. And then we're going to go to First Peter chapter 4 and get the context and see what's going on. So First Peter chapter 1 says, since therefore Christ suffered in the flesh, arm yourselves with the same way of thinking, for whoever has suffered in the flesh has ceased from sin, so as to live from the rest of the time in the flesh. I'm reading 4:1. Let me get 1:1. I'm sorry. Peter, an apostle of Jesus Christ, to those who are the exiles of the dispersions in Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Asia, Bithynia, according to the foreknowledge of God the Father and the sanctification of the Spirit, for obedience to Jesus Christ and for sprinkling with his blood, may grace and peace be multiplied to you. So now he is writing to people who have been persecuted to the point of being exiled. That is their state. Okay. A term was used early in the ministry where they were called Christians by a particular sect, and that term stuck with them. They didn't call themselves that. Yeshua, when he was alive, never called them that. He didn't say, y'all are Christians. When y'all go out, y'all be Christians. He told them, when y'all go out, make disciples, not make Christians, not call people Christians, call yourselves Christians, make disciples. That's why I say Talmudim, which simply means students or disciples in Hebrew. This is what he commanded them to do. So now if we go there to chapter 4, and after that, I'll let you speak after that. He's talking about suffering in verse 12. Beloved, do not be surprised at the fiery trial when it comes up upon you to test you, as though something strange were happening to you. But rejoice in so much as you share Christ's sufferings, that you may also rejoice and be glad when his glory is revealed. If you are insulted, pay attention to the words. If you are insulted for the name of Christ, you are blessed because the spirit of glory and of God rests upon you. But let none of you suffer as a murderer or a thief or an evildoer or as a meddler. And the reason why is because if they do those things, then they are entitled to the suffering that they're getting, and it's not righteous suffering. He says, but let none of you suffer as these things. Yet if anyone suffers as a Christian, if you suffer as a Christian, he didn't say, well, you're suffering because y'all are Christians. But if you suffer as a Christian, if we go back to antebellum South during the time right before the Civil War, where black, African Americans, blacks, Negroes, whatever you want to call them, that existed during that time period. And then you had these abolitionists that are coming, and they're trying to assist with the manumission of the peoples in the South. They've been called nigger all their life, nigger all their life. And excuse my language if it's profane to you that are listening out there, but they've been called nigger all their life. It gets to a point where these abolitionists, in order for them to kind of be subtly racist, but not overtly racist, they'll preach a sermon to them and say, listen, yes, in the South, you're what's called niggers, but if you're going to be a nigger and suffer as a nigger, right, be the best that you can be. So if they keep applying this term to you, it will be of no effect. It won't have no power over you. But it also justifies them. If they want to call them a nigger, they can call them a nigger because they've accepted it up until this point. So the key thing that I'm saying is he's saying, yet if you suffer as a Christian, that's like me saying to them, if y'all suffer as a nigger, they're calling you a nigger, the base people, of people who are ignorant, who are dumb, who are devoid of knowledge and understanding of history, who are no better than the beasts of the field. If you suffer as a nigger, then be not ashamed. And actually, there were sermons preached like that in the South. And I'll probably bring that up on a follow-up live stream. That they told them, like, not the slave master. The slave master would have like a chaplain or a priest that would come and do sermons, or sometimes they may do it themselves if they're clergy. And they would preach messages to them to accept this term nigger, like it was proper, and say, listen, you're a nigger, yes, but just because you're a nigger does not mean that you're not able-bodied to do the work that we're telling you to do. You're smart enough to be able to perform these acts. So he says, if you suffer as a Christian, let him not be ashamed, but let him glorify God in that name. What name? Christian. In the name Christian, then we see the term insult in verse 14. It's very clear with context what is going on here. He is not saying Christian is something, is like a badge of honor. He's saying if you suffer as a Christian, because the Christians, the external term that was placed on the disciples and the followers of Yeshua, they were called that by these people. And because they were stigmatized with this term based on openly what they were teaching and what they were doing, they were suffering for it. So he says, yet if anyone suffers as a Christian, don't be ashamed, but let him glorify God in that name as a Christian. He's not saying it's okay to be a Christian. You are a Christian. He's just saying if you suffer as a Christian, because the Christians were suffering during that time period. They were exiled. Anytime people saw them, that stigmatized term would follow them. Just like Israel has bywords attached to them, it's the same thing that happened back then. Am I saying that you or anybody else is wrong if you decide to call yourself a Christian? That's your business. All I'm simply saying is, if you're saying that you're a Christian simply because Peter referenced the word, and we find it in Acts chapter 11, and because those words are there, it's okay to apply it to ourselves, regardless of the context, that's why I have an issue, because I have to ask you, the pedigree, where does your pedigree trace back to? Does it trace back to the first Yehudim that existed during that time period, who were walking around with the apostles? What did they teach? What did they call themselves? They call themselves the followers of the way. They call themselves Nazarenes. You don't see them walking around and say, yeah, we Christians. The converts, the Gentile converts, were calling themselves Christians. They took on that term so they can share in the sufferings with the other Yahudim who were the earliest followers of Yeshua. That what was going historically. That's what was happening. You see, when Paul, they try to associate him with the Nazarene sect, he said, nah, I'm part of the way. He didn't say Christian. Did you hear Paul? Let me ask you, did Paul call himself a Christian? I'm going to unmute this, and then I'm going to answer your question, my brother Nate. Yasar, did Paul call himself a Christian? And if so, if he didn't, why not?
You said, say that again?
Did Paul call himself a Christian?
I don't recall him calling himself a Christian. I may be wrong, or correct me if I'm wrong. Did he call himself a Christian?
No.
All right, let me say this.
And I'm gonna get another scripture once you're done. Go ahead, Al.
Because one thing I'm not gonna do is I'm not gonna put the apostles against one another. I'm not gonna do that. That's divisive, and it makes no sense to do that. But let me say this though. Right now, you said very, very briefly.
Mm-hmm.
Edify 1 Peter's 4 and 16 for me again.
You say you want me to read 1 Peter 4 and 16?
Yeah.
Okay.
Edify that for me again, as you just did. Do it again for me, but just real briefly.
Real briefly. Okay. It says, yet if anyone suffers as a Christian, let him not be ashamed, but let him glorify God in that name. Okay. So here we see in verse 14, it says, if you're insulted for the name of Christ, you are blessed. And then he goes on here and said, if you suffer as a Christian, let him not be ashamed, but let him glorify God in that name. Right. So what we're seeing here is that because the earliest followers were being called Christians by an external group, Peter is saying that if you suffer as a Christian, right, which means they're attaching them to their leader, don't be ashamed, but glorify God in that name. So the text is very clear in what it's conveying to the reader. And it's not saying, and Peter is not saying that you are a Christian. He's not saying that you guys are Christians. He's saying if you suffer, the key word is there, conditional. If anyone suffers as a Christian, right, let him not be ashamed.
See, how could I say this? You're a very technical brother, right? And it's a stumbling block for you. You understand me? Because it's very clear what the text is saying. It's very clear what Peter is referring to. When he say, if ye suffer as a Christian, he's only referring to, in other words, if ye suffer as a follower of Christ. This is what he's saying. This is very simple. Listen, if ye suffer as a follower of Christ, let me read the text.
Go ahead. Is it connected to Acts 11?
No, 1 Peter 4:16.
Go ahead.
Well, we were just at.
Yeah, go ahead.
You hear me? You there?
I'm here. Go ahead.
So yet, if any man suffer as a Christian, let him not be ashamed, but let him glorify God on this behalf. Salak, let him glorify God on this behalf. All he's saying is, and we can revisit this at another time.
Okay.
When I have all of my precepts in front of me.
No problem. Hello?
Peter's making this.
Okay, there we go. I can hear you. Go ahead. You cut off for a second.
I ain't hear you. You said something?
Yeah, I said you cut out for a second. Go ahead. I can hear you now.
Oh, Salak, what was the last thing you heard?
When you said that we could talk about this at another time when you have your precepts in front of you, and then it cut out.
Oh yeah, I said I wasn't fully prepared. I just came up on here. I came up on the humble for us to build.
No doubt.
We could do it again. It ain't nothing.
Okay.
But going back to the precept, what Peter is saying is, all he's saying is, if he suffer as a follower of Christ, just be not ashamed. But let him glorify God on his behalf. Just let it be to the glory of the Father. It's nothing to be ashamed about. It's nothing to what's the word that I'm looking for? It's nothing to be if contentious is the proper word to use. He's just saying embrace it. Embrace what comes our way as being a follower of Christ, because following Christ, we already know what came with the territory. He wasn't playing semantics or doing any of that other stuff that Edomite theology try to place on the apostles and try to place on our records. That foreign theology holds no weight with our records. first of all, the term Christian only means follower of Christ, right? Because perspective is everything. If you be technical and you talking about conditions and conditional terms and you using all of this terminology that Israel, we don't even understand none of this stuff. The Lord came for the lowly. We don't understand all of these high scholastical terms and none of that. We not dealing with none of that. This book is very simple. And when you look at it from a simple, from in the spirit of simplicity, everything is right there before your eyes. Let me go to Matthew's real quick.
Okay.
Go to Matthew's 4 and 18.
Uh-huh.
Let's go there. 4 and 18.
Okay.
It's now, mind you, again, what does the term dealing with etymology? What does Christian mean?
Well, the best way to discern that is to look it up in a lexicon to understand what it means in the original language's context, right? So if you want me to get that for you, I can get it for you real quick. So let me pull it up.
Yeah, you could do that real quick.
All right, so I got
my knowledge, it means a follower of Christ, to follow the anointed one.
Mm-hmm.
And we know Christ, going back to the Hebrew, to the language, is Mashiach or Mashiach. So we know going to the Greek, it's the anointed one, correct?
So let me read this for you real quick, okay? This is something that you can get from a free lexicon online, right? It's called Thayer's Greek Lexicon. And it explains that this term that we're talking about, which is Christianos, right? Or Christianos, is a Christian, a follower of Christ. And it gives you the three places where it's used: Acts 11:26, Acts 26:28, 1 Peter 4 and 16. Now listen to this. It says the name was first given to the worshipers of Jesus by the Gentiles, but from the 2nd century and started with Justin Martyr's Apology onward, it was accepted by them as a title of honor. Prior to the 2nd century, you know, during the time where the stuff is written that we're talking about, it was not a badge of honor.
I disagree with that, but we not gonna go into that.
No problem.
Because you have disciples of the apostles that refer to themselves as Christians way before the 2nd century, when you even get to Justin Martyr and Tertullian and all of them other dudes.
Mm-hmm.
We have brothers that embraced that title before that. So I disagree with that, with the latter description of that term. I'm gonna just deal with the beginning of it, saying a Christian is a follower of Christ. The rest of that, I disagree with that, but we could get into that another time.
Okay, but go ahead.
Now, Matthew's 4:18. Matthew's 4 and 18, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as far as brothers who embraced that before Justin Martyr, just to throw a few names out there: Ignatius, right?
Mm-hmm.
Polycarp,
Mm-hmm.
talking about real live outstanding members of the movement who died for this, real followers of Christ. You understand me? So Justin Martyr came long after them brothers. So I disagree with that. But let me get back to my point though. Matthew's 4 and 18. It say, in Christ, walking by the sea of Galilee, saw two brethren, Simon called Peter and Andrew his brother, casting a net into the sea, for they were fishers. And he saith unto them, follow me, and I will make you fishers of men. And they straightway left their nets and followed him. So, in addition to me calling myself a Christian, because Peter had no issue with the title, also my perspective is also based on Matthew's 4:18 down to 20, verse 20. And they let me start at 19 again. And he said unto them, speaking of Christ, follow me, and I will make you fishers of men. Follow me. and they straightway left their nets and followed them. So if the term means follower of Christ, in here we have in the text, right? Follow me, okay, and straightway meaning immediately they followed him. I mean, this is the true beginnings of the Christian faith right here. Brothers follow the Messiah. So I don't really understand why just I'm not a Christian, and I don't understand that mindset or mentality when it's clear in the text what it means to be a Christian. That's why I asked you to qualify that statement. Was you speaking about the patristic era with the patristic fathers when half-stepping Gentiles came into the movement and they defiled it with mysticism and all types of heresies? Is you talking about going into the 4th century with the Nazi Council when it got turned out by the Romans? I mean, this thing went through many phases, because I'm talking about the original beginnings of it. The Christian faith was started by us, by Israelites. That's our thing. That's our religion. It was taken over by Gentiles. I don't know if you know the history. I'm not going to get into all that. But that's why I asked you to qualify your statement. Or you talking about modern day Christianity, right? Like I don't understand it, brother.
So let me help you out. Let me help you out. All right. So I'm thoroughly familiar with church history. You had referenced Polycarp, right, which is from the Johannine sect, and Irenaeus, which was his pupil, right? Justin Martyr is a contemporary of Irenaeus. So you can go back and look that up and check it out for yourself.
I didn't say Irenaeus though, but I know Irenaeus.
You said Irenaeus and Polycarp. You mentioned both of them.
No, I said Ignatius.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't say Irenaeus.
Okay, my bad.
Irenaeus, contemporary to Justin Martyr. I'm talking about before them brothers.
Okay, so you believe Polycarp was an Israelite?
Yes, I do.
Or for what evidence? That's not. I'm trying to figure out where you get that from.
That's going into the history. We could do that on the follow-up bill.
Yeah. Let's do that. All right. And the reason why I say that is because what I'm simply trying to give you is context. And what I'll do is I'll try to base as much as I can on the scriptures, because it seems like if I venture outside of that, you're not going to be receptive to it.
Listen to me, Divine. I don't have no problem with you doing that. You hear me?
Cool. So what I'm saying
is, hold on. Let me say this real quickly.
Go ahead.
Salat. Go ahead, Salat.
No,
I was cut the man off while he's speaking. Salat.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So I'm just going to give you Acts 24:5, right? Just as some form of context, right? And this has to do with Tertullus prosecuted Shaul, right? In Acts chapter 24. When they had grabbed him up, it says that we have found this man to be a nuance. This is Acts 24:5, stirring up dissension amongst the Jews all over the world. He is a ringleader of the sect of the Nazarenes. Now, the Israelites during that time, they called themselves Nazarenes. That's what they would have been known by, as the Nazarene. So I'm saying that to say, within context, this is before Peter's writing First Peter. Peter has not written First Peter at this point. Okay, he doesn't write that to after Paul dies and to after the exile, after 70 AD, give or take. All right, so they're known as the Nazarenes because this is what they call themselves. And then Paul went to go respond to that, and Paul says himself, that he's of the way.
Right.
He doesn't say the term Christians. You know why? Because that has not stuck yet. At this point in history, that does not stick until much later on, after Paul's persecuted, after 70 AD, after the exile, after they've been persecuted and chased while they were being exiled. So I'm saying that term did not become a term that they accepted until much later on in the history. And then afterwards, after the apostles die off, that term is still something that wasn't a term of endearment, wasn't a badge of honor. That didn't happen to almost the 2nd century. While they're being persecuted in the first century, transition to the second century, a lot of people were even disguising. They were crypto Christians. They didn't even openly identify as Christian because they didn't want to be persecuted. That means openly they would practice Judaism, or they would do some form of Hellenism, and inwardly in their homes, they would worship Jesus and do all these other things because they did not want to be persecuted. It wasn't until it started to spread, it became a stigmatized term that they accepted, that it then say, okay, now you know what? Forget it. All gloves is off. I'm going to take whatever heat's going to come with this. I'm a Christian. So I'm simply just trying to give you the historical context and the development of that usage of that term. And if in the book of Acts itself, what the peoples were calling themselves, they were calling themselves Nazarenes. That's what they were calling themselves. And that group or that sect of Nazarenes persisted all the way until the 4th century. After the Nicene Council, when imperial monies came behind Orthodox Christianity by Gentiles such as Athanasius, who convinced Constantine and the other bishops that this is the Orthodox way of seeing who Jesus is. After that period of time, then you have sects like the Nazarenes that started to be killed off. And a lot of them then converted over to doctrines that was in alignment with Orthodox Christianity. So I'm simply trying to give you the history, using the scriptures as a foundation and building on it to show you that in the early 1st century, even going to the 2nd century, they were not rocking and calling themselves Christians like that. And Peter points it out by saying they're suffering because they're being called Christians. That's not what they call themselves. That was externally attached to them. Now, I understand what you mean when you say, well, Christian simply is just a follower of Christ. Okay, if that's how you want to define it, that's fine. What I'm saying is I'm not going to call myself a Christian because I know the historical context of the usage of that word. And I know that that term that was used, it was stigmatized and applied to the followers of Jesus because Jesus was not respected at that time. You'll see persecution coming upon Peter and John all the way into Acts 4 and beyond, simply because they mentioned his name. So it was not widely accepted. Being a Christian, quote unquote, or a follower of Jesus, this was not widely accepted. It was not the norm. It was not orthodox, and people were dying over it. So I feel you when you talk about that. But when you ask me, well, what's the big deal about it? And I'm trying to give you the historical context of its usage. That's why I don't apply it to myself. If you do, because you're saying just means follower of Christ, that's fine. I'm not going to knock that. But I'm saying those people that was living at that time, that was like the Israelites that was around at that time, those Nazarenes, and then those Ebionites and those other groups, they didn't see what they were doing as a religion. Matter of fact, the Romans identified as a sect of Judaism. They didn't separate it as a separate religion at all. You know why? They were still keeping the law. So they didn't see it as a different religion. They didn't even use that term. That didn't happen until much later on. So I'm simply trying to give you the historical context that we're reading the text in and give you some background information to fill in the narrative that we're looking at so we can better identify this term Christian, its usage, and why certain people say, yeah, I could take it on. Some people say, no. I know Israelites that's in your same position. I talk to them all the time. They say nothing's wrong being a Christian, just me a follower of Christ, and they go hard for it. And just like you do, that's fine. But I'm telling you why I don't accept that, because that denotes a religion that was then created over time after the term was stigmatized to the followers of a particular master teacher, if you want to call him, you know what I'm saying, or the Messiah, if you want to call him, whatever you want to term him. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
That's, I don't identify with it.
Read this precept for me. When Christ said, when he spoke about how the world hated him, how he was hated by the world. Read that precept for me.
Okay, hold on. Let me pick it up.
And while you getting that, I'm gonna read
so you
Matthew
want me to
4 and 11.
Okay, let me get Matthew 24:9. Matthew 24:9 says, then they will hand you over to be persecuted and killed, and you will be hated by all nations on account of my name.
Right. So
his name wasn't Christ, though. His name was Yeshua Bar Yosef, or Yeshua HaNatzori, which means Yeshua the Nazarene. That was really what they called you. They either described you as being, you are so and so, the son of your father and his name, or you are so and so from this region, and that's how you
referencing the Hebrew.
No, that's the Aramaic. That's what they would have been speaking.
Like that. All right. Well, my stance, his name is Yeshaya for one, but
Okay.
you know that listen.
You cut out. Hello?
Yeah, you went out. You hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah,
Go
you
ahead.
went out. I said, read that precept for me again. You threw me off with the interjection, Salak.
Okay, I'll just read it. It says, "Then they will hand you over to be persecuted and killed, and you will be hated by all nations on account of my name." Matthew 24:9.
Right. So Christ already he already spoke of the persecution
Okay.
that the followers of him would face. It was inevitable.
I agree.
So for you to say that Peter said what he said because what did you say again? Peter said he called us Christians because you said we was being persecuted because of the title or the term.
Correct.
What did you
Correct.
say exactly?
Correct. He says,
All
if
right.
you are insulted
So
for the name,
listen,
go ahead.
whatever we would have been called, we would have been persecuted.
Okay. Nobody's
All right.
disagree with that.
You can't say it's because of that term, or you can't make that point. No matter what we would have been called, if it would have been the way, if it would have been the Nazarenes, we would have been persecuted following Christ. The world hate Christ. And we know that from Job 9:24. The earth has been given into the hands of the wicked. Right? We know that Adam handed over the keys to this dominion when he sinned. So Satan inherited rulership over this world. So no matter what we would have went by, Satan would have worked and did what he did for us to be persecuted. So my point is this: why I feel we should embrace the title is because Peter, going back to Peter again, because I disagree with the point that you made as far as your edification of that verse.
Mm-hmm.
My stance is if Peter accepted it, then we accept it. Anything else is a deviation, and we being a barbarian type people. We being a barbarian type people coming with Aramaic and all of these other terminologies and all of this, the technicalities. Israel don't deal like that. The Gentiles seek wisdom and all of that. Israel seek a sign. We a different type of people. So we deviate, and when we try to play this Edomite scholastical game as a way to fish our people, I don't subscribe to that, man.
So let me ask you a question. Hold on. So
which is to follow Christ, his apostles, right? We pick it up from there and we keep it moving from there.
So look, so Yeshua, you say Yeshaya, and that's the title name. That's
but we say Christ for the sake of the people, but I'm with you though. Go ahead.
No, I feel you, because I mean, you know, if you're saying Yeshaya is a title name, right? It's not a personal name. And this was made clear by Elder Rakhar when GOCC developed it and made it mainstream, right? And brought it to the public. But the point I'm trying to make is Yeshua and his apostles or disciples who later became the apostles, they didn't speak Greek, right? And they didn't speak English, right? So they would have spoken in a native tongue, which would have been Aramaic, first century Palestinian Aramaic. They would have spoke, and they would have addressed each other that way as well, right? So when we're looking at the text that we're reading now, right, this is a third-hand text, because if they were Aramaic speakers, then somebody else who translated this in Greek, right? It's believed that one of Peter's disciples was Mark, and that the Gospel of Mark that we have is really Peter's gospel, right? So if Peter would have been a fisher, who would have been somebody who would have been poverty-stricken or a little bit above poverty, he wouldn't have the eloquence to be speaking Greek or Latin or any other language. He would have been speaking Aramaic. So any message or information that he's giving out to his people is really going to be in his tongue, unless he has somebody who is bilingual that's able to take his words and put it in Greek, and then later on we get it in English, right? So I'm simply saying that to say that even that term Christian, if we want to look at that word Christian in its etymological sense, going back into the native tongue in which it derived, you know, the followers of Serapis were also called Christians, right? Because it simply just means one that's anointed, right? Just like we get the word Christos from, you know what I'm saying? Or Crisco today, you know, the oil, all it does is go back to being anointed. And there were
Salak,
other leaders.
who's Serapis?
You said what?
Who's Serapis?
Okay, so Serapis was a deity that was created when there was a union between the Greeks and the Hellenized Egyptians, right? That they took an idol that was worshipped from one group or one culture and another name from another culture, and they intertwined them to become this entity in which a new entity that represented the union between the two cultures that people then worshiped after. And the people who are followers of this concept, they called themselves Christians. They were known or identified as Christians. Now, the problem with that is when people try to say, oh, if you're saying that you're a Christian now, that means that you're a follower of Serapis. That's incorrect, right? But that term was first used for the followers of Serapis. And if you go, and it's Serapis, and you can go back and research it, and you'll see that it has to do with the union between the Greeks and the Egyptians of a deity that was created that was like representative of like a sun deity at Memphis in Egypt, right? And it comes from the sacred bull, the Egyptian bull Apis, right? Because, you know, they also worship Hathor, which is the feminine form of the bull, or a cow. I would say not a bull, that's masculine. So this is where this came from, that they actually were called by that name. That movement was kind of dissipating. And then when Yeshua came on the scene, and the Greeks, the Hellenized Greeks or the Hellenized Jews were calling them this name, because if you look at Syria during that time period, they were fully Hellenized. They were extremely Hellenized, those individuals, right? They didn't really keep the indigenous culture like Cephas or Peter would have kept, or Jacob or James would have kept, or Yeshua, any of them. They were extremely Hellenized there. So it makes sense why they would be called that in that region, because they would have been using that term, but because there was still Aramaic speaking peoples that lived in Syria, a lot of them were bilingual in that region. And then later on we get Syriac, which is the Middle Aramaic dialect, right? That starts to crop up, right? So what I'm simply saying to you, without making anything complicated, to simplify, I'm simply saying that the reason why I don't identify with that term Christian is because that term was not something that they were calling themselves when the movement started, and it was nothing that Yeshua was going around calling anybody. It was nothing that Paul was going around before he died. He died before the temple was destroyed in 70 AD. He wasn't calling himself that. None of them were calling themselves that. That didn't happen until after, later on, because it was happening so much. You Christian, you Christian, you Christian. If you're being called this so much, you just identify as it and saying, all right, look, if they're going to call me that, whatever, we'll suffer for it. You know what I'm saying? Because if that's how they identify me as following this man, then fine, whatever. You understand? So this is extremely important to know, because there is a historical context for that word. But go ahead and look up Serapis, the followers of Serapis, and what they were called. And you'll see how that term became stigmatized and why the people will call them that, because they believed that their leader, that he was anointed. And then it was, if you look at church history, the question would be, well, who anointed him? Right? Like, he wasn't anointed by no priest. If he's going to be a king, what anointed him? And then the defendants would say,
who anointed who?
Who anointed Yeshua or Yeshaya?
He was anointed by baptism.
Yeah, we would say through that sacrament that he was anointed, but it was questioning his authority, because they say, listen, you're following somebody who was anointed by water. That was something that was unheard of. And this is why there will be so many stigmas attached to that term Christian. And that's why I said that I don't identify as it. Now, when I talk to my brothers, like my brother Nate, I'm going to let him get in a second. It's because he identifies it similar to how you identify it. He doesn't see himself as an Israelite, right? But he uses the term within the same context that you use the term to say, look, it just simply means follower of Christ. And some people simplify it like that, and I'm okay with that. With me, if they ask me, well, why you don't do it, I have to get into the history. I got to get into the language. I got to get into certain things so that you can get a backdrop to understand what's going on in the scriptures and why I will not apply that term to myself. Any of the primary information that we have on the actual Jews that were following the apostles, they did not call themselves that. And if they didn't call themselves that, and they were the closest one by lineage, bloodline lineage to the apostles and Yeshua, then I'm not going to call myself that either. And next time when we build, when you're more settled and you got your notes and your precepts in front of you, then we can build on this some more. But I want you to show me that Polycarp was an Israelite. I would love to see that.
We're gonna go into that. And another thing, you saying that it came later on after in reference to who? In reference, you referencing Peter, or is you referencing that Justin Martyr source again?
No. I'm not referencing the Justin Martyr source. We talking
So
about
what
Peter.
you mean when you said that it came later on after? So I know exactly what you meant by that statement.
No doubt. When Peter wrote, he wrote after the destruction of the temple, when people were being exiled. That's when he wrote.
I just wanted to know if you was referring to Peter or to someone else.
No. I'm sticking with you at. I'm saying Peter. Peter wrote his epistle after 70 AD. Right? This is how, when they're looking at, the letter.
I got you on that. I got you on that. Okay, cool, so let me just make a few more points and then I'm gonna get off this.
All right, cool.
And I want us to be real concise with the discourse, because you say a lot of things and I could like lose certain points if it's too long-winded, then I don't get a chance to address it. My brain work with yours. The Lord gifted you. You got a different type of brain. I give you that, brother. But
I appreciate that. All praise to the Most High, man.
Now listen to this. All
right, go ahead.
Right, because you said Serapis and all of that.
Facts.
Right, now we know that Christ said, many shall come and say, I'm Christ. Right. Right.
Correct.
So this Serapis character, whoever that is, he's a non-factor. If you read the book, blessed is he that read, right? Search the scriptures. If you study and doing your due diligence, that character you reference don't even matter. We know he ain't real. When we say followers of Christ, follow the anointed ones, we talking about the true one, the Christ. So it ain't no type of conflation or any type of ain't no mistaken identity or none of that going on with that Serapis stuff. Ain't nobody, we not thinking about that. So for me, that's also a weak point a weak point of contention, or to contend against us just going with what the founders or the followers of our Savior, instead of us following in their path and doing what they did. I disagree with all of these frivolous historical points, and I'm very much into history. I'm not taking history off the table like we're not supposed to deal with it or know it, but I disagree with certain historical points, certain scholastical points, and certain technical points, because I deal with the spirit. A lot of that stuff is carnal, and we can't see things from the spirit. Again, you haven't adequately addressed my point that Christian means follower of Christ, follower of the anointed one. Peter said what he said, and right after Peter, again, because we're going to go into this when we revisit this, you got Ignatius, a disciple of John, who called himself a Christian. And it had nothing to do with your edification of Peter in reference to him. Whatever you said was the reason why he used that term. Ignatius, coming not too long after these brothers, he was a contemporaneous, if that's the right term. Contemporaneous. Contemporary of them brothers.
Fact.
So if he was a contemporary of these brothers, then he would have known to, if that term was really an issue and he was a contemporary of the apostles, he wouldn't have embraced it the way he did. He embraced it proudly. It was no issue with the terminology, and I'm gonna bring them sources out next time.
Okay.
And my last point before I get out of here, man, is this. Because I hear you say this a lot. That's Paul's theology. If you subscribe to Paul's theology, what you mean by that? Are
you gonna make a point, or you want me to answer the question?
Nah, I'm asking you what you mean by that when you say that. As far as the Peter situation, we're gonna revisit that. That's to be continued. I appreciate your patience and all of that. I'm all for that. We're gonna revisit that next time, if it be the Lord's will. I want to know what you mean when you say that's Paul's theology. I don't understand that type of language. So
no problem.
Edify on that.
When I say that's Paul's theology, I'm referring to what he was teaching.
Right. I know what you mean by that. Right.
Yeah, because of the audience that he was speaking to. The audience he was speaking to was not the same audience that Yeshua or Yeshua was speaking to.
He was talking to the Gentiles, Khan.
Correct. So being that he was doing that, he had a different method in which he was conveying his message. That's why I say Pauline theology. He was preaching the gospel of Christ. Yeshua was preaching the gospel of the kingdom. There's two different theologies there because they directed to two different groups of people. So that's why I say Paul's theology.
So what about this? What's your take on your head being covered and all that?
You said, what's my take on that? That doesn't apply to me.
That don't apply to you.
That don't apply to me.
So nothing that Paul said apply to you.
Didn't say that. I was just saying that whatever Paul wrote doesn't have the same authority over who's called the Jews during that time. It was really directed towards the Gentiles and who was ever in those mixed multitude groups and the churches that he was, or not churches, but congregations or called out ones he was writing to. So that doesn't apply to me. Paul said it specifically in Galatians. He told you in Galatians that he was given the right hand of fellowship to bring the message to the Gentiles, and that Peter and the other apostles were going to the circumcised. So if his job is to go to the uncircumcised and bring the message to the uncircumcised, he's the apostle, like he said, of the Gentiles, not of the Jews, not of the Israelites. Now, that doesn't mean we can't take wisdom and information from what Paul is saying and say, okay, cool, this is good. But then Paul comes up in 1 Corinthians chapter 7 and tells you some things like, well, this is not of the Lord, but this is from me, and gives instructions. Am I supposed to follow that? He's giving you his opinion on a particular matter, and he admits that it's not of the Most High. Then Paul later on in the book of Timothy says, this is my gospel. He starts personalizing his gospel, which makes you see that this is a Pauline theological position because of the audience that he's speaking to. This is why I said that his epistles have good information. We can grasp things from it and use it, but it's not authority over us. That's what I'm saying. Simply because of the words at his mouth, he is the apostle to the Gentiles. He has been given the right hand of fellowship to go to the Gentiles, to the uncircumcised. Well, I'm circumcised. So that means that has nothing to do with me. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's what I mean when I say that. I'm not downplaying Paul. I'm not disrespecting him. What I'm simply saying is that he had a particular audience. He made it clear himself who he was going to. In Acts chapter 15, when they set them on his way, they wrote some letters and said, give it to who? The Gentiles. They didn't say give it to the Jews. When Paul had an issue, he had to go in Acts chapter 15. He had to go to who? The apostles. They didn't respect his authority when the Pharisees who had converted over, they didn't respect Paul because Paul.
Who didn't respect Paul's authority?
Let's go to Acts chapter 14. I mean, chapter 15.
Now I'm asking you who.
I'm about to read it for you. Let me know when you want me to read it, or you want to wait.
Yeah, you could do that.
All right.
Where you at?
So it says Acts chapter 15, verse 1. But some men came down from Judea and were teaching the brothers, unless you are circumcised according to the custom of Moshe, you cannot be saved. And after Paul and Barnabas had no small dissension and debate with them, Paul and Barnabas and some of the others were appointed to go up to Jerusalem to the apostles and elders about the question. That means they were already challenging Paul, and Paul's authority didn't mean nothing to them because they did not receive anything he was telling them. So they were said, look, let's go to the OGs and ask the OGs, because these dudes are not listening to me. That's why we had that council in Acts chapter 15. Paul wasn't being respected.
All right. So are you saying you don't respect Paul's authority?
I said
Just a yes or no question.
I respect what his mission was to the people he went to. And
let your yay be yay and your nay be nay. Do you respect Paul's authority?
Hold on. He does not have authority over me. I respect the authority he was given over the Gentiles, yes. But that same authority does not apply to me.
Khan.
That's all I'm saying.
All right. It's my last point. I heard you say that Revelations wasn't official. Correct me if I'm wrong, or give me your stance regarding that subject matter.
So what I was saying
regarding that point,
what I was saying is that it's the least attested manuscript, which means that it was not in heavy circulation like the other books of the Bible was in the New Testament, right? And the reason why is because a lot of the people who were putting these other books in circulation did not know what to do with the book of Revelation, right? Even Erasmus himself, when he was talking about the books that he considered to be canon, the book of Revelation wasn't really one of them, right? So it was a book that was
Salak. I didn't hear that. Who you referenced?
Erasmus.
Erasmus?
Correct.
All right, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, not Erasmus. I'm bugging. Not Erasmus.
It's late. It's all right. It's late.
I'm tired. You caught me on that. It's not Erasmus. What's this guy's name, man? Hold on. I'll get it in 1 second. It wasn't Erasmus. I'll find it for you 1 second. Because it was about what's called the Anti-Legomena. And that has to do with the works or the books that was disputed, right? What's the guy's name, man? Hold on. Let me find it. I'm gonna find it for you. Give me 1 second. 1 second. I mean, you could keep talking until I find it. Just give me 1 second. Let me go into my my folder and see if I could pull it out. 1 second.
Khan, I believe also you had also made a similar point concerning the book of Jude. So you could just deal with both of those points together for me when you
You said the book of Jude, as far as what?
Right. Just in terms of its authenticity.
Nah, I rock with Jude.
Okay. All right, Khan.
Yeah, I was just saying that there's parts of Jude that that preserve the book of Enoch. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't deal with the book of Enoch. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I rock with the book of Jude. You know what I'm saying? I mean, was it something that was considered anti-legomena? Not really. It was really, they really accepted and received it because he was an apostle. You know what I'm saying? It's not like the book of Revelation where it was kind of sketchy. They wasn't really sure like if John even really wrote it, or you know what I'm saying, or what to do with it, because it was kind of like different from the rest of the Gospels and Paul's writings. So they kind of like had issues with it, and they didn't really know like how to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? So that's. So what I'm simply doing is I'm bringing up for you historically, you know, the text itself, and looking at church history, how they dealt with that book, whether it was really received or wasn't really received or not. Even if you look at the earliest Yehudim or Jews, they didn't have the book of Revelation, right? They dealt strictly with the book of Matthew and a very unique version of the gospel to the Hebrews, or some people say maybe the gospel of Matthew. They didn't really deal with the book of Revelation. Now, does that mean Revelation doesn't have any information in it that we can find useful? Of course. You know what I'm saying? I like the book of Revelation myself personally, but I'm just giving you the history behind it. Like, it's the least attested manuscript of all the other books in the New Testament, right? Some people don't want to deal with the history and how the text was codified and compiled, and some people deal with the history. I got to know where somebody stands so I know what angle to kind of have a discourse in. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what your position is. I'm assuming that you see everything as God-breathed and divine and perfect, right? I'm thinking that's
absolutely
your position. So you don't see no issues, no flaws, or nothing with the Bible as we have it today.
I mean, JC, I don't
No,
subscribe to it.
besides
Huh?
that, that's like something small. I'm talking about
Yeah,
like
I
the
mean,
words are
other
written.
than that, it's a few very, small things like we all, as Israelites in the community. I don't even want to reference the community because I don't even put myself with a lot of stuff that's going on. But yeah, man, the whole book is official. Every book in the Bible is authentic. So Khan.
Gotcha. So I just remember the individual I'm talking about is Eusebius, not Erasmus. Erasmus was
I figured you
some
was
later
talking
on,
about Eusebius.
yeah, the Protestant Reformation. I was talking about Eusebius because Eusebius was one of the ones that was collecting various books and compiling them, and he wrote a actual work talking about which books was anti-legomena, or the ones that was classified as being doubtful or disputed, or whether or not it's really canon, because the text wasn't canonized before the Nicene Council, right? People had different versions of, some had 20 books, some had 15 books, some just had 4 books. There was no orthodox standard or orthodox canon that existed, and this is what Eusebius brings out. You know what I'm saying? So that's why, even looking at historically the book of Revelation, this is why I talk about the book of Revelation that way, because of history. Historically, because it wasn't in high circulation like that, a lot of people didn't accept it as being authentic. They didn't believe it was really written by John. After reading the epistles of John and reading the Gospel of John, they look at Revelation and say, "What's this?" You know what I'm saying? Like this has a different flavor, different style, and all that to it than what we're reading in the works of John. You know what I'm saying? And so people didn't copy it a lot, and it didn't go in circulation a lot. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I was bringing out, just some kind of historical context behind the book of Revelation. And not just Revelation, there's a couple of books as well, like, Second and Third Peter was considered to be doubtful, part of the
I understand it being considered doubtful, but what is your stance, your personal stance,
so my personal
aside
stance,
from the say concerning the authenticity of those books? What is your stance?
correct. So my stance is, because historically those things are not directly attributed to the authors that was written, and these are pseudonyms, right? I'm saying that, I hold them as being secondary to the ones that we identify as being written. Like, for example, First John is believed to have been penned by John. Second and Third John is believed to be penned by the Johannine community, the community that John created, or his followers, right? So whatever's written in Second and Third John, to me, comes second to what's written in First John. I don't see them on the same playing field. I see them as subservient to what First John is saying. Do I see them as contradicting, or do I see them as bad? No, I'm just saying it plays a secondary role to First John, right? Just like Second Peter, when we go into Second Peter, it plays a secondary role to First Peter, because First Peter is ascribed to being from Peter. Second Peter is ascribed from being from an unknown author that was writing on behalf of Peter. And I'll give you an example of how they're able to determine that. During the first century, the way that Yeshua was speaking is the way that preterists teach today, which is every time he said the kingdom is coming, everybody believed that it will be in their lifetime that they will see the kingdom come. This is how you got the rise of preterists today, who believe that everything has already been fulfilled in the New Testament. And we're some kind of amillennial rage where Christ is ruling, but he's ruling through his believers, right? So when we look at Second Peter chapter 3, going into verse 15 on, where where it's giving encouragement to people in regards to the coming of Yeshua and when this is going to happen. These things were coming up during Paul's time, and it continued on after 70 AD and continued on past the first century CE. And that is not in First Peter. That's not a concern of First Peter, but Second Peter, it shows a concern of that. So when you look at the two different styles and you're able to isolate Second Peter and look at certain features of it that are different than what the purpose of First Peter was, this is how people are able to identify it as being something that was written much later, or it may be, some of it may be the words of Peter, but somebody, put it in actual the form that we have today, etc. So I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna leave this alone. Most people accept all the books of the Bible, all 66 books, and say everything here is right, everything here is correct, this is the word of God, don't dispute it. They say that. But then when you get into particulars of the actual manuscripts that these translations are coming from, people don't even know the 7 manuscripts that the King James Council of Translators used. We know which ones they use because we have copies of them today. You know what I'm saying? But they use 7 copies of the New Testament and even use part of the Vulgate for their translation. Most people don't even know that. So if they're using multiple manuscripts and parts of the Vulgate to actually put together what they have, what we get in the translation today, the question I have to ask people is that, well, can we prove the authenticity of what it is that we're getting today if they're using multiple manuscripts? When you read the preface and go over the translator's note from that time, we have background on what was going on. It's not a secret, it's not a mystery. So people who use the King James Bible today, I simply ask them, if you have a problem with somebody looking at multiple manuscripts and trying to say, okay, what is the veracity of the New Testament? Just like I do the same thing with the Old Testament. I don't leave the Old Testament out when I do this. And I'm saying that because when you understand the background information behind what we have today, it fortifies you better. So when people come to you with doubt or new information, you're already on game. You feel me? Like you already know, oh, okay, I know what angle you're talking about because I already researched the history behind, you know, the pedigree of these texts. So I already know. If you're interested in that, if you want to read something, I don't know if you're open to that, I can send you some free books and you can read all of this information. Like
about what?
About how these books were put together, the manuscripts that was used to get the translation today, how the Texas Receptus was put together.
Yeah. Con. Yeah, you can send it to me, but I don't get into that stuff because again, we Israel, bro. The oracles is given to us. I could read a book and know if it's heretical or not, man.
Mm-hmm.
You understand me? I could go through like I don't understand how you don't know for yourself. Well, I do understand, but it's almost like an oxymoron where I do, but I don't understand how you can't read 2 John and see the authenticity for yourself outside of what historical sources is saying concerning unknown authorship and all of that other stuff. I that stuff, like again, it's an oxymoron. I get it, but I don't. Revelation, I don't see how you won't read that book and don't see the spirit in it and the authenticity for yourself.
I never said that I didn't accept these books
after to convict you on the authenticity of the inspired word.
So what I'm saying is
working within you for you to feel a presence of Rawak within our records. But that's me though.
No, I feel you, and that's
speak. Though. Let me just mention two precepts and I'm off of this. As far as the King James, let me ask you this about the King James. Do you feel like is a better translation in this earth than the King James?
Yeah, when you read the actual text themselves in the original language, you can create a better translation.
Wow, that's deep.
I could show you how to do it too.
With that.
I mean, I could show you how to do it if you want to know.
Nah, it's already been done. King James, official. But let me read a verse though. Proverbs 21 verse 1. The king's heart is in it. You know that. Before I read this, you know the history of King James, right?
Of course, I know.
All right, cool. Come on, I'll be humble. Now listen. Proverbs 21 verse 1. The king's heart is in the hand of the Lord, as the rivers of water. He turneth it whithersoever he will. I believe that the whole project of the King James, this is my stance based on this precept, Proverbs 21 and verse 1. I believe that whole project, that whole endeavor received divine assistance. I feel like the Lord was over that whole thing.
And that's based on belief, though. That's your belief, right?
Yeah, I made that clear.
Okay,
I'm not sure. My belief. I'm convicted on that. Reasons I'm not gonna get into the history, the flow of the book, just everything about it. I believe the Lord. And then when you know the history of what was going on with the Catholic Church, when you know the history of the serpent seed versus the woman seed, which is ultimately Esau versus Jacob, and if you know how that applies to that time and what was going on with the Vulgate and the Roman Catholic Church and all of that, listen, our whole movement right now that we doing is built off the King James Bible. Brothers is continuing the work that the Lord did through that brother at that time, but that's a whole nother thing. Let me get my last precept and I'm out of here. This one is directly towards you, brother.
Go ahead.
This is Ecclesiastes. Where we at? Verse 1 minute. Ye shall reach your nails further. All right. Ecclesiastes 12, verse 12.
Okay.
And further, by these, my son, be admonished of making many books, there is no end. And much study is weariness to the flesh. You need to take it easy with all of them books. Yeah, man.
Funny, man. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you.
Let me read all down.
Uh-huh.
The conclusion of the whole matter. Fear the Most High and keep his commandments.
Facts.
This is the whole duty of man. And you already know, on that note, I'm on and off this. The Water Ox for having me on, and Barakatah.
Anytime. The Water Ox.
Shalom.
Shalom. All right. I apologize for that, Nate. I know you came in first. I should have gave you the floor. I apologize, but I know the brother, he had some stuff off his chest, wanted him to get it off before I got you here. And brother JT is telling me that I'm gonna mute you real quick, Nate. I hear some kind of feedback. Brother JT is over here saying that he's watching a movie with his wife, but yet he in the chat with us. Come on, man. Stop that. Stop that. All right. So I'm gonna let you have the floor, Nate. Let me just give my final word. I didn't respond to the brother's final word because he had to go, but let me give my final word, and I'm opening up to you, Nate. And anybody else, if anybody else want to jump in, just let me know. Email me kingdomharbinger@gmail.com, and I'll bring you in. Remember, I was supposed to be off of this like an hour and 20 minutes ago. You know what I'm saying? So y'all still got me on here. And brother Nate, I'm surprised this brother's always up late. You know what I'm saying? I know he does trucking, so he's always up late. But what I want to say, just to end off on that, is like, I think the misconception that people have is that, you know, that I'm not that I don't know. Like, I'm trying to understand, like, they think because you do textual criticism, you go into the language, you know, the history, that you just disregard the entire text. And that's not the case. The case is I have a critical eye when I deal with the text, because there are certain things that you don't know if you're just reading the book itself. Yes, if you read the book and you get inspired and you go and do the work of the Most High, then more power to you. But guess what? Everybody has different roles in the community. Everybody can't do what everybody's doing because there's no diversity. And therefore, we're going to have weak links, and we're going to have spots that can be flanked and attacked because we're not protecting the middle, simply because we're always trying to go up front with one singular linear path, and we're not looking at all the other obstacles in the middle. So what I'm simply doing is conveying everything, surveying everything. And after surveying it, I'm then analyzing it. And then from analyzing it, I'm doing my best to deduce it to a point where I'm saying, look, this is the lowest common denominator for this. This we can say for certainty is A, B, and C. Let's rock with it. You know what I'm saying? And then I use that information to give it to other brothers and sisters to strengthen them along the walk. Because you'll be surprised. A lot of people, whether they're Christians or Israelites, will encounter people outside of our community that know all this information about the text. And then they try to get into debate and argue with them, and they pulling out all types of data and information. And sooner or later, that individual gets confused and they just walk away. So when I teach and I disseminate information, people who follow the KHM element of what we teach on here are strongly fortified. That means when they encounter somebody outside of our community saying all this other stuff, they're not moved by that. It don't move them. They're flat-footed. They're anchored. They're not going nowhere. They say, oh, I already got put on game. I already know where you coming at with that. I already know the source for that. Do you know the source for that? You know how to counter, rebut, or refute all the other oppositional arguments that's coming your way. But if you don't know this information and you try to argue with somebody about it, they're going to dumbfound you because they're going to be bringing out, pulling all bits of pieces of stuff to say, oh, did you know that King James, they had 7 manuscripts that they used and part of the Vulgate. And the Textus Receptus was a much different manuscript because it was something they put together that was different from the majority text type that comes from the Byzantine text type family. If you don't know these terms, you're going to be like, what? And then the automatic thing you do with cognitive dissonance, and it's no disrespect to my brothers out there, is you dismiss it. You don't even want to investigate it. You say, oh, no, all of that's frivolous. It don't mean nothing. I don't care about it. Well, you should, because somebody like me come along and they ask me, do you think that there's a better translation than the King James? And I say, yes. When you learn some Greek and you learn some Hebrew and some Aramaic, you can translate it in a more modern fashion today. There are some things that King James got right, some things that got wrong. The things that was translated wrong was based on their knowledge base of the language during that time period. Since then, we're talking about hundreds of years later, that knowledge has increased. So you can do better translations. This is why all these other translations are coming out. People say, oh, that's the work of the devil. No, it's not the work of the devil. It's because there's over 5,000 manuscripts of the New Testament. So what do you do when you uncover new manuscripts? Do you dismiss it and say, oh, we got the King James, that's it? No, you look at and you examine these things and say, okay, let's see if these things have any weight to it. You create a quantifier that you utilize to measure the weight of the new manuscripts that you get in that you encounter or that you get in touch with, and then you use a method to survey it to see if it holds up against what we already know, what we already have. So all I'm simply trying to do is fortifying people so that they can have this knowledge. Whether they want to research it or not, that's fine. But as long as they're being exposed to it, now when somebody who doesn't care nothing about what we're doing encounters them, they're prepared. They can defend, they can rebut and refute. And that is the most important thing. But a lot of times people don't want to get to that level or that depth of reasoning, and that's fine. If that's where they at, that's where they at. I'm not gonna, that brother Yasar, I'm not gonna down that brother, disrespect that brother, saying he's off or whatever. He means well, and his intention is that he wants me to think like him because he believes that's the best way to approach everything. And I respect him for that. But even with that, I have disagreements, and then I'm able to explain why I have these disagreements. And I'm saying, if you're open, I can share it. But if you're not, I can stay where you're at and still explain to you why I have some issues. So with that, I'm gonna open up the floor to you, my brother Nate. I know you asked me a question earlier. If you want to react it, you can. Or if you want to give feedback, wherever you want to go, I'm gonna give the floor to you because you were patient and you have the floor. Let me mute my mic.
What's up, Divine? You can hear me? You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Well, I mean, I ain't gonna hold you too long, man, because it seemed like you and the brother had that was a good, interesting discussion, though, man. I enjoyed it a lot. All I wanted to say about the Christian thing with the title that we get caught up in, because from what I'm hearing from you, you saying it's okay. You just ain't gonna subscribe to it because of what you said the background was, right? So it ain't nothing wrong with someone calling themselves a Christian. So okay, I respect that now, because I'm gonna say, well, Peter saying, and Peter saying it was okay to call yourself, even if you don't want to, it's okay. So it ain't really about being called that. It's about the doctrine. Am I correct? That's where we at, the doctrine, because we see that it was Jews and Gentiles in the church. So whether you want to call yourself a Christian or whether you call yourself Israelite. So the thing is with that, I'm not gonna go into a deep with the Christian thing because you guys had a good discussion. I wanted to touch on something else that you've been calling out with the Acts 21 situation. I want to deal with that. So basically with that coming said, so I appreciate it. So it's okay to call. We know it's okay with people calling it. It's about the doctrine, which we see. Okay, so you be down in Christians a lot, man. But you know what I'm saying? You got to just say, look, it's just the doctrine, man. If they change their doctrine, then even though I believe our faith is strong, it might don't seem like it, but it's strong. It's strong. But anyway, let's jump on this Acts 21. Let's deal with that. We're gonna be a back and forth here before we can get better understanding. I believe if I'm giving you my understanding what Acts 21. I want us to interact with each other so we can maybe understand each other in what's going on in Acts 21. Because your question is why Paul still doing the law in Acts 21 if the law was done away with. That's the question. So basically, we can see what's been going on with the book of Acts, right? Even though you said it was only one, basically one set going on because they were keeping the law, and that ain't correct. You had the Sadducees and the Pharisees, which were Jews, but they believed differently. Am I correct? They believed differently. So one believed no angels. They didn't believe in angels. The Sadducees, they didn't believe in the resurrection. The Pharisees believe in all that. But what did they have in common? They still kept the law. Now, when you got to 7:21, who did Paul come and see? The church members, the elders. Was that James? So this set, like you said, Nazarenes. But even though they would call themselves Nazarenes later on in Acts 24, Peter already done made it clear what they're gonna call themselves. Now it might didn't stick with them at the time because it was something new to them, but interchangeably used, they was called followers of Christ, followers of this way. But what tied them together? The Jews and Gentiles, a set of these Nazarenes. Am I correct? There were Jews and Gentiles in this set.
Yeah, which sect are you talking about?
In Acts 21, when Paul came,
yeah,
it was Jews and Gentiles. Am I correct?
Because in regards to Gentiles, they didn't shame them. James and the elders didn't shame them because of the Gentiles. Paul was telling them the things that he was doing amongst the Gentiles. So yeah, okay,
but it was a rumor that got out that he was teaching the Jews among the Gentiles not to keep the law. That was the rumor. Am I correct? But he never taught that, did he?
I mean, according to Christians, he did.
No, not according to Christians. At that time, he never taught that. No, he never taught that. He never taught that to the Jews not to keep their custom. He never said that. He gave them a better understanding of as we look at more information later on. That's why it's good that we got the complete revelation I believe it's complete revelation of the Father, that we can see more information of how he viewed the law later on in his letters to the church. So we can confirm that the church is the Jews and Gentiles who Paul came in front of James, who was a part of the church at this time. Because he said to all those that believe, if you want, I'll tell you what, let me read it. Because we got to distinguish who he dealing with. Who he in front of right here? He in front of James, who is part of the church at this time. It's not about he was the brothers with the other Jews, because later on you're going to see his own people came and took him out the temple when he's showing them that I'm still keeping my custom. I still believe in our way, your law that became a custom. Actually, this was a law that started because we know there was a righteous law in Deuteronomy 6, right? If you keep it, it was righteous in God. It was approved by God. So this is a question I got to you. Now we see that James told him that among the Gentiles that he taught this, and he had to prove to them that, he still kept his custom. My question is now, in Matthew, which is y'all understanding, I'm going to use y'all understanding of it. Matthew 5:19, when he said, if anyone teach anything other than this law, which I don't believe in teaching that. I'm just going by that's what you believe, right? He told nobody to teach anything else. They at least in this kingdom. Okay, so why is James not telling the Gentiles who are part of this congregation? They all are part of Jews and Gentiles. This is the set that they are part of, the Nazarenes in Acts 21. This is not the Jews as far as the nation Israelites together. This is who Paul came in front of, the church. And we can look at that in Galatians if you want to go there. But anyway, so why is James saying that, okay, the Gentiles don't have to do nothing else but blood, in Acts 15, if they was told not to teach anything other than that, from y'all understanding with Matthew 5:19, so that make James a false teacher?
No.
Do that?
And I can't speak for everybody, but I will speak for myself, because I know what you say, y'all. But I'm gonna
do you teach 5:19? I'm sorry. Do you teach that?
Yeah. So Matthew chapter 5, verse 17 and 19. Let me pull it up real quick. All right.
Okay.
All right. So Matthew chapter 5, it says, do not think that I've come to abolish the law of the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. For truly I say to you, until heaven and earth pass away, not an iota, not a dot will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever relaxes one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. Whoever does them and teaches them, which we do as Israelites, will be called great in the kingdom of heaven.
Okay.
For I tell you, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and Pharisees, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Well, the scribes and Pharisees kept the law. How could your righteousness exceed theirs?
You asked me?
Well, I'm asking you.
Okay.
But I'm not asking you directly. I'm actually
okay. Go ahead.
But I'm saying the answer is there in Matthew chapter 23. He tells you how your righteousness can exceed them. Right? It's not a secret. Right? So in regards to this, if Yeshua is saying first you got to see who's his audience. Right?
Jews.
See who his audience. Seeing the crowds, he went up on a mountain, and when he sat, his disciples came to him. We know exactly the region he was at. We know the people that was there in that region. He was talking to his own people in Matthew chapter.
Right.
So if he's talking to them, he's telling them, do not think that he came to abolish. You know why? Because with his teaching that he just gave on the sermon, some people might be thinking like, wait, hold a second. What is he doing? Is he like telling us to do something the law?
That's
but
it.
No, he's not. He's doing what's called midrash. He's expounding on things that are in the law, and he's given them a more pure understanding of it, right? Because they have been diluted from that understanding from various captivities and various overlords and various teachers. So he's trying to give them a pure means of understanding what that is saying. It's similar to what we see in the book of Proverbs. Proverbs helps to also simplify things that are in the law by giving you practical application of what's in the law. So now we're looking at Matthew, in the book of Matthew, is depicting what Jesus is saying, or Yeshua is saying. And James is believed also by scholars that he's the one that closely mirrors the teachings of what Yeshua is saying in the book of Matthew and his epistles, right? We see a lot of correlations, right? Because he was the one who still kept the law, and he was the one that was speaking to his people.
Let me interact and ask you this question, because I think we're gonna go far out here.
No. I wanted to give
the thing is, it's the kingdom. Now, I don't know what your understanding of the kingdom. The kingdom and the church is just used interchangeably. If y'all want to look at it, I mean, Matthew 16. If you read, I can read Matthew 16 where he used it interchangeably. Okay.
Matthew 16, what verse?
16.
Okay, 16.
Now, he just using it interchangeably. That's all he doing. And hold on. 16. I mean 16, 18.
Read it.
6. I am about to read it. And I say also unto thee, thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church. Okay, he recognized church there. And the gates of the he should not prevail against it. And I will give the keys of the kingdom of heaven, and whatever shalt thou bound on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatever thou shalt loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. So how can you not see the interchangeable use of the kingdom of heaven, which is okay, go ahead. What you say? How you use it?
It's not interchangeable because
when you he's telling two different things here.
When you look at ecclesia, that is referring
to ecclesia, yeah.
That's referring to an assembly,
right?
A congregation of individuals who subscribe to the same thing, and that's what it's talking about, right? So that's not talking about
what the
kingdom. Hold on, that's not talking about the kingdom, because when he's talking about the kingdom, he's referring to something that is to come. And what they're doing is they are imitating by etiquette or by practice things that will be fit when you enter into the kingdom. So they are adjusting their behavior when they come together as an assembly of believers. And they are taking these teachings and applying them locally. So when the kingdom comes, they can be ushered right into it.
Okay, let me get
the kingdom of heaven. Whatever you bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. A lot of people equate this to what we see later on in Acts when he's dealing with Simon Magus, right? In regards to loosing and binding, because Simon Magus tried to buy the Holy Spirit, and what he did was he bound him in that sin, because he's trying to do something that's going against the will of the Most High, as opposed to people who are in sin that's looking to be loose, that he has the authority of the kingdom. He's exercising that authority on earth. The kingdom is not on earth. It's not there on earth. The kingdom is not there. He's telling people repent. So that way, the kingdom that is coming, you can enter into it. He keeps talking about entering in. Well, if entering in and talking about something in the last days in Matthew chapter 24, where he explains that the kingdom is going to come after all these other tribulations happen, then that means the kingdom he's referring to is not interchangeable with the ecclesia or the congregation or the assembly of believers. He's saying, I'm going to use you as the foundation to build the assembly of followers. I'm going to use you to build it, and the gates of hell will not prevail against it.
Right.
And he said, and I will give you the keys of the kingdom. So he's talking about two different things. He's not talking about the same thing interchangeably.
Okay, let me read this then.
Sure.
First of all, we're going to deal with Daniel and the prophecy, and because that's the problem I think with a lot of Jews. They think they still looking for a physical kingdom, and it was always a shadow. That's why the things look different. That's why the Jews, and even in the Bible, had an issue with that, because they didn't think that was the Christ, because of they was looking for a Christ to come with vengeance and all this other stuff. But let's look at Colossians 1 and 13.
I thought you said Daniel. You said Colossians?
No, I'm just saying we'll deal with Daniel, the prophecy about the kingdom,
okay.
When the kingdom gonna come.
Okay.
With Daniel, you can deal with that another time. But if you look at the prophecy about it, he lets you know when it's gonna get started. And he said during the time of the Roman kingdom, the fourth kingdom.
Well, I
during
know,
the time of Rome.
You are partial preterist. Right?
Hold on. Let me deal with this. Deal with this. During the time with the Roman, that's what I'm saying, because the kingdom not came to me. So it already come.
So
but
here?
Still, the kingdom is it's not no physical kingdom if that's what you're looking for. So listen though, let's look at Colossians 1. Let's look at Colossians 1:13.
I'm sorry.
Look at Colossians.
I got you. And the whole Nebaim, all the prophets' words out in the garbage.
Okay. Just look at the thing is, the prophets from the old prophesied about the kingdom coming, did they? Did they not?
And
so now we got to dissect when it came.
So wait, is the lion and the lamb chilling together right now?
See, there you go. You asked a question. We got to deal with the information that is given to us, right?
To us.
Now, hold up. Given to us throughout the whole. See, I believe in studying the whole 66 books. So if I'm seeing in the Bible that the kingdom had been spoken of in Colossians 1, I'm going to let Paul make this statement here, and tell me why is he saying it like in the present tense?
Okay.
He said, "Who has delivered us from the darkness and has translated us into the kingdom of his dear son." That's a present statement he made there. I'm going to look at Revelation 1 and 9 with John also, letting you know that the kingdom is the church. That's what we're dealing with. This is the church that's walking around here. John 1:9. So Revelation 1:9. I'm sorry, Revelation 1:9.
Okay.
I John, who also am your brother and companion in tribulation and in the kingdom and patience of Jesus Christ. He making present statements that the kingdom is there. See, your understanding is you still waiting on a physical kingdom to come, which the kingdom not came, which is the church on day of Pentecost when he started adding to the body. Damn. Do you see a different thing come? Okay, we're gonna leave that go. That's how I got it. No. Okay, go ahead. You go ahead.
I like this discussion better than the Acts 21. Acts 21 is good. Let's get back.
I wanted to go because I had to deal with the church, because if you don't understand the church is the kingdom, then you know that Matthew's not 5:19 when he said those in the kingdom. If James is teaching anything but from your understanding, the commandments is all the commandments. He's supposed to teach them the laws, statutes. James didn't say the Gentiles had to do that. And if Gentiles is in the kingdom or the church, which James then was a part of, he should be teaching them that. Why is he telling the Gentiles they don't have to do that, but the Jews only have to do that? Because that's what I'm trying to put together here. If the church and the kingdom is the same, and the Matthew 5:19 say in the kingdom, not to teach anything other than that. This is your understanding, which it ain't teaching that, but that's y'all most Israelites understanding. So if we see the Gentiles and the Jews as a part of this thing, the church, which we call the kingdom, why is James not telling Gentiles the same thing that the Jews should be doing? Because this was a sign of righteousness. So either you telling Jews this Israelite righteousness is just the law, what is the Gentile righteousness and approval to God?
I got you. That's an excellent question. It's the same way if you look at the temple. The temple has an inner court and the temple has an outer court. Okay. So the Gentiles cannot transverse into the inner court, and those who are in a court cannot transverse into the most holies or the holies of holies, right? Because everybody has a prescribed assignment, right? Right. What I'm simply saying is, for the people who say that the kingdom has already come, and you're referencing Paul saying this, you not only have issues looking at the prophets from what's called the Tanakh, you have issues from Peter himself. You want me to read to you what Peter's saying here in regards to this? Because people are still trying to wait for this kingdom that you're talking about is supposed to come. Let's read it. 2 Peter chapter 3. You know, the one that I said is doubtful, but because you see that as
it's doubtful.
No. I'm saying that in the light of scholarship, they're saying that this was actually written by somebody after the death of Peter. They took his words, they filled it in, and they created 2 Peter, right? Not saying that has no authenticity, but I'm using this as a reference because this is something that you subscribe to, right? So I want to get you to exegete this in concordance with what we talking about Paul, because if you're saying the kingdom came by the time Paul was there, then we have a problem with Peter, because Peter's writing this after Paul is dead. Let
me see what you got.
All right,
go through it.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So he says, "This is now the second letter that I'm writing to you, beloved. In both of them, I am stirring."
Chapter 1?
No, 2 Peter. Yeah, 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 1. All right. He says, "This is the second one I'm writing you, stirring you up, that you should remember the predictions of what? The holy prophets."
Okay.
Wait, so that means we got to look to see what the prophets have written about their predictions.
That ain't how you look at that, bro.
No, you saying that's not how you look at it. That's what.
Go ahead.
That you should remember the predictions of the holy prophets and the commandment of the Lord and Savior through your apostles, knowing this first, that scoffers will come in the last days, scoffing, following their own sinful desires. They will say, "Where's the promise of his coming?" You know, because they're waiting for him to return physically.
Okay.
Physically. Peter's not denying this. Let's keep reading. "For ever since the fathers fell asleep, all things are continuing as they were from the beginning of creation. For they deliberately overlooked the fact that the heavens existed long ago and the earth was formed out of the water and through the water by the word of God, and by that means of these of the world then blah, blah, blah." So I'm going to skip down to verse 8. "But do not overlook this one fact, that the Lord, with the Lord, one day is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day. The Lord is not slow to fulfill his promise." Now, answer to me, what is his promise?
What is his promise?
Correct. According to what he just said. What's the Lord's promise? What's the Adonai, which Yeshua's promise that he gave to them?
To the church?
If you want to call the church, yeah. What promise did he give to them as far as the end times, eschatology wise? What promise?
First of all, is he right? He writing to them for encouragement. Am I right? They are the persecution. Am I right?
Yeah, because they're trying to figure out when they're redeemed out of this persecution.
Okay, he writing to them on the persecution. So think about it. If he giving them, now, first of all, we're gonna deal with something else first. Hold on, because you tried to jump off something. You jumping off because we got to deal with the language that was given to us first, right?
Okay.
Now it already been done. So nowhere in 2 Peter do it say nothing about the kingdom or nothing. Is it here or there? Am I right? He said, "Look to the holy prophets," which they still look to him. So what do that mean? Do that mean that you got to keep? Do that mean the kingdom didn't come yet because he said, "Look to the prophets"? So you making a stronghold from something that don't make sense with this scripture. All he said is look to the. Let's read it slowly then. Because you jumping now, you saying because
remember the predictions.
Okay, remember the predictions.
And I gave you one. You know, the lion laying down with the lamb and being in peace. So I don't see that happening right now. That's
let me ask you a question. Okay, let me just deal with this right quick. Because you what you're doing is you're trying to make something. You're trying to make something mean that it ain't there. He said, "Remember the holy prophets." That's what he said.
Remember the prediction.
So now what you did, remember the predictions. So do that. So did any of them predictions come true?
Some of them did and some of them didn't.
Okay. So think about that. You don't know which one came true and which one didn't.
No, we do. You could just look at history to see what was fulfilled and what wasn't.
There you go. So now you just predicting in this text that means that the kingdom ain't come. That's what we're dealing with, right? The kingdom. We're gonna try to stay on topic. We're dealing with the kingdom. Do that mean that in your understanding that the kingdom ain't come because you don't see it in the scripture, which it is there. You just don't want to see it, but it's there. So you gave me 2 Peter 3, and all it said, remember the predictions And you just admit that some came true.
And some
Now,
didn't.
And some didn't. But
Some
if I'm
still
sure
waiting to be true, because this is why he's writing this letter, because people are concerned, because they're saying the promise that was given to us has not been fulfilled yet.
that ain't got nothing to do with the kingdom.
Have patience. He's telling them to have patience.
I got you, but we dealing with the kingdom, right? That's why I'm trying. I almost got off topic with you on this, but we dealing with the kingdom. Do that saying that the kingdom didn't come because he said, remember, you
Correct.
just admit that some came true.
Yes, that right there is still referring to elements of the kingdom that has not been fulfilled.
But you see other statements saying that they are in. Oh, John, even John. Do you agree with John? You on Revelation 1 when he said they are in the kingdom? There, you don't agree with that statement?
Read it to me.
Okay, Revelation 1, verse 9. I, John, who also am your brother and companion in tribulation. N is a what that N means. You know, you're an English professor, I believe.
No, I ain't no English professor.
You use a big word, bro. I can't. I'm like, no, what is he saying? In the kingdom, in patience of Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Why is John saying they are in the kingdom?
All right. So again, this is looking at when Yeshua was telling him in Luke chapter, I think it's chapter 21. I'll bring it up right now. When he says the kingdom is amongst you. This is what he's referring to. Now, mind you, he's saying this while he's still alive, right?
Right.
He says the kingdom is within you. The kingdom is amongst you. This is what they are referencing. Hold on. They're referencing their behavior. They're coming together. Their etiquette, their practices, which is kingdom etiquette. Like I told you before, these are things that they're living, they're thinking, they're breathing now. All these principles he gave them about the kingdom, they're living it, they're doing it. So when it arrives, they can enter into it. That's what's going on.
Divine, come on, man.
Sure.
Come on, Divine.
What?
You just said the kingdom is in you. They made that statement. So now you're going to make your own understanding of it.
Wait. So when we read Luke chapter 17, Luke 17, verse 20, it says, when asked by the Pharisees when the kingdom of God will come, Yeshua replied, the kingdom of God will not come with observable signs, because he said this is what the heathen look after, right? Nor what people say, look, here it is, or there it is, for you see the kingdom of God is in your midst. Then he said to the apostles or the disciples, they got to keep reading, right?
Come on, keep reading.
Time is coming when you will long to see one of the days of the Son of Man, but you will not see it. People will tell you, look, there he is. Look, here he is. Do not go after them, or do not chase after them. For as the lightning flashes and lights up the sky from one end to the other, so will the Son of Man in his day. But first he must suffer many things and be rejected by this generation. So is the kingdom represented by the returning of Yeshua, where he's visibly can be seen? Because he's telling them, people's going to tell you here the kingdom is here, like you telling me right now the kingdom is here, but he's telling them, oh wait, for the Son of Man in his day will be like the lightning, something that flashes up in the sky, something that is evident that everybody will witness and will see. But people like you, my brother, are saying, well, here it is.
Hold up.
He said, don't chase after them. So I'm not after that.
Let's go back. Let's go back there. I think you missing something. Okay, because now you don't say it. Okay, now he let you know that the kingdom is in you. He did make that statement, right?
And he defined what he meant by that. Go ahead.
Okay, another thing, the kingdom. Peter, he gonna give keys to the kingdom to Peter, right?
Okay.
Now, how Peter gonna control that kingdom? Because he said in Daniel that it's gonna be without hands. It's gonna be without physical control when this kingdom come, right?
Do you believe the Pharisees had access to the kingdom too?
They had the kingdom of the Pharisees was just the Israelite nation.
No.
That kingdom.
No.
This ain't the kingdom that coming. No, that ain't the kingdom.
No. Let's read. Let's read what the Bible says, right?
Let's read it. Where you going?
Okay, Matthew chapter 23, verse 13.
Okay.
But woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you shut the kingdom of heaven in people's
I got you. I know where you were going.
For you neither enter yourselves nor allow those who will enter to go in. How are they doing this? They ain't giving the keys. How they
Okay.
expect the
Okay.
kingdom from people?
Because at this time, what was still going on at this time?
I don't know. You got to tell
The
me.
kingdom. Okay, the kingdom didn't even come into effect until you get to the book of Acts when Peter preached the gospel.
Whoa.
When Peter, hold on.
Wait. Say that again. Wait. Say
When
that again.
Peter, I know you're gonna go back to Isaiah, which ain't teach that. We can deal with that.
No, forget Isaiah.
Okay.
Say what
When
you
Peter preached to the Jews,
no, that's not what you said.
I'm telling you,
You said the
the gospel,
kingdom didn't
the good
come.
news.
Wait, you said the kingdom didn't come into the book of Acts.
The church, God used the kingdom and the church is used interchangeably. That's all I'm using. Whenever I say kingdom, it basically the church, ecclesia, the symbol.
So
Because the kingdom is in us. We are the kingdom of God.
So in Luke 17, when he says the kingdom is within you, he's talking about the church.
He letting them know that the kingdom, because they were talking about a future thing that happened. He was letting them know. When did they ask the question, when is this thing gonna happen? What did he tell them?
He told them that's
it's like a future thing when it's gonna come into effect.
It is a future.
They looking for. See, you looking past.
You read They asked him in Acts chapter 1 verse 6. When they had come together, they asked him, Lord, will you at this time restore the kingdom to Israel? Obviously, it wasn't done.
At that time, that's Acts 1.
He said it is not for you to know times or seasons. Why didn't he just tell them, y'all the kingdom? What y'all asking me this for? Y'all missed that?
Well, he still is there. For one, he talking to them, right? When he came on the scene, he was saying, repent for the kingdom is at hand. Do that mean something near, or do that mean something that was going on at that time?
Something near.
Okay, so that means it's something near. So how can you put something near and it's over 2,000 years right now?
You said it's been over 2,000 years right now?
It's been over since when he made that statement.
So
hold up, wait, hold on. No, I'm just saying. Think about the language, though. We ain't paying attention. It ain't about being preterists right now. It's about being listen to the language of the Bible.
Listen to me. The reason why I said it because I brought up two things earlier. I brought up supersessionism and I brought up replacement theology, right? And these two things are these markers are identified with Christians. If you're a preterist, you have to be a Christian because there's nobody. I'm not gonna say there's nobody. There's some Reformed Judaism that looks at things a little bit different. They're contemporary. But what I'm saying is anybody that holds to the Tanakh, they know that these things that the prophets are speaking has not been fulfilled yet. Right? Go ahead.
We don't truly know that fulfilled. You still got 400 years in between Malachi and Matthew or so. You don't know all just because you don't got every information that is given to us doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Some things we got to deal with what's given to us in the text. Either you're gonna believe in what's given to us and come to your understanding, or you're gonna keep looking forward to something that's not. If it's showing you that he said the kingdom is near, and then you see Paul saying statements of the king, we are in the kingdom. You see all these statements being made, and then you still like, but the kingdom is coming. How can I get to that understanding?
So let's deal with. Do you subscribe to the book of Thessalonica or the Thessalonians?
I subscribe to all of it.
So let's get to Thessalonians because in that text, again, you have to deal. Wait, because the same questions that we talking about, people were asking Peter and Paul. When is the kingdom coming? When is Yeshua coming back? Because obviously they equated that to the kingdom. So I want to bring this up because I want you to explain to me why people are still looking for something that should already be there if the kingdom is the church.
Okay.
All right. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. So the question I have for you is the kingdom equated with judgment?
Oh, yes. And he did it. And on AD 70, he did it.
Oh, so when we read 1 Thessalonians chapter 1, verse 5, and it says, this is the evidence of the righteous judgment of God, that you may be worthy of the kingdom of God, for which you are also suffering, since indeed God considers it just to repay with affliction those who afflict you, and to grant relief to you who are afflicted, as well as to us when the Lord Jesus is revealed from heaven with his angels. So I'm guessing you saw that already. And flaming fire, inflicting vengeance on those who do not know God and on those who do not obey the gospel of our Lord Jesus. They will suffer the punishment of eternal destruction away from the presence of the Lord and from the glory of his might when he comes on that day to be glorified in his saints and to be marveled at among all those who have believed, because our testimony to you was believed. Are you telling me this occurred already?
Hold on. I'm just going to give you this verse. Where you was at? Luke, right?
1 Thessalonians chapter 1, verse 5 to verse 10. This is
Okay.
Paul
That's
writing.
First Thessalonians. So we're gonna deal.
Correct.
I'm gonna give you this that reference to this in Matthew's where you took me to before a while ago. I ain't never get to deal with it.
Okay.
About
Are you
hold
gonna
on.
deal with this real quick?
It is, but I'm gonna show you. This all I had to show you right here. I got to give you this scripture, and you can take it.
Wait, just deal with that. I just read.
I'm gonna deal with it because I'm gonna show you where he said that all these things will happen during their time. So unless did he say it or did he not?
You saying within their generation. So read
In
that.
Generation. Hold up.
Read
Did
that
it say it?
Read
I
that
got that passage. But when did it happen? When did this passage was written in First Thessalonians?
Okay. So was
it before AD 70?
Okay. Was what written before AD 70?
First Thessalonica.
Yes, it was.
Okay. So we know that the temple got destroyed AD 70. We know a lot of Jews got killed. We know a lot of judgment. See, we looking for a physical. You still looking for physical things. Everything is not physical. That's the problem. We're looking for a physical physical person to come out the sky. You looking for that?
I didn't say I didn't say I was.
Okay, so we know everything is not physical, right?
So wait, so you as a Christian, you don't believe that Jesus is coming back from the sky to come to the church?
I believe that we still can be with him. I'm starting seriously after doing my study now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that the church is not don't belong to him. The church belongs to him. We still got hope in him. That's why I still do this, because once I die and take my last breath, I believe that's when my places of judgment will be taking place. So, not saying that I shouldn't still live a righteous lifestyle or keep the commandments, because I'm starting to see the scriptures a little different, man. I really is, by listening to the language of what the scriptures are giving us, and that's why I'm very close. I can't say I'm a fool.
You listen to a lot of William Bell, brother.
Who?
William Bell.
Okay, but still, I still pay attention to the language. However you want to look at it, you cannot argue what the statement is saying here. Now, did it say it or did it not? Or do you saying that was inserted?
Just read it to me.
Hold on. I'm finna read it. Let me find it for you.
All right. Because we still got to deal with Paul.
Oh, and that's what I'm saying. So if he's letting them know that this gonna happen in their generation, this time is still going on. A generation is how many years is a generation? About 42?
Well, it could be 40 or it could be indefinite.
So we know
it could be the state of a people can be considered a generation. I'm gonna read you from the lexicons as well.
Okay, let me find this though.
Sure, go ahead.
Let me find it.
Mm-hmm. No, Elias, Sydney.
Hey, I mean, the thing is, you.
No, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about a comment.
I'm finna find it, because you got to ask yourself something, and either you're gonna be honest with the text and what it's saying, or you're gonna start leading to our own understanding. So if he's telling us that it's gonna be a generation, now you saying that it can be a lifetime generation. I never saw that. You got to show me that. I'm saying it can be lifetime. Generation can mean lifetime, right?
It could be an extended period of time, correct?
But what do the Bible teach as generation?
We're gonna get into it. Bring it up.
Okay. Okay, hold on.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I know what passage you're going to. You want me?
I think it's Matthew's 20.
You want me to get it for you?
Yeah, if you got it, I mean, help me out. You know what I'm talking about.
Go to Luke chapter 9, verse 27.
No, not that one. This one. We can deal with Luke too.
Yeah, Mark chapter 9, verse 1.
Yeah, you at your desktop with Wi-Fi. I'm in the truck. I don't got my Wi-Fi.
No, that's okay. I'm giving it to you. Matthew 16:28, Luke 9:27, and Mark 9:1. Which one you want to go to? Mark, Luke, or Matthew? Just tell me which one you want to go to.
Hold on. I think Matthew, but I don't think that's the one.
You sure? He says, truly I tell you, some of you standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. That's the one you talking about?
Okay. That's Matthew's what now? 16?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, that's one. I think there's another one later on though.
All right.
I think it's another one. I can't remember. That's a good one though. That's a good one.
I gave you the other two, Mark 9:1 and Luke 9:27. Right?
No, the one I'm looking for, I think, is in Matthew's, because you threw it at me one time before, and I looked over it, and we didn't keep reading. You stopped and asked me.
But that's it right there. Truly, I tell you that some of you were standing here. Now let me explain that for you. That is not that difficult to answer, and I'm going to It's gonna
Explain
use
it.
the Bible. That's not even. I'm not even gonna go into the lexicon of it. Let's just use the Bible, right?
Use the Bible.
Watch this. Let me ask you a question. When he said this, was his disciples there? Who was he saying this to? In Matthew chapter 16, who was his audience?
He was saying this to the Pharisees and Sadducees.
And who else was there with him?
Wicked generations.
No, I'm saying who else?
I mean, it was
okay, let's read the context.
Peter. Peter before. You talking about Peter, right?
Read the context. Matthew 16, verse 24. It says, "Then Yeshua told his disciples." Now slow down.
Okay.
So there's the answer right there.
Okay, his disciples, right?
To the disciples. Now watch this. He says, "For the Son of Man is going to come with angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay each person according to what he has done. Truly I say to you, there are some of you standing here who will not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." Now,
okay,
I'm gonna give you something real simple. Let me know when you're ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Let's go to the book of Revelation. Okay.
Okay.
I'm just saying, let's go.
I got you. We're gonna deal with
Revelation
break down.
chapter 19. And you're gonna start from verse 11 all the way to Revelation chapter 21. John is seeing everything that Yeshua told him would happen before it occurred.
Let me just make a statement there.
Sure.
Was the temple still standing when this book was written?
What, Revelation? No.
Yeah.
It was gone.
Yes. Hold on. Let me find it. It referenced the temple in this letter. Let me find it for you.
It referenced the temple in what letter?
I mean, in Revelations. Hold on. Let me find it.
Oh yeah. Find that for me, please. This was written after the temple was destroyed.
Hold on.
I'll wait on you.
Yeah, I wish I had my notes with me, but
okay, take your time.
I'm gonna find it. It's gonna reference about the temple was still standing because he made some.
You want me to look up all the words that say temple?
Yeah, look it up for me.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, I don't got Wi-Fi on me.
No, it's so cool. I got you. So I'm gonna look in the book of Revelation. We're gonna look up every word that has the word temple in the book of Revelation. All right. So just give me a second. What are you using, the King James or something else?
Well, I only get King James at the moment because, like I said, I don't got Wi-Fi. You know, King James always free.
All right. So let's read it. Yeah, let's read it. So it starts first in Revelation chapter 3. It says, "Him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God." Okay. Revelation 7:15 says, "Therefore."
Hold up. Go back to that one.
Okay. Revelation 3:12 says, "Him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God."
Okay.
That has nothing to do with the physical temple.
Right. Keep going.
Revelation 7:15 says, "Therefore are they before the throne of God, and serve him day and night in his temple, and he that sitteth on a throne shall dwell among them." That's not the physical temple.
So where they serving him?
So let's read the context of Revelation.
Okay, read it.
He says, "After I saw these things, 4 angels stand on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth, that the wind should not blow on the earth, nor the sea, or any other tree." Right? So here's the angels saying all of this. Then he goes to look at the 12 tribes, and he's saying that there's some out of the tribes, 12,000 of each tribe are sealed. Right? This is all up to verse 8. Then he says, "And after this, I beheld, and lo, a great multitude, which no man could number, of all nations and kindreds and people and tongues, stood before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed with white robes and palms in their hands. And they cried in a loud voice, saying, Salvation to our God, which sitteth upon a throne, and unto the Lamb." All right. And this is verse 10. And then it says, "And all the angels stood round about the throne and about the elders and the 4 beasts, and they fell down in worship, saying, Amen, blessed, blah, blah, blah. One of the elders said to me, What are these that are arrayed in white robes, and whence they came? And I said unto him, I don't know. And he said to me, These are they that came out of great tribulation, have washed their robes and made them white in the blood. Therefore are they before the throne of God, and serve day and night in his temple, and he sitteth on the throne, shall dwell among them." This has nothing to do with the physical temple that's in Jerusalem.
So what temple are they talking about?
This is the one that's going to come. So the temple, I'll give you an example. When you read the book of Hebrews is talking about Yeshua being in the heavenly sanctuary and doing things in the heavenly sanctuary on behalf of the saints that's in the earth. So the sanctuary is always in a temple. So it is believed that temple that they're worshiping, and that sense is a place where they're actually giving devotion and worship and honor to the Most High. This is not a physical temple in Jerusalem that this is referring to. I hope you don't think that. I just read the context of you. Because
keep
dead people are resurrected and they're going to a physical temple and they're worshiping God. That's not what's happening.
Well, you saying a kingdom coming down here, right?
It will. It says that in Revelation.
Okay, so it can't.
Revelation chapter 21. We see that.
Okay, keep going. Give me another one.
All right, cool. Let's get another one. So you have 11 and 1, and they're given to me as a reed like a rod. And the angel stood saying, rise and measure the temple of God and the altar and them that worship therein.
That might be the one I'm looking at.
Right. So let's read the context.
Let's read that one out.
All right. So now this
is 11, right?
Yeah, this is gonna hurt you when we get to verse 19.
Okay, let's see if it changed. Pay attention to the language.
Read it.
Let's go.
And there was given me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood saying, rise and measure the temple of God and the altar and them that worship therein. But the court which is without the temple leave out. And measure it out, for it is given unto the Gentiles, and the holy city shall tread underfoot 42 months. And I will give power unto 2 of my witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 days clothed in sackcloth. I did not see that happen, but I may be missing something. These are the 2 olive trees and the 2 candlesticks standing before God on the earth. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouth. I've never seen that. And if any man will hurt them, he must be in this manner be killed. They have the power. Go ahead.
You think that you said they're gonna literally happen? The fire out your mouth.
No, I don't know. I'm reading what the
text is. Okay. Go ahead.
I'm saying if this.
I'm saying as far as you saying it.
I'm saying if this occurred as a preterist, how do you explain this? Because if you're saying the temple reference is physical and real, but everything else is symbolic, at what point is the figurative language enter in as a transition from the literal language? Are you saying just verses 1 to 2 is literal, but when you get to 3, it's figurative?
No, I'm just asking. Do you think they're gonna? I'm asking you. I mean, because you just said you don't know yourself, right?
No. I'm saying this is referring to a future event. This didn't.
Okay, but will the fire proceed out of their mouth?
This is what it's saying in the text.
Okay, so that means we paying attention to the language, then, right? So you're agreeing with. What it says is what it says, right? It
says they're going to be killed. That their body's going to lie in the street. Are you saying that is also?
Oh, you didn't see that happening in AD 70?
No, I didn't.
You read that happening?
No, I didn't.
I mean, you didn't see it, but did you read about it?
I didn't see no.
Because you read a lot of books.
Hold on. If you're saying that this is representative of the Israelites being persecuted in 70 AD, we have a problem. And hold on. Wait a second, because it says the beast that ascends out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them, shall overcome them and kill them. The Romans were the ones that killed the Jews in Jerusalem in 70 AD. It wasn't no beast that came from the bottomless pit and warred against them and overcome them and killed them.
So you believe that was the beast? So you believe it's an actual beast was coming, not him using people, not him using, because he prophesied in Matthew that every brick will be taken down from the temple.
Of course. So
did Christ say that? Okay, so you get caught up. Some things are just obvious. If it happened, when did that happen? Then
okay, I'm reading to you. That happened in 70 AD, but I'm reading to you what the book of Revelation is saying. Hold on, I already gave my position.
I got you. I respect that. Okay, but everything I don't see where you think this is actually, and then because you didn't see it, that means it didn't happen.
So you telling me, wait. So you telling me after they died, that after 3 days, people were resurrected? That's what you telling me?
See, that's what we get. That's what we got to do more study on, bro. Both of us, because I'm dealing with.
It's crazy.
But think about it. I'm dealing with information that's given to us. Far as he said that this generation will taste it, right? I'm giving you that. And if he and I believe Revelation was written before 70 AD.
Was there?
You say it was. Okay.
Was there a recorded earthquake in 70 AD when the temple was seized?
I don't know, my man. I don't know.
We got records of that. So
okay, so you got records of everything that happened? You said.
You didn't know that there's a lot of records from what
I ain't say that. I ain't say a lot. I'm saying so you got records of every single thing that you believe they're giving us information in this book.
Wow. Wait.
I'm just asking, do you think you got all that information?
I'm saying the siege of Jerusalem was recorded. Okay, it was properly
Oh,
recorded.
you talking about for the you talking the event of 70 AD? Okay, that's what you talking about. Okay, yeah, okay.
That was reported, and you have to tell me that where there was an earthquake, where dead bodies was in the street, where people was getting onto their feet, where people was afraid and had fear after they got resurrected, and people getting ascended up to heaven in a cloud. There's no record of any of this happening.
I tell you what. This is what we're gonna do then.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I ain't come prepared with this. I was dealing with Acts 1, but that's fine. I don't mind going. But this the thing. This the thing what we'll deal with. Because I ain't come prepared about this with what happened. I go by the information that's given to us. Okay, that's all I deal with, right? So if you look, I got you. You reading it, but I'm telling you, if he already told you what in Matthew's in his ministry what's gonna happen. The letters came later to encourage the church. So we looking at the time from his ministry to the book of Acts, and their ministry to the evangelize to the churches, and then you see the letters. So if he already prophesied that this is gonna happen, then when you see in Revelation, he encouraging them because they're going through persecution. We know it happened right before AD 70. Now, so I'm just trying to tie. You know,
and I'm gonna show you the difficulties when you take a preterist position. Okay.
Okay.
A preterist has to presuppose that the entire New Testament was written before 70 AD.
Of course.
Okay, so now academia doesn't say that. Scholars do not say that. None of them agree with that. All the gospels were written after 70 AD. I just want to make sure you're aware of that. That's number one. Number two, scholars also say that Second Peter, you know, the one that I just read, was written after the 1st century.
Okay.
So let's keep going. Let's keep going. So no, I'm just saying there's ways that you can. That's ways that
I got you, but
there's ways that hold on. There's ways that you can look at the manuscript evidence and look at historical accounts and be able to determine how to precisely date when something was written. Right? I could send you books on this, and what I've noticed with preterists, at least the ones in our community, they don't read this stuff or they disregard it. They don't even consider any of it because the moment they do, it messes the entire preterist element up. And then when you read what we're reading now, look, if you go to verse 19 here, it says, and the temple of God was opened in heaven, and there was seen in his temple the ark of his testament, and there were lightnings, voices, thunderings, an earthquake, and great hail.
Hold on, where you at? Where you at?
Verse 19 of the same chapter. So that temple that we were talking about that was being measured, it was in heaven. It didn't come down yet until after the events of the two witnesses and everything took place. Then that temple in heaven that he was measuring out, then it says it opened up and there was seen in that temple an ark of his testament, lightning, voices, thunderings, and earthquake, and great hail. And then we're going to see later on in the book of Revelation, chapter 21, where that thing is coming down from heaven.
So you see it coming down? No, look, in 21, you say you see it coming down.
Okay, so let's read what 21 says. Okay, let's read Revelation 21. Okay, I'm just reading for you.
I respect that. Go ahead.
So it says, and I saw a new heaven and new earth, for the first heaven and first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea. Well, I can still see seas outside, so maybe that's figurative as well. I don't know.
Okay.
Let me keep going. And I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from heaven, coming down from God out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. I guess heaven is figurative here as well. I guess holy city, New Jerusalem. I guess that's all figurative as well, correct?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. And I heard a great voice out of heaven saying, behold, the tabernacle of God, you know, that temple. A tabernacle is a temporary temple. Tabernacle of God is with men, and he will dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and God himself shall be with them and be their God. And God shall wipe away all the tears from the eyes, and there will be no more death. Well, people are still dying. I just had my aunt and my grandfather die last year. Let's keep going. And he will dwell with them, and they shall be his people. Excuse me. Neither sorrow nor crying, neither no more pain. I still get pain. I had kidney stones about a couple of weeks ago. I had kidney stones. For the former things are passed away. Unless you're saying I'm not one of the elect, and that's why I'm suffering. And it goes on to say, he sat upon the throne and said, behold, I make all things new. And he said unto me, write, for these words are faithful and true. And he said to me, it is done. I am the Alpha Omega, the beginning and the end, A, B, and C, A, B, and C, A, B, and C. And if you keep coming down, it says in verse 9.
Hold up, keep reading. I want to read it all.
Oh, you want to read all of it? Okay, cool. I read all of it. It is done. I am the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I will give unto him that is a thirst of the fountain of water of life freely. Where is that at? Can you take me there? Because I don't want to die.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. So it's not there.
You okay? Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, it's figurative. All right. What you gonna say? It's the Holy Spirit. All right.
I'm gonna let you read, man.
Okay, cool, I got you. It says, "He that overcometh shall inherit all these things." So I'm assuming you inherited it, right? So you're not gonna die. You're not crying no more. You don't have no pain, and you've been given the fountain of water of life to drink freely. You have access to these things.
Keep reading, man.
Oh, okay, I'll keep reading.
Well, I'm gonna give you I just want you to read it before we can get some understand what he mean by no more pain and stuff like that. So he's right. Go ahead. Okay,
let's keep going. But the fearful and unbelieving and abominable and murderers and the whoremongers and sorcerers and idolaters and all liars shall have their part in a lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. Which is that happening now? The second death is happening now, right now, with these people.
Okay.
I'm just asking. All right.
Oh yeah, I already know. The second death. Go ahead.
All right. And there came unto me one of the 7 angels which had the 7 vials full of the 7 last plagues, and talked with me, saying, "Come hither, I will show thee the bride, the Lamb's wife." And he carried me away in the spirit to a great and high mountain, and showed me that great city, the holy Jerusalem, descending out of heaven from God, having the glory of God, and her light was like that unto a stone most precious, even like a jasper stone, clear as crystal. I don't know what mountain this is on, but I want to go there. And he had a wall great and high, with the 12 gates, and at the gates 12 angels, and names written thereon, which are the names of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. Where is that at? So I can walk in there. All right. I don't know where that's at.
You ain't gonna walk in now,
my brother. But now watch this. Keep going.
All right.
Verse 22, it says, "And I saw no temple therein." Why? For, watch this, the Lord God Almighty and the Lamb are the temple of it. So the text is interpreting itself when it's talking about something is coming out of heaven. It's referring to the Most High and his kingly representative that are going to be the temple in which you're going to come and get access to worship the Most High. It's very clear. It says, "And the city had no need of sun, need of the moon to shine on it." Man, I still see the sun and the moon outside. "For the glory of God did lighten it, and the Lamb is the light thereof." I'm just reading what the text is saying. I'm not even.
I got you. I got you.
And it says, "And the nations which are saved shall walk in the light of it, and the kings of the earth do bring their glory and honor it." Where is this happening at? Where is this happening at? "And they shall bring the glory and the honor of the nations, and there shall no wise enter into it that are defileth, neither whatsoever worketh of abomination or maketh a lie, but they which are written in the Lamb's book of life." I simply just want to know where this is at. If this is the kingdom that's gonna come, or you said that's already here, because
it's already the kingdom here. That's no doubt.
So show me where this is at.
Where is this at? First of all, this ain't talking about the kingdom. What we talking about, the church. This is not it, man. So this is not it. You talking about something that he's gonna do when he come back.
If this is not the kingdom, then what is this?
I'm saying in the information, the kingdom. He writing to the church. Who is the king? Who is the kingdom of God? He writing to them. He writing to the churches. In Revelation 1. You got to start in the beginning, right? You'll know who he writing to.
Okay.
Who he writing to?
So when he
hold up, who he writing to first?
Hold on. He's writing to believers, but chapters 2 and 3, he's writing to
believers.
Specific churches or specific called out ones, right?
They churches, though, right? Okay.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if you're saying that this has nothing to do with the kingdom, then what is this? Tell me what is this? What is this?
He's writing to them in the kingdom, man. The church is the kingdom.
So
I don't get what you coming from, because he make a statement about what happened. You looking at
Tell me, did Revelation 21 happen yet? Yes or no?
I don't know. I told you, I gave you the text. I don't know. You don't even know.
No, I know it didn't happen.
because you didn't see it?
It didn't happen. It's very
all I know is in Matthew, when he said that they will not die, someone will be alive, unless we got some old people running around. Then that's the thing. So we looking at certain things that what Revelation 21 said. We looking at it got to go literally like it said. Hey, I respect that. That what you. It's hard to explain it. It's really hard, because, like you said, the language of the Bible sometimes can choke us up, and we think it like the kingdom in Daniel. What did he speak of in Daniel? with the prophecies about the kingdom. It was a physical kingdom he was dealing with, right? But when it came to when Christ came on the ministry, he said, "Prepare, the kingdom is at hand." Am I right? So how can we not use that and be like, well, when the kingdom came, and you see later on in the book of Acts, they are adding to the body. That's all they're doing. They're adding. They're evangelizing. How can we not put this thing together? When you see them saying we are translated into the kingdom, you see John saying he a part of the kingdom. That's what my argument is. Is the kingdom and the church is interchangeably used.
When they get sealed, right? Because the Parakletos, the comforter, right, is the seal. That's your ticket into the kingdom, right? Do you believe that or no?
You sealed? How do you get sealed?
No, I'm saying, are you sealed by the Spirit? Do you
believe? Oh yes,
that?
for sure. And baptism, yes.
If the Spirit is evidence that you are a future kingdom member, then you can speak prophetically that you're a part of the kingdom, because you know that you have assurance that you're going to be in the kingdom. So we're going to be people of the kingdom now in etiquette and practice. So when it comes, whether we're alive or whether we are resurrected, like it says in the book of Daniel, we will enter into it. It's that simple. So what I'm saying is for the preterists, there's some difficulties. For me, there's no difficulties. If I put it like this, if I accept the book of Revelation as it is written, it is very clear on what events occur to identify what is being spoken of. It's very clear, right?
I got
so go ahead.
So you believe that Christ coming back here to earth?
I mean, my position is that there's going to, because now you really want to get into my position. All right. So here's my position, right? Here's my position, right? I'll share it with you because I've shared this before. When Yeshua was talking and he said the Son of Man, right? He was speaking in two different ways. He was speaking in the Son of Man in reference to himself while he was alive, like the Son of Man has no place to lay his head. And then he was talking about you will see the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven and so forth. So that reference that he's saying is about a Son of Man in regards to what we see in the book of Daniel. When you see the term clouds, the clouds just means divine protection. So when this Messiah is coming on the scene, some people believe that it's going to be Jesus Christ is coming and break open the clouds. And some people believe it's just going to be somebody that's going to rise out of the east, that's going to be from the lineage of David, and that he's going to be the one sanctioned by the Most High to rule, right?
What you believe?
So as far as my position, I'm saying we have to wait to see what's revealed. We're giving enough information so that when it happens, we know what to identify. The problem with people is the same problem that Yeshua was talking to the people in the book of Acts when the disciples asked them, "When are you going to restore the kingdom?" They're so busy concerned with that. He says, "Don't worry about that. It's none of your business when that's going to happen. Focus on being my witnesses and doing the work. I'm concerned about the work." If you look at my ministry, like Kingdom Harbinger Ministries, I'm not focused on all of these end time prophecies and stuff like that. I'm focused on the work in the interim. So that way, when the prophecies take place, guess what? When the world is being judged, we're going to be autonomous. We're going to be relying on each other, and we're not going to worry about what's going to happen because we know what our expected end is, right? I'm worried about doing the work. So I can sit here and I can give you my relative interpretation of what this is. But all I'm saying is if I'm doing the work in the interim, whatever comes, I'm going to be easily transitioned into it because I'm doing what I'm commanded to do, which is to keep the commandments and use the insight that Yeshua gave us, which is a degree of enlightenment on how to apply those commandments in this day and age. This is what he has left for us, right? And hold on. And the last thing I want to say simply, because I study post-millennialism, premillennialism, amillennialism, and I ask this to preterists all the time to say, are you a premillennialist? Are you a amillennialist? Or are you a post-millennialist? What is your position? Because when I say the millennial period, I want to know if you're taking that literally or if you're saying that's figurative in the book of Revelation, chapter 19 and chapter 20. Going to chapter 20. Is this a literal 1,000 years? Is this a figurative 1,000 years? Is this just the church age period where God is using the saints or the church to hold back evil on the earth? What is your position in regards to that? Because it seems like you are leaning towards preterism, but you're not understanding all the pitfalls that come along with that.
And that's the thing. I'm studying it. We got into that discussion when we did with the kingdom. You preferred this one, but that's okay. That's okay. I appreciate the info on that with Revelation. I'm gonna read it again on that. You know, but what I'm trying to tie together from the beginning of our topic was about the kingdom and the church. Now, even with that being said, what is the purpose of them being taught? If this kingdom is coming when Christ come back, what the purpose of them being teaching the laws if you made it into this kingdom? Matthew 5:17-19, some things, if this kingdom is coming and he's talking about this is what you must teach, you cannot teach nothing else. What the purpose of them teaching if you done made it once he come back and he welcome you into this kingdom? That means you done and was righteous in his sight and approved in his sight. So tell me that, how can Matthew 5:17-19 make sense? If this kingdom is where he came.
Heaven and earth still here?
Is heaven and earth still here?
Yeah.
Well, what is considered heaven and earth?
Oh, here we go. Man.
I'm just asking.
Oh, okay. So let's read.
Think about it. It said until, okay, if that's the case, how can heaven pass away? If they talking about literally heaven, how can that pass away?
I just read for you Revelation chapter 21.
Okay, you said, but it said
a new heaven, a new earth, for the first heaven and first earth have passed away. Let's go into the previous chapter. Hold on, you asked the question. I'm gonna answer.
Okay, go ahead.
You asking me, how did it pass away? Right. So when the judgment occurred with fire, it burned everything up. Peter says the same thing. Judgment with fire. Paul says the same thing. Judgment with fire. It's going to be destroyed by fire and renovated through the fire, just like gold is purified through fire. Everything is going to be purified through fire, and it's going to be new again. It says the former things of old is going to be new. Things are going to be new. It's not going to be the same way that it was previously.
You caught me off guard on this. I got my stuff at the house. Oh my God, I got some scriptures for you. The elements is not dealing with literally elements. That wasn't even a language then. I'm gonna show you the scriptures. Hold on, we're gonna show you the scriptures. I got to get them for you though. Where you're gonna see the element was always related to the law of Moses. That's the elements of the land.
Wait. So
you don't believe? I'm gonna wait to get it because I know you ain't gonna understand it till I get it for you.
Heaven and earth, is that literal?
I ain't say heaven.
Wait.
No, it ain't talking about earth. The earth is related. I can't get into it, man. I know you gotta catch me off guard with that. I got to show you the scriptures for you to prove it. To you,
I gotta know what you drinking and what you smoking.
I got you. I understand this thing kind of weird to you right now. But once I see the scripture, then you got to ask yourself, okay, is earth related to something different than what we thinking it is? Because he said heaven. Okay, if earth gonna be burnt away, where are we gonna be at if he coming down here? That don't make sense.
So you want to know?
Hold on. If earth gonna be burnt away,
okay.
If the earth, you mean the literal earth?
Mm-hmm.
What the purpose of what land we gonna be on if it gonna be down here on earth?
Okay. So if you read Revelation chapter 20, and I'm going based on Revelation, right? And I'm going based on what's talking about the fire. You see that there is a judgment seat. So wherever at this place where judgment is taking place, that's where everybody's going to be while the renovation is taking place. After the renovation is done, then those who did not obey, they're going to be cast away. And those who did obey, guess what? They're going to see a new heaven, new earth coming down from the sky. Everything's going to be brand new, and it's going to be given to them as a gift, which is read in Revelation chapter 21. If we're reading it based on the text, that's what's going to happen. So wherever this judgment place is at, everything is going to be judged, is where everybody's going to be while the renovation is taking place. And
what renovation?
Okay, the renovation of the heaven and earth that's being purged by that we see.
So that means
about, and I read for you in First Thessalonians, and what Peter talked about, 2 Peter. They talk about the fire destroying things. It was not going to be water.
I got you. I understand that.
Okay, and then the fire did not destroy, as far as I know, according to what the New Testament theology is teaching. The fire has not destroyed the entire earth yet. I haven't seen that yet. There's still a sea there, because it says that when this new heaven and earth comes, there's not going to be no sea. It's not going to be no sun. It's not going to be no moon, because the Lamb and the Most High is going to be the light to everything. I mean, and if you go to the book of Zechariah, and again, I know I was trying to stay away from the the prophets because you didn't want to deal with them. But he said
no, go ahead.
everybody's going to come and they're going to worship in Jerusalem for tabernacles. I know you probably going to say, "Oh, that's figurative."
Say that again. Hold up. Say that again.
Okay, in the book of Zechariah, chapter 14.
Okay.
Verse 16, it says, "And everyone who survives of all the nations that have come against Jerusalem shall go up year after year to worship the King, Yah of hosts, and to keep the feasts of booths. And if any of the families of the earth do not go up to Jerusalem to worship the King, Yah of hosts, there will be no rain on them. And if the family of Egypt does not go up and present themselves, then on them there shall be no rain. There shall be the plague of which Yah afflicts the nations that do not go up to keep the feasts of booths. This shall be the punishment to Egypt and the punishment to all nations that do not go up to keep the feast of booths." So this is talking about an end time event. And if you read it prior in verse 1, it says, "A day coming for Yah, when the spoil taken from you will be divided in your midst." And it says, "And I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to battle, and the city shall be taken, houses shall be plundered, women shall be raped, half of the city shall go into exile, but the rest of the people shall not be cut off." If a person who's a preterist interprets this as 70 AD, if you continue to read, you have a big problem. It says, "On that day there should be no light, cold, or frost, and there should be a unique day which is only known to Yah, neither day nor night, but at evening time there shall be light." When were these events happening in 70 AD? Nobody recorded this.
Okay.
Because preterists will say that this was completed at 70 AD. And I will say, if that's the case, I don't see no Gentiles keeping the Feast of Booths after Jerusalem was seen.
Oh, now we're getting
that happening. No, I'm saying I don't see that happen unless you're saying that's figurative too.
No, I got you.
If you're saying the heaven and earth in Matthew 5 is figurative, I don't know what is.
I did not say that. Whoa. I said, listen, I said if heaven and earth don't mean, oh, you talking about, do it mean it what it literally in our tongue, like this land? All I got is questions towards it. If this is where he coming down to, and you saying that, oh, and now they gonna burn all of it. He said, okay, what was that? 1 Peter. He said he wasn't gonna burn all of it. You said we're gonna go somewhere until they restructure something. It don't make sense.
It don't make sense. I'm just simply reading what the text is saying. Wait. I'm just reading what the text is saying.
I got you. But listen though, if Matthew's 5, but we still got to pay attention to language. Am I right? No, yes or no?
Yes, and that's one form of hermeneutics, is being able to determine whether something is literal or figurative.
Okay.
And it's not difficult to do that.
Right? But some things can get choked up on when we look at certain wordings. It can get choked up. Well, think about it. You looking for something, everything got to be physical, even the kingdom.
No.
Got to be physical.
I'm not saying everything is physical, because when you have a language that uses similes and metaphors clearly, like or as, or making comparisons without like or as, you can say that is figurative, right? You can say that's comparative. You're giving clues in the language to know what to interpret, what not. When Yeshua says, "I am the bread of life," we know that loaves of bread don't walk around and preach to people. So we know he's talking figuratively. And he said that I am the bread of life, right? He's giving you a figurative statement. We know that's not literal, right? What I'm saying is that you can tell what's literal and what's figurative by reading the text. And what I'm saying is I'm simply reading to you what the text is saying. In Revelation 20, it says, "Then I saw thrones," verse 4, "seated on them, to whom authority to judge was committed. Also, I saw the souls of them that have been beheaded for the testimony of Yeshua, and those who had not worshipped the beast." It says they came to life and reigned with Christ for 1,000 years. That's why I was asking you, are you premillennial, amillennial, or postmillennial?
Well, I'm just studying. I'm studying. I ain't got no title to nothing yet. I'm still studying with that topic.
No problem. Because you have to be an amillennialist if you're a preterist. I'm just giving you some game.
I got you.
You can't be a premillennialist. You could possibly be a postmillennialist. And what this simply means is that the end is not going to come until 1,000 years is completed if you're a premillennialist. If you're a millennialist, you see 1,000 years as being figurative and not literal, which is the position that you actually hold. You just don't know it yet. And then you have postmillennialism, which people believe that after the end will come, that 1,000 years is talking about the new heavens, new earth, and all of that. This is how it's interpreted when it comes to eschatology. Eschatology is a very relative area, simply because some people think it's this stuff happens, some people are waiting for it to occur. And this is why, even though I'm able to decipher most of it, I'm saying my focus is not on this. My focus is elsewhere. Even though I can rock with somebody going through it, my focus is on doing.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree with you. My focus. Oh, my bad. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
No, you said your focus is on the same thing. I know
my focus is not about everything. I'm pretty sure I ain't gonna know it all. It's some things that you can show me better than what I see in text. But my main focus is, like I say, now there's one thing. Some things you just don't compromise when it comes to this book. Some things, you learn as you go. Certain things is not. Well, how you can put it is not essential to salvation. Certain things, like some people want to get choked up with. I mean, like the law, for one. If I'm considered to be a Gentile, if I say I'm a Gentile, even though you say you're an Israelite, now the scriptures show me that Gentiles is not required to keep that. So how can you say you see what I'm saying? Because we don't too.
I will say I see you as an Israelite. So I'm saying.
I mean, but unless you can prove that, and then even if you did prove it, even if you did prove it, we still can use the scriptures to show if we required to keep the law as a sign of righteousness and approved by God today. Yeah, it's not about doing it.
That's why Paul did what he did in Acts 21.
No, that ain't why Paul did what he did.
So you think
but that's where we was going, and we jumped on this. But that's why I was trying to point out the kingdom and because if the Gentiles, you see the Gentiles and Jews is coming in front of the Gentiles and Jews is in this church. So them letters were written to the church. Am I correct?
And where and
all the letters are written to the church, which include Paul, and Peter, John. They written to the church.
Well, did James write to the church?
Yes,
he did. So let's read.
Yes, to the scattered ones who was aboard was the church.
It says to the 12 tribes.
To the okay, but you saying them ain't them lost? Don't y'all believe they lost? So it can't be the actual. He's talking about the ones that was amidst the other people.
Wait. Hold on.
Didn't you say they were scattered or something?
Hold on. I didn't say the word lost. It says James, the servant of God and of the Lord Jesus Christ, to the 12 tribes in dispersion.
Okay, so that means they're
writing his letter to the 12 tribes of Israel.
Okay, if you want, do you want to read the letter so we can show that them are the saints, the church? Because if you can look at Galatians, hold on, you got to read the letter to see who is they talking to. They are 12. Hold on, they are the 12 tribes that was a part of the church. These ain't the one. Yes, they are the 12 tribes that are part of church. Then what's the scattered ones that he wrote the letter to? Now, when you look at the letter, why is he dealing with them treating their brethren, which was Gentiles? Because they was always dealing with this law thing. What you doing today? What they do today?
Are you referring to James' epistle? That's
James' epistle. That's why he say just keep the royal law and you shall be fine.
Wait,
you trying to make them do James?
What verse is that? Where's that at?
Oh the letter of James?
Yeah, where what verse are you referring to?
Oh man. Okay, hold on.
I mean, you paraphrasing, I know, but I'm trying to figure out where you're reading.
I'm reading James. Once you read the letter of James, you're gonna see that James is writing to the church, and you're gonna see how he deal with the brethren that they would treat. Hold on, it don't have to use you. Once you read the letter, you're gonna see who he's talking to.
Yeah,
he ain't talking. Okay, so why is he dealing with them treating their other brethren, which is Gentile? He ain't talking about them
where
together. Okay.
Yeah, just
you got to read it in the context. You like to say context, right?
But just give me the verse.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up, man. I'm trying to
take your time. I know you just buying time. I understand.
I tell you what. Pull up James right quick. James 1.
I have it.
Okay. Now read. Start reading.
What chapter?
Now you got to understand. Oh, chapter 1. Just start reading. You're gonna see who he's dealing with and what he's dealing with.
Sure. James, a servant of God and the Lord Jesus Christ, to the 12 tribes in dispersion. Greetings.
Okay.
Count it all, my brothers, when you meet trials of various kinds, for you know that the testing of your faith produces steadfastness, and that steadfastness have its full effect, that you may be perfect and complete, lacking in nothing. If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives generously to all without reproach, and it will be given him. Let him ask in faith with no doubting, for no one who doubts, for the one who doubts is like a wave of the sea that is driven and tossed by the wind. That person must not suppose that he will receive anything from the Lord. He is a double-minded man, unstable in all his ways. Let the lowly brother boast in his exaltation, and the rich in his humiliation, because like a flower of the grass he will pass away. For the sun rises with its scorching heat and withers the grass. Its flowers falls and its beauty perishes. So also will the rich man fade away in the midst of his pursuits. Blessed is the man who remains steadfast on the trial, for when he has stood the test, he will receive the crown of life, which God has promised to those who love him. Let no one who says that he is tempted, I am being tempted of God, for God cannot be tempted with evil, and he himself tempts no one. But each person is tempted when he is lured away and attempts by his own desire. Then desire, when it's conceived, gives birth to sin, and sin, when it is fully grown, brings forth death. Do not be deceived, my beloved brothers. Every good gift and every perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of lights, with whom there is no variation or shadow due to change. Of his own will, he brought us forth by the word of truth, kind of first fruits of his creatures. I'm trying to figure out where we're going with it.
Well, I want you to read the context so you can see who he's dealing with. Now, if James in James in 21, when he came to Paul, he should be telling them about law. Am I right? This is what he should be teaching the scatter if it was just about that. If he's just dealing with the Jews in this letter, he should just be teaching about they should be keeping the law. Because if you're saying that's the reason why Paul did it, I'm going to show you what James is saying to the church. Because they having them issues with the Jews and Gentiles still about the law. So you ain't going to see.
James is not writing about that in his epistle.
I got that. I'm trying to point out that too. That's why when you keep reading, that's why I wanted to read. I know you don't got time. We can read this whole epistle so we can get the understanding of what James is doing to the church. He was telling them, let me just pull out the main scriptures here.
All right. So this is what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to give you your final word. I'm going to give mine because it's extremely late and I have to go, right? And I don't want to hold nobody else up. I know this is another lengthy Freestyle Friday, but that's okay.
Yeah.
My intentions, and I hope you tune in tomorrow because I feel bad for your Christian apologist friends after tomorrow. It's going to be really bad. And I see you as a civilian, so it's not going to affect you, right?
I put it like this. Only thing you got, you talking about whether someone should keep the law. I don't know what you're going with. You're going to deal with the title again. You already made it clear that it's okay to call yourself a Christian. So what can you really bring out about? Only thing you can tell us, if we consider to be Gentile, you say you think I'm an Israelite. That's opinion. You know, I think you're a Gentile, but you want to call yourself an Israelite?
That's your opinion.
Exactly. But that's the thing. So we are welcome to believe what we are.
That's fine.
Because there's no proof, right?
But there's proof. But what I'm saying is
there's proof.
Yeah. I have a lot of circumstantial evidence to make my case, right? So what I'm simply saying is this, right? If you want to identify as a Gentile and as a Christian, that's your prerogative. My only problem is when people tell me that I have to identify the same way in order for me to be saved. That's when I have an issue, right? I have a big problem with that. And that's why I do what I do. What I'm simply saying is there's a psychology, something called psychology of religion. I don't know if you're into studying things outside of just reading the Bible, but if you are, I would like for you to look up what's called psychology of religion and study. If you need some books, I can send you some references. I posted some on YouTube in my community section and on Facebook. But there's something called psychology of religion and neurotheology, right? And these are not the same thing, but one deals with psychology, one deals with the actual brain itself as an organ, right? And when you study these things, it gives you insight into Christianity. And then there's other topics that deal with Christianity. Like, for example, you will fall under what's called religious exclusivism, right? So religious exclusivism teaches that if I don't subscribe to what you're prescribing is the way of salvation, then I'm damned, right? I'm going to hell. I'm going to burn forever. I'm going to be done away with, right? If you say yes, if you don't accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior and confess with your mouth and believe in your heart, if you're saying that I have to do all of these things, believe in his death, burial, and resurrection, if you're saying that this is the orthodox way of salvation, and if I don't follow it, I'm going to hell, then you subscribe what's called religious exclusivism. The problem with religious exclusivism is that even within Christianity itself, it creates even more sects of division because now people get more and more particular to what salvation actually is. And this has been argued over millennia between various individuals or people who are well known in the realm of Christianity, right? So what I'm simply saying is what this does, religious exclusivism, it leads to something that's called presuppositionalism. Because now if you have that position, you're going to presuppose that your worldview is automatically true. And then that leads to a superiority complex, because now you're going to believe that you're part of the elect and exclusive group, that if people are outside that group, that they are sinners, that they've denied the faith, that they're heretics. It leads to a cascade of different psychological things that start to go on in the mind of somebody simply because they presuppose that their religious exclusivism is the only way to salvation, and anything else outside of that is going to be damned, and they're wrong, and they're in error, and they're heretics. And then it leads to a cascade of various other things, such as dominion theology, because now when people look at Matthew chapter 28 and they say, look, he's given us authority over the earth. Christians, we have authority over the earth. Now that leads to the oppression of indigenous groups. See, it's a cascade of things, to the point where Black and African American people start to deny their own identity and say, well, I'm a Christian, so it doesn't matter. So what that does is that you forgive anybody else as a Christian, even if it's a associate of yours who had family members that were slave masters that enslaved your family members. You're going to say, I forgive everybody. It's an entire psychological, I'm trying to figure out the best word to put it, but a psychological trip that occurs in cascades and in phases, simply because a person presupposes that what they know is true without putting it under scrutiny and without testing it to see whether or not it is voracious against attacks and opinions and other things. So when I speak to you as a Christian, I meet you at your level. You're my brother, right? You have wisdom. As I hear you speak, there's some things you've shared since we interfaced that I've learned. And I'm not ashamed to say that, right? Because I'm always a student first, and I try to humble myself to learn, even when I disagree. But I understand the psychology of religion. I understand what it causes you to do. So a lot of times, even when I don't subscribe to things, I'm willing to subscribe to it for the sake of a discussion, right? Because I simply want my brothers and my sisters to be able to see the matrix that has been planted on them. We don't see the matrix. And it's because we don't want to study things outside what we presuppose is true. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I appreciate that, man. Let me ask you a question, though. Cause
Sure.
I mean, people, this word religion is just so loosely threw out there like it's a bad thing.
I didn't say
It
the
can be
word
good. Oh, exactly. So that means, what do religion mean to you? What do it mean, rather?
Okay. So religion to me is something that takes a cultural precepts that's favorable, and they use it as a means of spreading an agenda, right? To bind people to an ecclesiastical group that has power and authority over the people underneath them, right? So you have a hegemony, a hierarchy within the body, a hegemony, and then within that religious kind of idea, you are bound to certain dogma. Like, for example, do you believe in the Trinity?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's dogma. So religion
Why?
binds into that dogma.
Why that dogma?
Because dogma is something that has been established by a church or entity to be true incontrovertibly. Okay, that means without contest. Because if you subscribe to the Trinity as being a fact, even though you can't even explain the entire Trinity thing to me, because that's the doctrine. Doctrine is you can't explain God. And I could tell you, yeah, I can't explain God through the text. He gave you a witness to understand who he is, his character. Hence why the word shame or name, when he says, I'm gonna give you my name, that's his character. So you have to know him and have a relationship with him in order for you to reflect his character. If you're made in his image and his likeness, then you have something in you that aligns with him. It shouldn't be that difficult or complicated. But because church history over time is trying to refine their theology and explain certain difficulties, this is why certain doctrines develop over time. So I try to stay at an eye-to-eye level, but because I understand certain other things, what I try to do is throw nuggets out there or breadcrumbs to see if maybe you go to the mountain. You know, maybe you're Hansel, and you go to the mountain and you'll see the truth for yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you a question. Do you think I'm gonna get, if I don't subscribe to what you teach as far as an Israelite, will I be in the kingdom that you say to come?
That's for y'all to judge.
I'm just asking you though, because you just said that we do this on a Christian telling you what salvation is.
What I'm saying is the prescription for Israelites is to keep the commandments.
Okay.
Keep the statute laws. Wait. Keep the statute laws and commandments, because this is how you have long life in the land. And by keeping these statute laws and commandments as part of your culture, right? What you're doing is you're aligning yourself with what Yah's will is for his people, which is Israel. Now, does that mean that Yah does not accept other people are strange? No, he does. But I'm saying if you're Israel you have been given a commandment based on a covenant. You can still accept Yeshua as a Mashiach and still keep the law. James did that. Paul did that. So you can still do that. The problem is because African Americans, blacks, Negroes, whatever we want to call ourselves, because we've been so heavily indoctrinated with a form of Christianity. And this is what I'm going to get into. I'm going to show you how your ancestors got Christianity, right? And I'm going to show you
by
why.
Somebody else mind.
Well, I'm going to show you in West Africa, they was not practicing Christianity in West Africa.
Okay.
They were practicing Islam. They were practicing traditional African spiritual systems. They were practicing these things. And I teach that there was an infusion of Torah culture in West Africa amongst certain tribes where Jews were identified, right? So these things were already there. Matter of fact, if you look at Mungo Park's work, he talks about Arabic-speaking Jews that he found around the realm of Timbuktu, right? So these kind of peoples were identified there. You know, John Ogilvy talks about he saw the Asiatic version and the native version of Jews along the Niger River. You know what I'm saying? So we see that there are people identified as Jews in these regions, and we have somebody like Luda Equiano in the 18th century, before the British penetration into southeastern Nigeria and Ghana, etc., make comparisons between his culture and Jews, and comes to the assumption. I'm not going to say presupposition. Assumption that they share a common ancestor. This is what he's saying. I ain't making this up. So what I'm simply saying is all of this stuff pre-existed before Christianity penetrated the interior of Africa. It operated along the coast because you had traders that came there, then British and military personnel, French military personnel, etc., that came along there. Then they had gunboats that made their way into the Niger River, etc. There were reasons why there was conversion, and I'm gonna get into all of that from actual indigenous people who are telling the history, where they're telling you how they received Christianity. So I'm saying to you to say that the form of Christianity that you have today, I'm not saying it's right, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's the result of what was given to your ancestors, what they were exposed to. They was not exposed to Eastern Christianity. That's practiced in Ethiopia or amongst the Coptics in Egypt, or the Eastern Orthodox Church is practicing. You didn't get that form of Christianity. You got a westernized form of Christianity. And I think that's the most oppressive form of Christianity. And I think we should reevaluate it before we accept it. That's all I'm saying.
And you, hey, I don't even know what to say. I appreciate that. But when you talk about Christianity, you're going to start from the biblical point of it, or you're going to start from a historian that brought it later on? You know, because in the biblical point of it, we see that Paul was converted to something different than just an Israelite. He recognized as an Israelite. He did a law, but when he considered themselves, like you said, the Nazarenes, or in Acts 11, it was Christian. So we know, or the way we know he was recognized, that group was recognized as something different than going around saying, "Oh, I'm Israelite. I'm an Israelite." So we know it's something different than what the gospel was being taught, or what was being taught before Paul and Peter. Because there's another thing you said, something about when it comes to teaching something or putting something in there. Or the thing is, when Christ was teaching on the 5,000, he didn't compromise it, man. I mean, people gonna either receive it or they not. On the day of Pentecost, 3,000 received it. You know how many people came there? So I mean, the gospel is the gospel. What was preached is what was preached, and they're gonna take it away and take it. You know, so it's certain things that must be done by every individual, and I got to stand firm on that. Now, certain things that we can learn, I agree. A lot of things you've been teaching me, I always go back, and when we have our discussion, I always go back and look at stuff. But the thing is, yes, you should be so firm in what you believe and be like, yes, this is what required of mankind to be approved by God. You should be firm in that.
Who gave that to you? Who gave that understanding to you?
The Bible gave it to me.
So then why is there so many denominations of Christianity?
Because of their understanding, like what you reading. You reading the law, even though I agree with the whole 66 book, even though I can see certain words.
I said Christianity. Why is Christianity so divided if that's the case?
You got different sets of Israel, you got different sets of Israelites, you got different sets of Christianity. Dude, it's just the way people view scripture. And they think the Holy Spirit gonna give them something. No, you're supposed to study this thing and get the understanding that it's given to you. And it's hard sometimes. Some people just do not truly put deep into the Bible because they let all these other sources mess with their minds, and then they start looking at, okay, this don't make sense here with this. So I agree with studying this first, then I look at the other sources. You know, that's how I would do it. No, we got to have something we got to have some foundation to stand on when we're talking about bringing people to salvation. Either we're gonna agree with what we got, and then try to study it to come to an understanding what must we do so we can be approved of by God, or you, like you say, you giving your definition of keeping the law, statute, and commandment. But when I read this, I saw that it was given. Now, not only Israelites were there at the beginning, there was also strangers. There was also other nations in the beginning with them from the beginning. So I mean, it wasn't just Israelites there, but that's a different topic. All right. The thing is, now you saying that we must keep Israelites, rather. So every Israelite, you just said I'm recognized as Israelite. So if I'm not keeping this law, then you got to say it. Look, man, you heading for judgment. This is what you should be saying to me. God's going to deal with you, and I did. There you go. That's how you got to say it.
The first time we talked, I told you that Yah's going to deal with you.
Okay.
That's why I said. But see, it's a difference, though. What I simply do is convey to you that as an Israelite, this is your inheritance, this is your culture. And when you get into your inheritance and your culture, what it does is that it rewires you back to the Creator, because he's the one that gave it to Israel. They didn't make it up themselves. He gave it to them, right? It became part of their culture, their customs, right? And if we engage more in that culture and in those customs than what we do in America as Black culture, whatever that is, then we will be more aligned with the Creator's will for us. And that's another reason.
Culture? You saying culture? You really think culture is gonna give you salvation?
Yes.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. So when the book that you challenge on, Acts 21, what brought Jews and Gentiles together in that set of Nazarenes?
Westernized.
What they believe, right? They believe.
Westernized culture is what brought you the form of Christianity that you have today. And I'm gonna share this. I'm gonna share this in various sources when I go in later on today. But that's that. And again, I'm just speaking out of honesty. I'm just sharing it with you. And I'm saying Westernized culture is what brought you the form of religion or Christianity that you have today. That's a fact. Now, if you say, hold on, listen, because did you grow up in the church?
Did I grow up in it? Yes.
Yeah. All right, there we go. And when you grew up in the church, your first exposure of it, when you grew up in the church, what denomination were your parents following?
I believe my was like a Baptist type denomination.
There you go. Was it a Southern Baptist?
I was young. I didn't know. As I got older, now I'm just a part of the Church of Christ. That's it. I came up Baptist, but now I'm just Church of Christ.
All right. So now, as you're evolving, you're touching into preterism and looking at other things. I believe
as you get older,
I believe that if you keep interfacing with me over time, I'm going to share so much stuff with you. It's going to be dangerous, and I don't want to do that to you, my brother. Right? I want you to hold on to whatever you hold it on to. But if
the truth work? Don't the truth hurts? You supposed to listen. Don't worry about the truth. What do they say? The truth will set you free, right? If you think you got the truth, you should present it regardless of who you think is gonna hurt. Paul did not compromise that stuff, man. He went into them sin. He did it, whether they received it or not. What he did, shake the dust off, and they say, "Go." What? Oh, your own. Christ said that, didn't he? Shake the dust off. Go to the next one. That's all you can do, brother. I mean, I appreciate these conversations.
No, of course, and they're enlightening. But what I'm saying is, what I'm going to start to do with you, because I know you want to just stick with the scriptures. And again, I'm very well versed in the scriptures, right? I know where to go to get what I need to get. I know the concept to get into the language. I'm not saying that I'm a super expert in the text. I'm not going to say that, right? I'm right now. I'm trying to go through it. The Old Testament all in Hebrew, and that takes time, right? But I'm trying to go all through in Hebrew, and as I'm learning more Greek, I'm trying to go through the New Testament all in Greek, and as I'm learning more Syriac, I'm trying to go through the New Testament in Syriac, and as I'm picking up some Aramaic along the way, I'm trying to go through that, and so that is a huge challenge in itself. But I'm pushing myself to
push it right.
I can be more familiar with the text, because the language is extremely important, and maybe everybody is not there. But there's simple things that they can do, even if they don't want to learn the language in its entirety, that they can get more depth and understanding. And I believe that when you do like a lexicon study of certain words, you start to find certain things out that you didn't know before, just doing a word study. And I'm saying this simply because I'm familiar with the text. In order for me to validate what I'm looking at in the text, I have to look at other witnesses outside the text. And this is what allows me to be more well-versed, because I take the interdisciplinary route in regards to culture. And now I know you kind of got not offended, but kind of like scoffed a little bit at, oh, so culture is going to give you salvation? Yes. Because if the Israelites, if the Israelites did not have their culture, right, guess what? Nobody would have followed Yeshua.
What?
If the Israelites did not engage in their culture, which people call the law or whatever, they would have not followed Yeshua.
And the many didn't. He didn't have a big
he did have
big followers.
He did have a big follower.
I mean, compared to what was going on, man, in the land. We talking about compared to in the land. How many people there? I know you could say 3,000, 5,000, 10,000. To you is a lot.
The people came to Jerusalem when he came through, said Hosanna, a whole multitude of crowds. It was only until the Pharisees, Sadducees, and scribes turned the people against them. But what I'm simply saying is this, right? I'm saying it was out of their culture that they were able to follow him. Because if people say that Jesus, or do you believe that Jesus kept the law perfectly?
That he kept, according to what the scriptures were showing and the instruction that was given to in the law, it don't look like it. Perfect, according to, but the understanding of it was because the Jews' mindset of what it should have been. Now, when Christ did,
so Yeshua, did he keep the law in its entirety? Yes or no?
Did he keep it in entirety?
Was he a law keeper?
Well, I mean, yes, he did it. Yes, but you say that he did it perfectly.
Yeah, did he do it perfectly?
Well, I mean, you see him. I'm talking about according to the law that was given. Now, that's what I'm talking about, and the instructions that was given. You see him in what he was doing in the picking food on the Sabbath day. It say, even though you say he was weaning, even though the Bible said the Jews not to wean, and I think it's in Deuteronomy. So I mean, according to what was the scriptures as instructions given to you, then no, I don't think that. I think he kept it according to what the final purpose of it was. You guys' understanding of is thinking it of a physical day. It was never about the day. Okay. But anyway, that's a different thing.
Okay, so the next question would be, was prophecy part of Israelite culture? Understanding prophecy.
Yes, he used Israelite for his plan of salvation. He used them. Yes,
that's my point. So my point simply is, without the Israelite culture, then nobody would have recognized or followed Yeshua.
But this is the thing you missing, though. You putting the culture, you missing because you're saying the culture is relating to the law they given, right? Correct. So that means that they had to show that light to the people, which wasn't the light. Christ already told you in what Luke that he was going to be the light to the Gentiles. So it wasn't about him being a light in of the culture to the other nations, because they didn't keep it. It was obvious they didn't keep it. So what, unless their light was very dim, what did they prove to the people around that was around them? Because all people saw was them going in and out of captivity. So show me where, like you,
a group was going in and out of captivity too. Every time,
exactly. So it wasn't about the culture. Exactly,
it was about culture, because you'll see that when they were first brought into captivity, the Yehudim, right, into Babylon, they created their own city via their culture, and that became the light because that was an elite city within captivity. They were operating fine autonomously until the Most High says, all right, it's time to leave there and come back because your 70 years is done. When the northern tribes was on Elephantine Island, they had a whole community. They was reestablishing their culture. And guess what? They were so effective that the priests, the priest that was on the priest of Canum that was on the island of Elephantine, they had issues with them. Right? So everywhere that they went, even in captivity, Daniel had a high office in captivity. Esther and Mordecai saved their people in captivity. What I'm saying is that Yah was still working through his people, even in captivity.
His people, we talking about a light to the other nations. What is this doing? Hold up. Why didn't he punish other nations then for not joining them? He allowed other nations to, if they want to join, then you be circumcised and you do this. But throughout the Old Testament, he never got on anybody who other nations that didn't want to join. Now he punished other nations for what they were doing, but he never. If it was a commandment for be a light to the people, then they should be joining consistently throughout the Tanakh.
That's not what that means.
Okay, I'm saying, you saying the culture, their light was the culture of their lifestyle.
So the
Sabbath.
light, the purpose of a light is to guide you in darkness. So if I have a candle and you don't, right, I'm gonna be a light unto you. You're gonna follow me where I go because I'm carrying the light and I'm guiding you through the darkness. Is that
so? They're supposed to have been doing that, right?
So they were entrusted, like Paul says in Romans chapter 3, they were entrusted with the oracles of the Most High, and those oracles is the light. Is the light. And this is why certain Gentiles decided they want to cleave unto Israel, because they wanted to know more about that light that they carried, that candle that they had, right? So what I'm simply saying is, no matter where they were scattered, where they were at, they were still a light, even in their captivity. And I gave you examples of Daniel, right? I gave you examples of Esther and Mordecai, and I can give you more examples. During the Hasmonean dynasty, they had a whole nother kingdom while the Greeks were running everything. They had their own autonomous kingdom. So what I'm saying is, despite what they were going through, the odds that were stacked against them, their culture. This is why they defied the Greeks, because of their culture. This is why the Zealots rose up against the Romans, because of their culture. This is why you have 3 so-called Jewish Roman wars, because of their culture. No matter what they went through, they were always fighters, because they decided that I'd rather rock with my culture than join up anything that's foreign and be damned before the Most High.
Divine, you off real bad right now, man.
Not really.
I mean, let me this what, because you keep saying that the people saw it. Of course, yes, they saw them, but you focus on because they was had a law that they supposed to obey. That was the light to the other nation. That wasn't the light to the other nation. The light to the other nations when they saw God's power on them, in spite of whoever came up against them. Hold up, when whoever came up against them, who won? Who came victorious? He put them in captivity to show another thing about this what about the law that you said, the culture that he gave them. Cause it started off as a law, then it ended up as a culture. That's why you see Paul still doing it, because it ain't something that gonna go away. This been going on for years. But anyway,
you see that. So if you're saying the light is the Most High's power, then he was quiet for 400 years. Then
he was doing what?
He was quiet for 400 years,
and then he came and said what? He will be a light to the who?
So he was sleeping then for 400 years. He wasn't.
He was quiet. It just say he was quiet.
It did.
I don't know.
I read anywhere that said he was quiet for.
I mean, I'm just saying that how we don't get no records of it. Unless you got some I don't know of.
Oh, I do. There's a lot of records for the intertestament.
Okay, then
the whole lecture on it. Yeah.
But basically, when you talking about what you focus on is what culture they was doing while they was in captivity. What we focus on is seeing the power that God used, because he always said that he want them to be their God. I'm the one God. I'm the only God. He kept making that statement throughout the Old Testament. Every time they would know that I am God. Why is they doing this? Because he's showing his power on them. He used them as a light to the other nations to show his power. It was never about culture. It was never about the culture. It was just a law that he gave. I'm talking about as far as the light. Now we talking about standing with the light. What is considered the light to the other nations? How did we look at it? Is it the laws that he gave them? Because if that's the case, they should have been keeping it. They should have been keeping it perfectly. I mean, because that's what's going to make people come and join this thing. But he never got on people for not joining it.
All right. So you asked me about the light unto the nations, right? That's all throughout the book of Isaiah, right?
Okay.
About the light unto the nations. So I'm going to give you the answer to that. All right.
Okay.
So if you go to Isaiah chapter 42, verse 5, it says, this is what God Yah says, he who created the heavens and stretched them out, who spread out the earth and its offspring, who gives breath to the people on it and life to those who walk in. I, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, have called you for a righteous purpose. I will take hold of your hand. I will keep you and appoint you to be a covenant for the people and a light to the nations, to open the eyes of the blind, to bring prisoners out of the dungeon and those sitting in the dark out from the prison house. And I, and Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, that is my name, I will not yield my glory to another or praise to idols. He
Hold up.
explains right there how
What
they're
was-
going to be the light unto the nations through their works. Now we can
Okay,
keep,
we can use works. He was using them. You right. You can use works.
we can keep going. So we got
Keep
Isaiah
going.
49
But
and 5, and it says,
hold
now
on.
says Yah, who formed me from the womb to be a servant, to bring Jacob back to him, that Israel might be gathered. For I am honored in the sight of Yah, my power, my strength. He says, it is not enough for you to be my servant, to raise up the tribes of Jacob and to restore the protected ones of Israel. I will also make you a light for the nations. Watch this, that you may bring my salvation to the ends of the earth. That's
Right.
Israel, not the power of the Most High. His salvation. What is his plan of salvation to the ends of the earth? What is his plan of salvation?
Show me for all men to come to him.
That's
But hold up, show me. Yes, it is. Yes, hold on. Show me where you talking about law in this. He said you're gonna be a light. That's all. So we got to understand how is we considered what was light to them, to the nation.
42:6, it says, I have called you in righteousness. What's that? What's the righteousness he's calling them in? How are they made righteous?
By giving them the law.
There you go.
That's how they would.
Let's keep going.
Okay, go ahead, man.
Isaiah 51 and 3.
Hold on.
Zion.
One second.
Sure.
1 second. Hold on. That first one, 49, Isaiah 49.
Correct.
What was you was in 5, right?
Verse 5 and 6. Correct.
Okay. Can I read that one more time?
If you like, sure.
Okay, I just want to read it a little slower. Now said the Lord that formed me from the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob again to him. Thus Israel be not gathered, yet shall I be glorious in the eyes of the Lord, and my God shall be my strength. And he said, it is a light thing that thou shalt be my servant to rise up tribes of Jacob. He's talking about Israel, and to restore the preserve of Israel. I will also give thee to be to a light to the Gentiles. Now, where is you getting this? I'm talking about the law now. You saying that what the light is, right? You saying what they do is the light. As far as keeping the custom, the Sabbath, the feast days. That what you talking about? Are we on the same page there?
Being a voice for the oppressed, looking out for the widows.
No. I'm talking about the law.
That is the law.
I got you. Okay, I get you. I give you that.
No. I'm telling you, that's part of the law. See, most Christians don't realize.
No, don't say most.
No.
I got you. It's a lot to it. You're right. It's a lot to this law.
So the law tells you to vie on behalf of the widows, the oppressed, the poor, and for you to sustain them. For example, the gleaning process. If you have a field, you're not supposed to pick up any of the fruits that fell. That is for the women. That's for the children. That's for the fatherless. They pick up after you because your objective is to seek them out. When you're keeping the law, you're going to take care of everything in your environment. You're going to be in harmony with your environment. People, places, things, animals, the plants that's there. You're not going to ravage the earth for 49, 50 years and it cannot yield for you anymore. The law teaches you all of these things. So when you're bringing this law, it is driving people back to the creator that gave Israel the law to open them up for salvation. That's how it works.
Okay. Well, let's keep reading something. And I'm going to ask you a question. Look at 6 again.
Okay.
I will also give you to be a light to the Gentiles. And now, from my understanding, James, hold up. From my understanding, James don't say they didn't have to keep this feast days. The Sabbath, it was not commanded to them. 15, Acts 15. You just said the law is the light. That's what we're trying to figure out. Is the law?
Are you saying the disciples didn't keep the feast days? That's what you're
saying? No, I'm not saying that. Listen to what it said. He will be a light to the Gentiles. In the book of Acts, did the Gentiles get commanded to keep that law?
Keep what law? No, because that was
the law of Moses.
That was Israel's job to act it out.
See, that's what I'm saying. What the purpose of it if that's supposed to be the light to the Gentiles?
Okay, the light to the Gentiles is being an example to the Gentiles. I told you, if I have a candle and I have a light on my candle and I'm walking through the darkness and I approach you and you don't have a candle, you can only be guided from me because I have the candle.
Okay.
The power of Israel gave a culture to the people. So that way, the text says, if you keep it, you will be above all peoples. How? you're going to be the example to how they're supposed to live. As an Israelite, I have to take care, look out for the widows, the fatherless, the poor, and speak out on behalf of the oppressed. The statute, laws, and commandments that I keep teaches me how to treat the stranger, how to treat my fellow brother. All of this is light because the world is not doing this. America don't care for this, but we are the light in America. When we keep this culture, we're the example to the other nations, so much so that they get envious and say, man, why are you doing this? And why are you doing that? And we get to bring them to the Most High. That's the candle.
How you gonna bring me to the Most High when I was told I don't have to keep this law? So what would you tell me right now? If I say I'm a Gentile, what would you tell me to
But you're not a Gentile.
To be righteous? Huh?
You're not a Gentile.
You can't tell.
You
cannot tell me that, man.
I would say to you that you got to cleave unto an Israelite if you're gonna make it in.
To a Israelite or to the Israelite, which is Christ?
Or a Israelite, to a Israelite.
No, that don't. You got to show me that one.
You gonna do that now, or you gonna do that?
No, I could do it tomorrow, man. I may be home tomorrow, but you ain't gonna show me where. I'm gonna. Okay, I just have to wait. Okay, but anyway, back to what you were saying, man.
Let me
the Gentile would not required to keep the law.
Let me sum it up. And like I said, the Gentiles, and my position is the Gentiles are required to keep some aspects of the law, right? And if they decide that they want to keep more, that's on them. Like that's their choice. There's not going to be they're not forced to do that. If they choose to do that, it's for them. It's optional. For Israelite, it's not optional. For Gentiles, it's optional. For Israelites, it's not optional. Okay.
Then that means the Gentiles is going to be lost. Because that was the sign of righteousness in Deuteronomy.
Most Gentile nations will be lost. There's only individuals out of those nations that cleave unto Israel that will not be lost.
So that means the Gentile must cleave unto the law.
The Gentiles must cleave unto Israelites as far as them teaching them the elements of the law that will help to uplift their quality of life. And this is exactly what Yeshua was doing when he encountered Gentiles. He never preached the gospel to Gentiles. In the book of Matthew, I mean, if you
it wasn't time. It wasn't time.
Wow.
Nah, it was already prophesied, right? That they would be entered. It already been prophesied. You don't have to go to them scriptures. You know them in the old scripture that Gentile will come unto him. It just was the perfect timing when it came through. That's all. So we know that, and you even say Gentiles can come now. So I mean, we ain't even arguing about that.
So let me sum it off with this. I'm simply trying to read for you the passages that have light to the nations or light to the Gentiles.
But how? You got to ask yourself how.
Just told you how. If you keep reading 42:7, it says to open the eyes of the blind, to bring prisoners out of the dungeon, and those sitting in darkness out from the prison house. And who is the example to how this was done? Yeshua, who quoted Isaiah 61. The spirit of the sovereign Yah is on me because Yah has anointed me to proclaim the good news to the poor. He sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim freedom to the captives, to release from darkness the prisoners, to proclaim the year of Yah's favor and the day of our power's vengeance, to comfort all who mourn. You're taught this when you keep the law, the culture.
So the law must be kept by all nations. That's it.
What I'm saying is elements of it is supposed to be kept to all nations. And I'll give you an example, because even in what you call the Old Testament, whenever there was a stranger that dwelt amongst Israel, there were certain laws that pertained to him and certain laws that pertained to a native born Israelite. There was always distinctions, and there's always going to be distinctions. And this is the part that Christians don't like, is that hierarchy thing, but we didn't make it up. It's in the text.
Well, I mean, we just make up who we think we are. That's it.
So the spirit of the Most High is going to empower you to do these things. This is how you become the light. When the spirit allows you to use the elements that you've learned from your culture to be this example to the other nations, because all the other nations have deviated away from the Most High's will. And it's up to the Israelites to be the best example to these nations via their culture, because this preps them for salvation, to be redeemed when judgment occurs.
That ain't hard.
Okay, I mean, you could say that. I'm saying
it's because you saying the Israelite, the other nations. No, all nation was wicked at one point, and he chose Israel to be a light to the other nation. But how? I don't get. See, you all you doing is just saying that and then you telling me they don't have to keep them all. but this is a sign of righteousness.
They never.
I don't get it.
They never kept it all because there were laws that only pertain to Gentiles that did not pertain to native-born Israelites. I give you an example. Jubilee, right? The year of Jubilee. If there's an Israelite servant or Hebrew servant under another Israelite, that Israelite servant or slave or whoever, however you want to label him, he is allowed to leave and go back to his land. He is no longer a servant or slave. But a Gentile or a stranger, guess what? They can't do that.
Where the scriptures at?
All right, so let's get this.
I mean, you can. Oh, you gonna read it? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to you. I no offense to you, but I know Christians. They just don't know. They don't know these things.
But the thing is, the thing is, you saying that this law was given to be a light. This the culture. So
Right.
you telling people that he created of other cultures and live in other areas, they got to take on the culture of Israelites.
That's that. What I'm saying is the ones that want to cleave unto Israel and follow the power of the Most High. You know, like
And that's-
Ruth did with Naomi.
And that's the only way we can be saved, right?
Like Ruth did. I mean, you got to cleave unto Yeshua to be saved. He's an Israelite.
Exactly, the Israelite.
But
The
you
one
can't-
that was prophesied. It says seed, not seeds. But anyway, go ahead.
Wait, you said what?
The Bible says seed. A seed will come. It ain't talking about Israelites that will come and save us from our sins.
There's a seed.
A seed, yes, a seed from all in Genesis.
When you plant a seed, wait, watch this. When you plant a
Okay,
seed,
here we go.
no, it's very simple. When you
Some
plant,
tactics.
no, you brought the seed thing up.
I got you.
When you plant a seed, if you plant a apple seed or a pear seed, do you get one or many fruits?
That ain't the point, man. They'll see how you being strong. Dude, you get the thing is, it was prophesied about a seed coming to save people from their sins, right?
Give me
Am I right?
Give me the verse for that. What is
Was
this
it prophesied about a seed would be coming?
Show me where the seed is going to save people. Give me that.
Well, oh my God, we got to go through all these scriptures for you.
No, just give me one scripture that says the seed is going to save everybody.
What? No, we talked about the seed who came, and we know that it's Messiah, right? Do we know this the seed that came?
I'm not going to assume that until you give me a verse. Show me
Galatians 3, Galatians 3:15. First, you deal with that verse, and then you got to go back.
Wait, hold on. You said, and
Okay,
then
man, let me go there.
first before we get to Galatians. Why we got to do it?
No, because you got to go backwards now before you can know this seed that I'm talking about. It says seed because we in the New Testament, what we call the New Testament. You guys might don't recognize the New Testament like that, but we know a seed. Hold up.
I was reading for you this whole time. I was reading for you from the New Testament.
I got you, but I'm just saying we believe in Galatians 3. It said a seed came, right? Let me read that, and then we'll go back to Genesis.
Read it.
Okay.
Let's hear Paul's theology.
See, hey, Paul wrote most of the New Testament.
Don't get offended.
From my understanding. Don't get mad at Paul.
No, I'm not
Hey,
mad.
and not only that, don't get mad at the Holy Spirit because in Acts 13 it said the Holy Spirit called them as well. So don't get mad at the Holy Spirit using Paul and Barnabas to go and preach the gospel.
His buddy Luke would definitely add that into there. So I have.
Oh yeah, I bet. Yeah, Luke.
that
Okay, hold on.
buddy.
Now let's look at Galatians 3:16.
All right, read it.
Now to Abraham and his seed were the promises made. Now we know in Genesis who we talking about there.
Nah, just read it. Just read it.
We got to go point to point because you gotta because you just gonna make he said not
Just
not
read it. Just
into
read it.
seeds, meaning he ain't talking about many. He talking about that one. Okay.
Mhm.
As a many, but as a one, and to that seed which is Christ.
Okay.
So in Genesis, who we was talking to when
You
let's
should
go to
keep
Genesis, I guess.
You should
Let's
keep.
go to
reading.
Genesis.
Okay,
Go
go
to
to
Genesis.
Go to Genesis.
Man, this is hold on.
In Genesis 17, we have a plural there.
Where?
Genesis 17.
But before we get there, let's go where it began. We'll go there.
It could be translated as plural, or you could say your seed.
That what it say on my end. It say seed.
Yeah, your seed.
17, 7 and 8.
Uh-huh. Is that where you go in 17? Or
No, I'm gonna do 12. Genesis 12 first.
Go to 12. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Gotta pull it up.
Okay.
And I will bless them that bless thee and curse. Well, that ain't the one. Hold on.
No,
Well,
that's
7, right?
12 and 7.
Seven.
Yeah.
7. I'm sorry, I'm reading wrong. And
It's
the
all good.
Lord appeared unto Abram and said, unto thy seed
Mm-hmm.
will I give this land. And
Okay.
there buildeth he an altar unto the Lord,
Mm-hmm.
who appeared unto him. And he removed. Hold on, I don't think this is the one. Hold on.
No, I mean, you reading it.
No, I
so
don't think that's the one though. Hold on. I think it's 50.
I mean, that's the
I'll
one.
finish reading that one though.
That's the one that's
Let me-
referenced with Galatians 3 and 16.
But it's more than just that one too.
It's Genesis
Hold on.
17 and 7 and Genesis 22 and 18.
No, this Genesis 12. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
12 and 7, 17 and 7, and 22 and 18.
No, that ain't. Hold on. I think it's 7.
Okay. And after this, we gotta go because this is
Yeah,
really,
I got
you. Yeah.
I got you. I just okay. All right. I will establish a covenant. I will establish my covenant between me. Genesis 17.
Okay.
And thy seed,
Mhm.
after seed. That's you say plural some places, but
No. I'm saying it could be denoted as plural because it was more like, for example, if he has Isaac has Jacob, and Jacob, has his seed. That's plural, right? Because it's going to take more than one to actually make up Israel, right? Israel became 12 tribes from the loins of Jacob, right? Like Jacob and Yosef. So when we hear the word seed, it just means your descendants. There's gonna be multiple individuals that comes after you. It's never going to be one person. It's not like Abraham laid with Sarah and Jesus came out. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not what happened.
No. Right. And that ain't what I'm saying. It reference to a seed that's coming. It's a future prophecy of the seed, right? So we know when we see Galatians, we see that a seed came, which they say which was of Christ. So how can you, and it reference each other? Am I right? So okay, and you get that information by looking at the rest of the information too, the Old Testament.
So you're saying when you said that a seed will save everybody, you just mean like you just mean 3:16. You're talking about Yeshua and him and salvation coming through him. That's what you mean by that, right?
Salvation through him. Righteousness is in him.
No problem.
Righteousness is in him now.
So
but that's what I'm.
Let's end off on this because I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you good. You good.
I'm end off on this. I'm gonna let you give some final words. I'm gonna give some final words, and we're gonna go because I think we've been here for like almost 4 hours.
Right.
Every time we talk is like that, but it's all good.
But we get all over the place sometimes.
if I was single, right, and tomorrow wasn't the Sabbath, I'd be fine. You know what I'm saying? Like we can get on the phone and talking to whenever we can. But given the sake of the broadcast and keeping it somewhat reasonable, I guess people are used to it now being lengthy. I just want people to not shy away from clicking on it and watching it so they can hear our dialogue. And again, you're always on my channel, and I applaud you for supporting and following my channel. All praise both sides for that. And I think the reason why that's happening, unbeknownst to you, is that the Most High gonna wake you up to this truth. You know what I'm saying? Like you're playing with fire, And so it's okay. You know what I'm saying? You get into preterism. I'm gonna get you out of that soon. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna let you.
I'm studying. I know you're gonna put me there, but I'm still studying it. But that's the thing. But the Christianity, I'm strong in my faith, so I don't think they're gonna never change. But the thing is, I'm gonna take the title away from it. It ain't even about being a Christian. It's about is we following the doctrine that's given to us in this book. That when you become of the way or the narrowing, whatever you want to call yourself, the doctrine got to be fit with what you believe. Because we see in Acts 21 that they believe that would tie Gentiles and Jews together, and they call themselves the Nazarenes, follow that way. So, but anyway, with that being said, I want to finish with this.
Sure, go ahead. I'll give you the floor, and I'm gonna mute myself. Go ahead.
Real quick. I just wanted to touch. I know a lot of stuff we ain't deal with it. I got a lot of questions as well. Even when with Israel deal with Matthew 5:17 to 19, which people got a misunderstanding of that, but that's what they do. I want to point out in Galatians, when you can see what but when you see what Paul was in contact with James, so you can see James is a part. Paul and James, he saw James when he was in the land of Galatia, and not even that. 3 years later, he stayed with Peter 3 years. So we know they are in union with each other. They ain't teaching nothing different. You know, just because you don't see certain language from Paul that Peter maybe said, or he wrote to the Jews and Paul wrote mostly to the Gentiles, but the church was still on one accord. That was already emphasized from the beginning. They must be on one accord. So unless we just getting choked up with, oh, I see this letter written to, yes, because they were still comfortable with their own people. That's why the letters was always addressed to the church, dealing with getting along with each other, being together. Like James, that's why you should go to James' letter and read it slowly, and you will see that James is dealing with them who was having problems with the Gentiles, that they thought they should still be keeping the law. That's why James was like, just if you do the royal law, you will be fine. We try to make them do as we do. He was making them statements all in his letter, so you need to take the time to read that closely. And even in book of Acts 21, you will see where they was together, James, Paul, you know, the apostles. So the church, the letters were written to the church that believed in the Messiah that came. That's what the whole thing is about in dealing with Jews and Gentiles. And not even that, one more statement when it comes to Galatians, in the book of Galatians, you will notice where I think they said like 13 years later that 2 Jews came about in the book of Galatians. 2 Jews came about and was teaching brethren of the law. They was teaching them. What did Paul do? Paul got on Peter because he wasn't giving them the proper understanding that this law is no longer considered for righteousness. But they got the Jews that came in, they trying to teach them, look, you must do this. Read the Galatians. That's why Paul say, anybody let me read it because I want to real quickly read it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you identify, and I mean to interject, that it was James that came through with those other Jews.
Hold up, what you talking about in Acts?
No, you referenced Peter being addressed by Paul, right?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna in Galatians.
I said that's because when James came through with those Jews, you know, those same people that made Paul submit and keep the law.
but hold on. He didn't make. This is the thing. When Paul, think about it. It been 13 years later. Read it.
Paul got
13 years later. A transition is going on. They still trying to keep this 2 Jews who got converted to Christianity. They came in there teaching the other Gentiles in the church that they must keep this law because they came up still knowing about this law. That ain't going nowhere. Like you say, it's culture now. It became a culture, but it's not considered for righteousness. So now he got on Peter because Peter was sent to teach the Jews. I know you saw that. I mean, we shouldn't even have to have that discussion. If you read it properly and understand what is going on, James was with Peter, and make it so bad. Paul and Peter was together for 3 years. So of course, you know, they've been teaching each other and stuff been going on. All I'm trying to identify is this is a whole church that the letters that was written to. It wasn't no separation because you see James written to the 12 tribes. They was a part of the church who still had the issue with, you know, struggling with this understanding. That's why he say ask God for wisdom. They still struggling with that understanding of Gentiles is welcome. We a part of the church. We believe in him, so we won now. That's why all the letters taught that. Peter, James, John, they teaching a unity of the church. And with that being said, Matthew 5, I encourage you guys to really study that because Matthew 5:17-19 is not dealing with them about them teaching it. Matthew 4, if you start in Matthew 4 and you see what Christ came on and started doing his teaching, Matthew 5 with the Beatitudes, he's in there, like you know the culture of Israel better than I do. So you know the mindset that they had when Christ came on and started teaching this stuff, blessed is he who poor in spirit and all this stuff. That was not, they didn't understand that. That was something new to them. You know, mourning and stuff, their mindset was something different. So as Christ teaching these Beatitudes about the kingdom, being in this kingdom that's gonna be coming, he stopped. It's just like a false. Now don't think that I came to destroy the law. So the teaching that he is telling them to keep is the ones he's been given from Matthew 5, the beginning, all the way to like 16, I think it is. Then he paused and say, man, don't think I came to destroy the law. Why would he just say that in the middle of his teaching? Because they mindset is like, man, this is something different. That's why at the end of his sermon in Matthew 7, he said, man, they was astonished with his doctrine. They was like, man, this is a powerful. He preached with such power. because of their understanding. So he dealt with the Jews and their mindset on his sermon. So when he talked about destroying the law, it wasn't time at that time when he made that statement. So they maybe thinking that he was teaching something different, which they were like, what is this new doctrine? That's what they considered it to be in Matthew 7 after he finished his sermon. So it wasn't that he was telling them to keep the law. Though some people think he was teaching that. No, he was just saying it's not time, because righteousness must still be fulfilled. We must still have a righteousness in the land. Matthew 3 let you know that he came to fulfill all righteousness. So he already know he came on a mission. And we know righteousness was the law. So in Matthew 5, you see where he teaching and they not understanding. So we know righteousness must still be a system of righteousness before he can fulfill it, which he did. And now it's no longer considered as righteousness. Righteousness is in Christ. That's why you must believe on him to be a part of the body. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate the dialogue, man. Hey, I'm gonna continue to study. I appreciate your info. I'm looking more into the Revelation letter, you know. So I appreciate it. We got off the topic there, but you got me off guard. You got the best of me on that one, man. Cause I ain't have nothing. But it's all good. Hey, I'm humble, man. I don't get caught up in who get best of what. We both trying to edify and trying to learn. And like I say, now the salvation message is the most important thing there is. And we dealt with that before. We ain't finished it, but hopefully one day. So, other than that, we learn as we go, man. We learn as we go.
And I appreciate that. Thank you so much for your time, brother Nate. I'm gonna let you go now. Like I said, you can always call in the future, and we'll have discussions in the future. Thank you for being up at 6 a.m. with me. I don't know what you do for a living. I think you are.
I drive trucks, man, and my truck acting up, so I'm at the shop at the moment, man. They ain't called me in there yet. I'm waiting on them to call me to check out my brakes. I'm down here in Jackson, Georgia, man. I'm supposed to be in Florida. I've been sitting here. They taking forever, but I can't move because my air brakes acting up.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We're gonna keep you in prayer so that you know that when everything works out, it was Israelites that lifted you up. All right. So, brother,
hey, I can use it all, man. Because he know what righteous prayers is. Anyway, I don't get caught up. Hey, you want to pray for me? Appreciate you, bro.
Thank you, man. Anytime.
Just pray in Jesus Christ's name, and we'll be. Nah, I'm just playing, man.
So I thank you for taking time to listen to this broadcast while you're on the road trucking. That means a lot to me because you are a Christian and you are rooted in your faith. And even though you still take time out to watch this broadcast. And I'm honored that you do that. You know what I'm saying? And I think that over time we'll meet each other halfway, even if we disagree in some areas. But at the end of the day, I think we can still establish a pretty good brotherhood, right? And show people an example of how to dialogue with differences without getting at each other's throats or threatening each other or going crazy, the stuff that we be seeing in this community. You know what I'm saying? So with that, I'm gonna let you go, my brother. I'm gonna let you go, and I'm gonna speak to you again in the future. All right?
All right, man. Hey, take it easy, man. Enjoy your Sabbath. Hey, real quick. One question.
Yes.
Hey, when do the Sabbath supposed to begin? Because you know their time was what 6 to 6 or something. What does it matter?
So for me, the Sabbath is the 7th day, but the rest period is from sun up to sundown. That's me. Other Israelites do it maybe about 6 p.m. because that was established via tradition over time, operating under the Gregorian calendar. Some of them do it at 6 p.m. or sunset on Friday until sunset on Saturday, and some people do it in the middle of the week, the ones that keep the Enochian calendar, where they rest on Wednesday to Thursday, right? And there's some that don't keep the Sabbath at all because they say you can't keep the Sabbath in captivity. So my persuasion is from sun up to sundown is the rest period, but the Sabbath is also indicative of the 7th day of the week in which the rest period is in, right? So it's from sun up to sundown. So for me right now, the sun is not out. So it's not really time for me to rest, right? Because I'm not really working or doing anything. I should be sleeping, to be honest with you. But when the sun comes up, then that's the period of time that I cannot do any labor, can't do no work. And it's suggested not to do no buying, no selling, no pleasures, no any of that. You know what I'm saying? So I have a little bit of time before the sun comes up, and then I'm going to, keep my culture, my custom. Just like he went to the temple as part of his custom. I'm going to keep my custom, right? But on this day, I'm gonna keep you in prayer as well, and we're gonna see how y'all's gonna work with you, and vice versa. And again, like I said, I thank you for coming. And again, I welcome any Christian. They can jump on here and dialogue with me. It's fine. That is, except as long as they don't have a contentious spirit, they don't, throw, curse words. And
oh yeah,
Christians do this.
Even before I got into church, I never cursed. I wasn't no cursor anyway, so that's a good thing.
And it's only because this broadcast is supposed to be PG, right?
Right. Gotcha.
PG-13, but it's mostly PG because it's families that watch us, Christian families. Right. And Israelite families. I have Christian families that say, "Look, I'm not an Israelite, but I love the content," right? And they said, "I watch you
get good info."
Yeah,
you good information, bro. I mean, your doctrine and seeing scripture can, but you give good information, and I like the way you bring, because you're trying to teach. Even if I don't, it's just like going to school, man. You learn stuff that really, to you, some people might never use, and they're like, "But it's good information."
Yeah,
But with that being said, you need to come fellowship with us on Sunday. Since you,
where you at?
We at Renaissance Church of Christ in off of Butner Road off Camp Creek.
Oh, you in Georgia? That's right.
Yeah, I'm in Georgia, man. I'm right by you. Quincy. Me and him deal with each other daily.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So I told him I was coming.
Your church? You
say what?
You sure you want me to come?
Dude, hey man, I invite you, bro. And my minister open. Dude, listen. One thing about my minister, he allowed you ask questions as well.
Hold on, Nate. Family, if you want me to go to Nate's church,
oh man,
for the experience, hit one. Let me know. I don't mind going.
Dude, stop letting the audience decide for you, man. You trying to teach me, right? That show me your humbleness. Like, okay, look, I can go into another environment and not get enticed by their doctrine, even though I'm trying to reach some of them. Or I can come in your environment and not let stuff change who I am if I'm well grounded in it. So you letting the people decide what you're gonna have different.
So wait, so just listen, right? I hear what you're saying. What I'm saying is my audience supports this ministry. Right?
I got you. Right.
It's the same way if a pastor is going to preach at the church, he'll ask his congregation, "Do y'all want to come with me, or is this going to be me and my armor bearers?" He extends an invitation if they do want to come and support. So what I'm saying is, because this is a virtual ministry that I have, and these people support this platform,
gotcha.
I really speak to.
I respect that. You're right. You don't want to stumble them.
Yeah.
I got you.
What I'm saying is also, if they want me to come there and just document the experience, because I'm not going to be unruly, I'm not going to be disruptive, I'm not going to do any of that. But I know people are going to come to me and try to talk to me and find out what I am and try to witness to me.
I wouldn't,
no, Nate,
that's
fine, Nate. That's fine.
Okay, I wouldn't introduce you like that.
No. What I'm saying is, people are still curious, right? So you'll see how I am, how I handle people. I'm really good with handling people, especially people who have differences with me, in a respectful manner, where there's no arguing, no yelling, no shouting. I'll be on my best behavior to represent you, because you're the one that brought me there, right? So I won't let you down out of respect for you and out of respect for my integrity. But I'm simply saying is, I do want to record that experience so people can see how, when we are in an environment with people who disagree with us, how to handle people, right?
There you go.
How we can grow from that. You know what I'm saying? What experience we learn, what's our take away from it. And it's just a way. This is why I'm asking them, if they want me to go, I'll record the experience so I can bring something back to them that can edify and benefit them. You understand what I'm saying? Right.
I tell you what, his name, and you can look him up. He got a lot of videos out on YouTube. He go all over the world too. And he welcome discussions, as far as like on fourth Sunday, we do a family and friends where he'll let the people come to the back into the room, have a discussion with them, what they teach, what they believe. I mean, he welcome to that. He ain't one of the ones you can't touch.
So fourth Sunday. So what is that? That's going to be March 22nd.
March 22nd, man.
All right, I'll be there,
dude.
You sure you want me there? Because
if you come, I will come hear you.
No. I'm just gonna come just to observe until somebody pulls me into the conversation. But what about the fifth Sunday? Because there's a fifth Sunday in March as well.
I think he do. I'll see on fourth Sunday. That's when he usually do it though. That's just an extra month date of extra week of the year. So it's just basically every fourth Sunday though. Okay. Every fourth Sunday he have this family friend. We invite people. Cool. He allowed them to come back there with him and have talk.
Man,
Let them know.
That's gonna be wonderful, man.
Yo,
So
hey.
I'll be there, right? If I can't make it March 22nd, because I'm supposed to be in Dallas on the 22nd and New York on the 15th. So if I don't go for whatever reason, then I'll come in April. I can come in April on the 4th Sunday, and I'll be there. But I'm gonna definitely come because I wanna get involved in a fellowship. Because even if they disagree with me, I still like fellowship, getting to know people who's in the area, what they're about, what they're doing, because I could still work with them collectively.
Dude, man, what
is that? You understand what I'm saying? But yeah, right. I don't know if they're gonna want me to open my mouth and speak. That's
why not?
Kind of okay.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. I'm still learning. This minister is well skilled too. So
awesome.
Trust me. Hey, I tell you what, his name is Orpheus Haywood. You can look at some of the videos online.
Just text or email that to me. So that
okay. You can go to YouTube, watch his videos. Man, trust me, it ain't gonna be easy. I mean, I'm still learning.
I'm sure it's not, but
it ain't gonna be too easy.
I'm looking forward to that.
But I'm pretty sure he'll welcome that, man, on the 4th Sundays though. Or I can try to get his email if y'all want to, hey.
I just don't want you to tell nobody I'm an Israelite. All right.
Oh, I'm not, bro. I'm not.
Right, cool. Thank you.
I'm not. I'm just gonna tell him he lost right now, and he just need.
Yo, do that. Do that. No, for real. Introduce me as being lost. That's the best thing right there. No, I'm serious.
I'll just mess with you, man.
No, I'm serious. Say, look, this is my brother. He's a little lost into some other kind of crazy doctrine, but he really wants to know the truth. So he's willing to come in a familiar environment, family and friends, and just learn. Just say that, and he'll be like, "Oh, okay, cool."
Dude, I'm on the real, man. I've been telling Quincy I'm gonna come out there because I think you be speaking at his congregation.
Yeah, I from time to time, but I haven't been there in a while. But I plan to come back after I settle some things first. I plan to be back, but I'll let you know. I should be back there. If not March, I'll be back there in April, definitely, because we have our Passover then. And I'll let you know in advance when I'm going, so you can come out and worship as well. Yeah,
that was up, man. I
just want people to see that even if disagreements, you can still be, tactful and diplomatic, man. Like, you don't have to be all stuck up and rigid. And I mean, you can't be in a box like that. So I'm willing to come out, have you come out, and then when I see you, I owe you a shirt, right? I got to give you the.
I was just about to say that I didn't want to call you out.
Nah, it's okay.
It'd be like, man, I'm waiting on my shirt.
Yeah,
I'll be leading worship sometime, and I can be up there with the shirt on.
You don't want to do that.
Why not? Like, I think you made a statement. You made a statement saying, as long as you understand what's the truth behind it, it shouldn't affect you.
All right.
I mean, whether you believe it different than what I see in it.
No, that's cool. So you want it in white or black, the shirt?
Let me get black.
Okay. What size you want?
Let me get an extra large.
Okay, because it says the rest life.
Rest life.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So make sure you do the worship. I want to be there that day that you wear it too. All right.
Get it to me.
Okay, so if you said white, you said
white. I don't know, black.
I'll wear the white one and you wear the black one.
All right. That was up.
Sounds good.
All right. Now hey, I'm gonna hold you to your word. Now I know you teach honesty and you teach keeping your word.
And keep me accountable. If I forget, just remind me. Say, Divine, don't forget, and I'll do it. Saying,
hey, what did your audience say though? What they put thumbs up or what? I can't see them, man. I can't see it.
I'm sure they're cool with that. They like that. They like your spirit. They said they like your spirit. You know what I'm saying? You have a good spirit. I wish all Christian apologists were like you, like really sincere about reaching their people. You know what I'm saying? So they like you, man. You cool. Because you're not coming out here crazy, anything like that. We're reasoning together. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And people appreciate that, whether they disagree with it or not. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna
let you always be, man. Always some disagreement.
So I'm gonna let you go. You enjoy the rest of your day. Be safe. I hope everything goes well. I'm gonna pray. Israel's gonna pray for you. They're gonna open up your eyes. You're gonna see it. Wow. Once Israel pray for me, the Most High is doing A, B, and C for me, and then he's gonna deal with you. You know what I'm saying? And
I appreciate that. Real quick, instead of praying for me, can you send me Cash App to fix my truck?
How much you need?
I'm just playing. Just playing, man. I'm just joking, bro. It's just a joke, man. Y'all can send me the cash. I don't know what it's gonna cost to fix this joker.
Yeah, but I'm saying, as an
cool
organization, we have funds allocated to assist brothers and sisters.
Oh yeah, I'm good, bro. I appreciate that though. I keep that in mind.
Yeah, so if there's a serious need and we can help you,
Right.
just let me know, okay?
I got you, bro. Appreciate you.
All right, anytime, my brother Nate.
All right, man.
All right, shalom. All right, so let me end off real quick, family. Man, this was really lengthy. But I thank y'all for tuning in. You know, it's crazy that I was having those issues earlier, and I apologize for that. I mean, I might just stick with StreamYard because I was really not happy with that experience that I had earlier with Lightstream Studio. Man, that was extremely frustrating. But you know what? I need to go and recoup, try to get some sleep so I can prepare for y'all tomorrow evening. Y'all pray for my strength, because if I cannot make it tomorrow, then it's going to happen on Sunday, right? And I know some of y'all got to work on Monday, and it's going to be at least a 2-hour session of me going straight in before I open the phone lines, right? So just pray my strength, you know, that I'll be able to get some rest today and, you know, deal with my family and, you know, take care of anything I do after the Sabbath, so I can be prepared to give y'all a quality session. You know, being that I had issues with Lightstream Studio, I might stick to StreamYard, because even the few times I used it, I've never had any issues. So I might just play it safe and get back on StreamYard. I do not like that top right logo that they got there, but I'll probably just pay for their paid service and add the KHM logo so we can take care of that. But it's serious, man. When y'all see these screenshots, man, you're going to be like, that's a Christian? Yeah, I'm going to show you this stuff, man. I'm going to show you this stuff. I'm going to show you this stuff. And you're going to see, man. When I was out in Orlando, man, there was a big bully Christian apologist that was huffing and puffing and woofing and talking all of this stuff behind the screen until I pulled up. Yeah, we're going to get into that. This should be nothing new. I pull up on Christian apologists all the time, man. Whether you in my city or you in another city, if you in my city, you don't check in, I pull up, right? I told that to Vocab Malone. He was in my city. He knew I was in the city. He ain't say a word to me. I found out he was in my city. I said, yo, you in my city, bro. I got to see you before you leave. You ain't check in. You know what I'm saying? I had to catch him at the airport. You feel what I'm saying? You know, the brother Eric Mason came into town. Same thing with Eric Mason. You know what I'm saying? I pulled up, tried to get him. He had left right before I got there. Had I known more in advance, I would have been there on time. I found out the last minute I pulled up, he was gone. You know what I'm saying? Isaiah Robertson, he had a apologetics event out in Georgia. I pulled up. Damon Richardson was speaking at a church after he mentioned my name in some video. I pulled up. James White got pulled in by Vocab Malone. He had a debate out in Atlanta at the G3 conference. I pulled up. Come on, man. I have no problem pulling up. I have no problem coming to your city. I have no problem bringing you to my city. And it is what it is. But I'm going to show y'all this individual that was talking real greasy, talking about, unlike you, I was about that life. How you know what my life was about? You think the way I'm pulling up on Christian apologists, you got to get some understanding like, yo, where this dude get this heart from? Because I can be encountering anything. I could come dolo or bring 20 or 30 people with me. But a lot of times if I bring 20, they say, oh, don't bring all those Israelites with you, because people start getting nervous. And I'm like, all right. So a lot of times I'll come straight up by myself. You feel me? Because I don't care if it's me by myself or 20, 30. I'm going to be the same way regardless. But there was this big bully, you know, big bully talking about, yeah, I keep the same energy offline that I do online. I'm like, word? Yeah, unlike you, I was about that life. Word? So you know I was about, you asked the homies back where I came from, like, oh, so you know that. Oh, okay. Talking about, yeah, I got people back in the Bronx. Word? So you want to come to New York and meet me? How you want to do this? Talking about he been bullying me for 3 years, and you bullied me for 3 years. I'm gonna show you the screenshots. I was like, word? You bully me? Facts. I've never been bullied in my life. So this is new to me. Like, I'm new to that type of experience. So I said, yo, let me send you a plane ticket. Let me pay for your hotel, send you a plane ticket. You can come on here, tab on me, come bully me in person. He declined. You're gonna see all of this. Come to Orlando. When you come to Orlando, then you can contact an intermediary. Whoa, intermediary, son. Here's my number. Here's my number right here, bro. Call me, text me. What's your number? Give it to me so I can reach out to me. He said, go through a third party. Go through a third party just to call you, bro? So you saying that because you don't want me to reach you when I get there. And when I got there, I reached out to the intermediary to try and get son to come through, and he ain't pull up. And that's crazy. This is not somebody that's secular. This is a Christian apologist, y'all. Talking greasy like that. See, the difference is now I follow Torah, so I act in righteousness. I believe in eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. That's what I subscribe to. But there's always a degree of mercy where you allow somebody who's opposing you an opportunity for restitution before retribution. So if somebody said they got a problem with me on that level, Torah says I'm allowed to defend myself. So I'm going to invite you to settle the grievance, and whatever happens, happens. Simple as that. Once we squash that, all that high energy, then maybe we can revisit doing a debate or whatever the case. I don't want to be cool with you, but maybe we could do a debate on amicable terms. But don't tell me to come to your city and you don't show up. Don't tell me you keep that same energy like I'm not going to pull up. Come on, man. Stop that. It's crazy. This is a Christian apologist, supposed to be a Christian. And you talking about you used to be about that life. Like people stopped being about that life once you came on the scene. That's how it worked. Come on, man. Stop that. Stop that, bro. You stop that, man. Stop that. I know what you look like. I have several pictures of you. I know what you look like. I know people in your circle that share information with me about you. Come on, bro. Stop that. Come on, stop that. Stop that. These dudes need to chill, bro. They need to chill. They need to chill. Because like I said, I'm stronger now in righteousness than I was in unrighteousness. Because you know why? I'm going to deal with you according to Torah. And as long as I do that, Yah has my back. I have no fear of no person. If I had fear, I would not have this channel. People try to attack me all the time. And not just people, organizations and other entities attack all the time because I got this channel here. I have no fear. No fear. You know why? Because I go through fear with Yah. When I say I have no fear, that don't mean I'm not scared, I'm afraid. Nah, there's some concern all the time. But you have to trust Yah's power over that concern. So I'm saying this to everybody. Don't let these dudes bully you, man. Don't let these dudes bully you. I can't be bullied. I cannot be bullied. These dudes cannot bully me. It don't work that way. You cannot bully me because I've never been bullied in my life. I was the type of person that helped other people when they were being bullied. I don't like bullies. So don't tell me you a bully. I don't like bullies. I train up my children and I warn them about bullies. I said, don't ever let nobody bully you. I don't care if you got to fight and lose. Don't let nobody bully you, because as long as the bully knows that every time he bullies you, there's going to be a fight, he's going to have to weigh the odds. Is it worth the risk? Is it worth the risk? Even though y'all beat that person once, twice, but every time they fighting me, bullies got to understand. And if they don't understand that, they're going to bully the wrong person and something's going to happen to them. See, you bullying me, you bullying the right person because I'm giving you an opportunity. So that way you can be like, nah, you know what? I didn't mean it like that. It's not that serious. Cool. Squash it. Let's keep it pushing. That's it. Like, there's no need to bring that energy. Like, you're not going to do nothing. So there's no need to bring that energy. So why even threaten to bring that energy offline? You're not about that life. You're not. And I will come again to your city at your convenience. You let me know. We all know who you are. We all know what you look like. We know everything about you. There's no secrets. We know. So, I mean, I just don't understand. Like, there's no need for Christian apologists to act all gritty and gangster. Like, yo, if you do that, you're not a Christian. I can't deal with you as a Christian. I got to deal with you as somebody from the street. It's a different ball game, man. Different ball game. So with that being said, I'm telling the family, man, our objective is to avoid strife, avoid contention, and deal with this truth and help our community out. But there's times where you have to stand up for your name and your integrity. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's not built to do that. Everybody can't do that. But what I'm simply saying is I want to show you guys how vile some of these people are. I'm going to show you this other Christian apologist who misconstrued an interaction that I had with a sister I'm cool with, who's a Christian apologist. She tagged him in it, and he started going in, talking all vile, reckless, crazy, talking about he gonna have me audited, and he's gonna talk like he talking crazy. I'm gonna show this to y'all. Facts, y'all. Tony, I understand what y'all saying in there. You know what I'm saying? I understand. And I appreciate that. None of y'all want anything to happen to me, and I love y'all for that. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that. But remember, I got peoples everywhere. Orlando is light. I got peoples in Orlando. I got peoples everywhere. All these cities I'm going to, aside from establishing KHM chapters, I know people there. Like outside of KHM, I know people there. Right. So I know people that if I go someplace that they're going to look out for me because they know when I get there, if they need something, I'm going to look out for them. One hand washes the hand, one hand washes the other, both hands wash the face together. So nowhere where I travel am I going to be by myself. That's just like when I touch down, I'm checking in. Yo, so-and-so, I'm here, I'm in town, blah, blah. All right, yo, blah, blah. Like I check in when I touch down. So people know it's me being accountable to the people that are there, me showing respect. I'm in your town, given an opportunity to present hospitality. That's part of our culture. And if anything ever happens to me, they know where I'm at. They know what's going on. So wherever I go, people know where I'm at. You understand what I'm saying? But ultimately, when I have an issue with another man, I have no problem stepping to that person and say, what is the issue? What's the grievance? How you want to handle this? Do you want to talk it out or whatever? Like, let me know. Whatever you want to do, let's do it. Let's get it out the way so we can move forward, because this tension doesn't need to be in this community, in either community. That's not how you need to deal with one another. I don't see this person as my brother. They don't keep Torah. They're not my brother. So turning the other cheek does not apply to somebody who's not my brother keeping Torah. That does not apply. Mercy applies, which means before retribution, I have to give you an opportunity for restitution. So once you're given that opportunity for restitution, you cause injury, you do some kind of, make up for that injury that you caused, some kind of compensation, and then we can move on. You know what I'm saying? We can move on and we can squash the grievance and move on. You know what I'm saying? But if you're my brother keeping Torah and you become adversarial towards me, I'm gonna be extra merciful towards you because that's part of my culture. But if you're outside of that, it's a different ball game. It's a different ball game. It's a different ball game, man. All right. So shout out to Stacks in the building. My brother Stacks in the building. My brother Slow Flow, yawning in the building. All right. My brother Minister Maccabi. That's my brother. Yo, Minister, I played your track, bro. Game 6. That's your track, right? I played that yesterday. No, I played that tonight. Well, yesterday, technically. Before everything got messed up. You know what I'm saying? So facts, man. Facts. So, I love y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? Y'all caring for my well-being and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all being here at 6, going on 7 in the morning, supporting KHM broadcast. I hope we brought something fruitful to you guys. Even if you watch the first half with the stuff that we shared, I think it was very good. My dialogue with Nate, I think, is just exemplary for others to see how you can interact with those who disagree with you. And even though you may get passionate at times, you never have to resort to disrespect. Because if you have the truth should be louder than you. You shouldn't have to do all this extra so the truth can speak. You just be the conveyor of the truth. It's that simple. You know what I'm saying? So, Sandra, Pesach is in April. Okay? Pesach is in April. All right? So with that, family, man, we got a lot of people still in here. I'm going to go. Let me get some rest. Let me recoup so that way I can try to give this a shot again later on today. And if not, then I'll do it on Sunday. I try to get my home in order as early as possible so that way I can start off for y'all if I have to go on Sunday. But just stay tuned. Make sure you hit that bell notification, okay? So that way you're alerted to when we're going live. Okay. Get wise. I'll be in Dallas and Houston. Those are the 2 spots that I'm going in Texas, Dallas and Houston. So if you're near those cities, I'm supposed to be in Dallas next month in March. I had some things come up, so I'm still trying to press to see if I don't come in March. I'll be there in later on in the year. But I'm going to be in Dallas and Houston. I'm going to be in Dallas, Houston, Detroit, Chicago, LA, New York, Memphis, Tampa, Jacksonville, and I just did Orlando. All right. So those are the cities that I'm going to be in. The dates, I'm going to put the flyers out a month before I come to each one of those cities. So that way, those of you who are interested in KHM, y'all can come out. If you're part of Patreon or want to sign up for Patreon, we have the video of what we did out in Orlando, so you can get an idea of what we're going to present when we get to your town. The event is going to be free. We're going to provide food as well for everybody to eat who's invited, who's RSVP'd, who's invited. And then we're going to present for you the information, do icebreakers, and have a brief fellowship and a onboarding if you're going to do that. All right. So Tony says, Ohio. Man, let me know. What part of Ohio? Dayton? What part of Ohio, man? Let me know. Columbus? Let me know what part of Ohio. All right. Shout out to my brother Benjamin Israel in the building. Big Main in the building. Tony Israel in the building. Light Receive in the building. Joseph Grimm, my brother Joseph Glenn in the building. Shalom Get Wise in the building. Seth Moyada in the building. Sandra Creary in the building. Roderick Crawford in the building. Who else is in here? Inique 8 in the building. Stacks 2296 in the building. Who else is here? Draco Israel in the building. What's going on? Slow Flow the God in the building. What's going on? Coy Walker in the building. Who else we got? Malak Daweed in the building. Majik Israel Media in the building. What's going on? Who else, man? I didn't even get to do this, man. I apologize. Elder Yezekiel Ben Israel in the building. Kiefer Aviel Ben Israel in the building. My brother Vaught Parker. Shout out to my brother Vaught Parker. I'm gonna shout you out when I do my live about Orlando. Brother invited me with open arms, came out to the KHM event. You know, we already got him down with KHM and came out and visited Divine Temple of God. Had a great time there. They asked me to speak, which I was not expecting, and I spoke. My brother, every time I see that brother, it's nothing but love, man. Shout out to my brother Aslam Mahdi in the building. Jetson Silencio, I send that brother out there in Orlando. What's going on? That's my brother right there. Ahaya be praised. What's going on, my brother Chris Benya? What's up? Noelia, faithful sister, always on this channel showing support. Katriel Ben Yisrael, shalom to you as well. Let me see who else. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Yosef Dono, my brother Dono. I got to see you next time in Orlando, my brother. All right. Keontae Gates, what's going on? Arayahu Williams. Let me see. Did I get everybody? VV Life Story. And that's where it ends. So if I miss anybody, my apologies. Thank you to everybody that donated. I appreciate that. OG Hebrew in the building. What's going on? Reckless Animosity. What's going on, my brother? Thank you to everybody that donated through the channel. For the people that signed up for Patreon, thank you. I appreciate that. The people that just emailed me in regards to getting a shirt, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm not going to do no business during the rest hours of the Sabbath. So don't send me no orders during the day, but after the Sabbath is over, you can send me orders if you guys are interested in t-shirts. All right. I'm gonna help y'all out with that. And if there's anything that I could do to help y'all, email me at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. All right. kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. When I say email, gmail.com. All right. Please play that video again. Which video you talking about? The one with me preaching? Man, y'all funny. Y'all funny. Shout out to Big Main. Said, let me know when you're in the DMV area. Will do, my brother. I got you. No doubt. No doubt. And again, if we miss your city this year, we're doing 10 cities this year. 2021, we're doing 10 more major cities. That doesn't mean that I won't be in other cities. I'm just saying we have targeted cities that we want to set up chapters in. And we have that scheduled from 2020, 2021, and 2022. We're trying to do 30 to 35 cities. We're trying to cover and launch KHM chapters in those cities. But I will be visiting other cities, you know, in the interim time. All right. So if I am in town, I'll let y'all know. All right. I appreciate that, Tony. Thank you so much, my brother. Appreciate the support. All right, family, let me go. It's almost 7 o'clock in the morning. This is almost 5-hour session. Well, it is past 5-hour session. Thank y'all for rocking with me. I appreciate y'all. Again, stay tuned for the next session. Let's pray that it's later on today. If not, it'll be Sunday. But I'm telling y'all, man, I'm going in heavy. And I shared a little bit of y'all earlier. It's a wrap, man. Sis said, what about Kissimmee, Florida? I'll consider Kissimmee, Florida. Slow Flow, yes, I've heard of the Back Creek Stone. I'm familiar with it. Hit me on that, Jordan, when you get a chance, all right? Yeah, Minister Maccabi, it's all good, my brother. It's all good. It's all good. Chris Benya, I'm glad that you got the shirts, man. I appreciate that. All praise to the Most High. You know, I apologize for the delay. We got a lot of orders, and I'm fulfilling it myself now. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but I appreciate everybody's patience that did get their shirts. I have a few more that I still have to mail out. It's been just so many orders, man. I thank y'all for your support, man. Just ordering a simple shirt and investing those funds goes a long way. You feel what I'm saying? So I appreciate y'all on that. All right. So let me go, fam. Otherwise, I'll be here with y'all all morning. Let me go. I love your fam. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. And we'll speak again. Shalom, family.